Chapter 2999. Then let's go to the city lord's mansion. Li Jiao waved his sleeve. Kai Shi hurriedly led the way. A few breaths later, the group arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. Blood flowed like a river here. Many Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples disguised as cultivators had died here. Even the city lord's mansion's gate had collapsed. Kai Shi pointed over there and said, "Master, it's here." Li Jiao swept the area with his divine sense and found the aura of the Emperor realm inside, but it was somewhat different from the information he knew. There were actually two people inside, not just one. The aura wasn't too strong, only at the level of a first-order emperor. "Wait outside, this king will be back soon." Li Jiao snorted, not worried about the change in numbers. His figure flickered, and he rushed into the city lord's mansion, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, Kai Shi heard Li Jiao shout, "Bold Junior, how dare you offend the Wind Cloud Pavilion? This Li is here, surrender immediately and I can spare your lives." As soon as these words fell, a dense emperor pressure spread out like a tide, and with the city lord's mansion as the center, the world within a radius of 1,000 meters buzzed. Kai Shi's face changed slightly, revealing a look of admiration. A third-order Emperor Realm Master is indeed a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The power of this attack is really different. It's not something a first-order or second-order Emperor like me can compare to. Now, it seems that the Pavilion Master wasn't being modest when he said this person was stronger than him. He was indeed stronger than the Pavilion Master. This is good. With this masterly taking action, there shouldn't be any more changes. It's just a pity that the second elder and many of the pavilion's disciples died tragically at the hands of that adulterous couple. If this masterly had come earlier, perhaps it would have been a different ending. Thinking so, Kai Shi sighed. His cultivation wasn't as good as the second elder's, but he was able to survive in the end. He had to admit that his luck was pretty good. For a cultivator to cultivate in defiance of the heavens, wasn't luck also an opportunity and strength? Faintly, his narrow escape from death this time actually allowed him to gain a trace of enlightenment in his heart, and the bottleneck that had been there for many years actually showed signs of loosening. Realizing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He was now a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and if he could break through, he would be a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Such strength was enough to rank him in the top 3 of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's Elder Hall. He secretly made up his mind that once this matter was over, he would immediately go back and cultivate in seclusion. He would not come out until he made a breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. As Kai Shi's mind was in turmoil, the city lord's mansion began to rumble. These were the sounds of battle from the Emperor Realm, and the energy radiating from the battle seemed capable of overturning the heavens and earth, shattering the earth and causing large swathes of buildings to collapse. Kai Shi couldn't take his eyes off him. His heart was pounding and his respect for Master Li grew. The sounds of fighting came to an abrupt end, and the clamor died down. Salt? Kai Shi was stunned. Wasn't this a little too fast? He had fought with that adulterous couple before and knew how ferocious they were. He had never thought that Master Li would be able to deal with them so easily. A figure flew out from the ruins of the collapsed city lord's mansion and galloped over. Kai Shi looked over. Who else could it be but Master Li? He greeted him with a pleasantly surprised expression and cupped his fists from afar. "Thank you, Master, for taking action." "Congratulations on your victorious return, Master." This Master Li didn't greet him with a smile as he had expected. His brows were tightly furrowed as if he had encountered a difficult problem. What surprised Kai Shi the most was that there was actually a bruise on Master Li's eye socket. That was obviously caused by a punch. This punch was very heavy. Even someone as strong as Master Li actually had a crack at the corner of his eye. His eye socket was swollen, and it was unknown how long it would take for him to recover. "Master, you..." Kai Shi was a little dazed. He didn't know what had happened to him. "AI." Li Jiao sighed heavily. He raised his head to look at the sky, speechless and choking on his tears. After a long while, he tilted his head to look at Kai Shi. "Who did I offend?" "What?" Kai Shi didn't understand and looked at him foolishly. "You're called Kai Shi, right?" Li Jiao asked. "Yes." Kai Shi nodded, feeling more and more that Master Li was acting a little strange. His previous high spirits had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a lonely and pained expression. What could make a third-order Emperor Realm Master show such an expression? "This king wants to borrow something from you?" Li Jiao looked at him expressionlessly. Kai Shi's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively felt a little uneasy. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and asked bitterly, "What does Master want to borrow?" "I want to borrow your life." Li Jiao said as he suddenly reached out to grab Kai Shi. Although the two of them were both from the Emperor realm, there was still a gap of 2 minor realms between them. Each minor realm was like the difference between heaven and earth, so how could Kai Shi resist his sudden attack? In a daze, Yang Kai felt his neck tighten as Li Jiao grabbed him. A terrifying surge of energy came from the large hand, which rushed into his flesh and meridians without any fear, causing his entire body to tremble. His mind was in chaos, and he was unable to summon the strength to resist. Master, why are you doing this? Kai Shi continued to struggle as he looked at Li Jiao in disbelief. Wasn't he the helper invited by the pavilion master? Didn't he say before that he would deal with that thief? Why did he change his mind in the blink of an eye and turn from friend to enemy? Kai Shi felt that the world was changing too quickly and he couldn't accept it. It's Wind Cloud Pavilion's fault for provoking someone it shouldn't have. That person inside. This king can't afford to offend him. AI, let's not talk about it. You'll have so many companions on your way to the Yellow Springs, so you won't be lonely. What? Even he couldn't afford to provoke that person inside? Kai Shi even suspected that he had misheard. Just as he was about to say something, a violent force pressed down on him from all directions. With a bang, Kai Shi's entire body exploded into a bloody mist, leaving not even a corpse behind. The remaining Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples were all dumbfounded, none of them having expected such a scene to occur. Their original savior and hope had suddenly become an executioner, even crushing Ninth Elder Kai Shi with a single hand. What was going on? Without time to think, they all scattered like birds and beasts. A huge cyan palm suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping a large area and slamming down viciously. With several miserable cries, these Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples were all wiped out in an instant. Their cultivations weren't high, so how could they resist Li Jiao's attack? They were all turned into meat patties. Woof woof. 2 dog barks came from behind. The indifference on Li Jiao's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by endless flattery. Turning his head, he bowed and said, Hee Palace Master Yang, I've already killed them all. Look. Where was the prestige of a third-stage Emperor Realm Master? The dignified Northern Territory Fire Dragon Palace Master was no different from a pug at this moment. At least you know what's good for you. Yang Kai lightly snorted. Li Jiao sweated profusely, knowing that Yang Kai's anger had yet to subside, so he hurriedly explained, Palace Master Yang, this Li is innocent. This Li didn't know anything about this. If this Li had known it was you, this Li would never have come here. He was already cursing Hua Xing in his heart. A while ago he had just gotten rid of Yang Kai, Zhu Qing and the others. After a few days of freedom, he actually took the initiative to run into them again and was caught red-handed. This was the most sorrowful thing in the world. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, It sounds like you hate me very much. Li Jiao was sweating profusely as he hurriedly said, No, this Li means that if I knew Palace Master Yang was here, I would have come here immediately. How could I dare be your enemy? What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. Enough. Yang Kai waved his hand, I know what you're thinking. Tell me, what happened between you and the Wind Cloud Pavilion? Why are you working for them? Li Jiao was embarrassed and hurriedly explained. Yang Kai listened while glancing at Lin Yun. The little girl was playing with the little black dog in her arms. She opened her small mouth and bit at the little black dog. She even made sounds. The little black dog also seemed to like this childish game, wagging its head and tail happily. Strangely enough, when Yang Kai and Lin Yun are reunited a few days ago, the little girl didn't care much about the little black dog, but after spending some time together she actually loved it so much that she couldn't bear to part with it, sticking to it all day long. After all, this little beast's appearance was quite good and it was always liked by women. After Li Jiao finished explaining, Yang Kai said, So, you have a good relationship with the Wind Cloud Pavilion's Pavilion Master? Li Jiao hurriedly said, We just met by chance and nodded at each other. Moreover, we haven't contacted each other for 100 years, so even if there was some friendship, it has already faded, Not to mention that his friendship with Hua Xing really wasn't that deep. Even if it was, he couldn't tell the truth at this moment. He really couldn't afford to offend Yang Kai. Everyone was making a living in the Northern Territory, and he was also a big creditor. If he really offended Yang Kai, the Fire Dragon Palace would probably have no way to survive in the future, not to mention that Yang Kai had an extremely close relationship with the dragon race. In comparison, what did his little friendship with Hua Xing count for? If it weren't for Hua Xing, how could he have walked right into a trap and been caught by Yang Kai? Thinking of this, he actually felt some resentment towards Hua Xing. He felt that this guy was too unkind and gave him false information. Now that he had fallen into Yang Kai's hands, it was all Hua Xing's fault. Palace Master Yang, this girl is. Li Jiao saw that Yang Kai was silent and hurriedly tried to find something to talk about, inquiring about Lin Yun. This little girl was incredible. Just now, when he was punched in the eye by her, he almost lost his life. Fortunately, he was a dragon descendant, otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as a small injury. That punch was enough to make him dizzy. In a battle of life and death, that moment of absent-mindedness was enough to make him lose his life. This little girl had extraordinary strength. Could it be another dragon race? Li Jiao's heart jumped in fright. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Yang Kai. Not long ago he had just dealt with a 9th-order red dragon, and in just a few days he had already gotten himself another one? Li Jiao maliciously speculated in his heart that if Zhu Qing and this little girl were to meet, they would definitely have a fierce battle. Who would be stronger and who would be weaker? When that time came, Yang Kai would definitely be in a terrible fix. As these images flashed through his mind, Li Jiao's mood improved greatly. Chapter 3000. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly. Li Jiao instantly kept quiet out of fear. Please do me a favor. Li Jiao hurriedly said, Palace Master Yang is too kind. This Li owes you a life-saving grace, so if you have any instructions, this Li will not refuse. Although he put on an extremely forthright expression, he was secretly feeling bitter. In fact, he had already guessed what Yang Kai wanted him to do. It was nothing more than a grievance with the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Now that he had arrived in Long Cloud City, it was obvious he wanted to kill his way into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's headquarters. Thinking to himself, Hua Xing, oh Hua Xing, this king has no choice but to do this. Take us into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Li Jiao puffed out his chest. No problem, leave this Li to me. After a cup of tea's time, Li Jiao flew over from outside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Circulating his Emperor Qi, he wrapped Yang Kai and Lin Yun around him. Even the little black dog was not spared. The 2 people and 1 dog seemed to be under some kind of restriction and obediently followed behind him. Is it Master Li? A Wind and Cloud Pavilion elder stood behind the sect defending array and cupped his fists and asked. He had obviously received the news from Hua Xing, so he had specifically waited here. At this moment, with the sect defending array activated, Hua Xing obviously did not place all his hopes on Li Jiao and had made other preparations. It is this Li. Li Jiao quickly responded. Those 2 are. The elder asked suspiciously. Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. Is this woman the murderer of your young pavilion master? This king has captured them. The elder fixed his eyes on her and was overjoyed, nodding. Yes, it's this lowly servant. Master Li captured her so easily. If the pavilion master knew, he would definitely be overjoyed. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the array. This king will hand these 2 over to your pavilion master to deal with. Yes, yes, yes. The elder responded quickly before taking out a token and circulating his Emperor Qi to form a few seals. Immediately, a stream of light shot out from the token and hit the sect defending array. An opening appeared in the array, and Li Jiao flashed through. Brother Li has returned victorious. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Hua Xing suddenly and strangely appeared, flying over from not far away. It was unknown if he had been hiding nearby, waiting for Li Jiao to return. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Li Jiao chuckled. You're that annoying guy's father? At this moment Lin Yun suddenly frowned as she looked at Hua Xing and asked. Without waiting for him to answer, she said, It's you. You 2 look similar. You bitch. Hua Xing turned his head to look at Lin Yun, the flames of fury burning fiercely, and killing intent surged like a tide as he shouted angrily, How dare you kill my son today? As he spoke, he suddenly felt a trace of abnormality. This was because this young girl's power was actually surging. How did she look like she was being restrained? Just as he was feeling suspicious, he saw Lin Yun suddenly dash out like a bolt of lightning, a pair of pitch-black gloves appearing out of thin air on her pair of pink fists. Her fists became round and round as she fiercely punched towards him. Z. Hua Xing was startled. Although the change happened suddenly, it was not enough to surprise him. What surprised him was the strength this young girl had displayed in an instant. Her small fist seemed to contain the power to destroy heaven and earth. If he were hit by such a fist, even a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master would not feel good. You're courting death. Hua Xing was furious and immediately attacked. He wanted to torture this young girl and let her taste all the tortures in the world before killing her, but now how could he care less? His emperor chi surged as he sent out a palm towards Lin Yun. In midair, a huge palm suddenly appeared, condensed purely from emperor chi. The palm formed a seal in midair and pointed its middle finger at Lin Yun, causing the world energy to become turbulent and principles to appear, as if it could erase everything in the world. This was definitely a powerful secret technique. All the cultivators of Wind and Cloud Pavilion trembled under this palm and could not help but feel the urge to kneel down and worship it. Even the nearby sect defending Grand Array began to ripple, as if it would break at any moment. A third-order Emperor Realm Master attacking with all his strength was naturally extraordinary. Lin Yun's fist smashed into the palm and involuntarily let out a muffled groan as her whole body was knocked down by a powerful force, like a kite with a broken string. Although she was strong, her realm was still too low, so she was lacking in comparison to a veteran master like Hua Xing and was at a disadvantage after one move. A soft sound rang out as Yang Kai clapped his hands together, and as the power of space principles surged, a huge moon blade flew up to meet the incoming attack. The moon blade slashed down, shattering the void. A cut appeared on the palm that was forming hand seals, and its power was greatly reduced. The pressure on Lin Yun'er, who was being pushed down, suddenly disappeared and her feet tapped the void as she rushed out of the crack like a bolt of lightning, arriving in front of Hua Xing in an instant and punching out with both fists like dragons emerging from the sea. Hua Xing's expression changed as he opened his mouth and spat out a blue ruler. The ruler spun leisurely and instantly gave birth to countless ruler shadows that turned into a barrier in front of him. Hong Hong Hong. Lin Yun punched out again and again, each punch filled with her full strength. The sound of explosions was deafening, and the violent power caused everyone's expression to change drastically. The ruler shadows were endless and firmly defended in front of Hua Xing, making all of Lin Yun'er's attacks useless. Chop. Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent moonblade after moonblade towards Hua Xing. Hua Xing's brow furrowed slightly as he formed a series of seals with his hands. Suddenly, the ruler phantoms in front of him flew out to meet the moonblade, accurately neutralizing it. Not only that, but a massive ruler phantom also descended from the sky and slammed down towards Yang Kai. Li Jiao coldly snorted and raised his hand, sending out a dragon phantom to meet the incoming ruler shadow, smashing it to pieces. Lin Yun'er floated back and returned to Yang Kai and Li Jiao's side, panting slightly. The round of fierce attacks just now had consumed a lot of her strength, but it did not cause any trouble to Hua Xing. It was obvious that the ruler emperor artifact was not ordinary. Everyone exchanged blows in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, and it was simply too much for the eyes to take in. The surrounding Wind and Cloud Pavilion cultivator did not even have time to react before they retreated. Hua Xing's eyes flashed fiercely as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Li Jiao! This Hua treated you sincerely, yet you colluded with outsiders to bully me?" This man and woman seemed to have been captured by Li Jiao, but in fact they were not imprisoned at all. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to exchange blows with him. Coupled with Li Jiao's help just now, if Hua Xing still could not see the problem, he would be an idiot. He could not understand. Li Jiao had only been out for a short while, so how did he suddenly turn from a helper to an enemy? This man and woman should not have the ability to make Li Jiao switch sides, right? What was going on here? Although he did not understand, Hua Xing already bore a grudge against Li Jiao. If he had not trusted him, he would not have let the enemy into the sect defending array. This was a matter of face. It did not matter if they killed their way to Long Cloud City, but if they killed their way into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's headquarters and broke into the sect defending array, it was a slap in the face. Although the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had been slapped in the face not lightly, the sect defending array was the last layer of cloth. This was great. The last layer of cloth was torn apart. In the future, the people of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion would not have the face to see anyone. Hua Xing hated Lin Yun'er to the bone because his son had died at her hands. However, compared to Li Jiao's actions, he hated Li Jiao even more for going back on his word and double-crossing himself. Facing Hua Xing's questioning, Li Jiao's expression did not change. He only coldly snorted and said, "Brother Hua's aura is vigorous. It seems that you have recovered well. How amazing." In such a short time, Brother Hua was actually able to recover from his internal injuries. This Li really admires you. I wonder what kind of pills Brother Hua took to have such a miraculous effect. If it's convenient, can you give this Li a few as well? He avoided the important and dwelling on the trivial. He was too embarrassed to talk about his own matters, so he directly pointed out that Hua Xing had tricked him into taking action. He could now see that this old man Hua Xing definitely did not have good intentions when he asked him to take action. Thinking of this, the guilt in his heart immediately lessened by a lot. Hua Xing turned his head to look at Yang Kai and Lin Yun. He then looked at Li Jiao and said in a deep voice, "Brother Li, in these few days that you have been in my wind and cloud pavilion, has this Hua not received you well?" "Not at all. Brother Hua has made this Li feel at home," Li Jiao replied indifferently. Hua Xing bitterly said, "If that's the case, why did you betray this Hua and actually join forces with them?" Li Jiao said, "I had no choice." Hua Xing looked at him in disbelief. "You had no choice?" This was what he did not understand the most. Why would Li Jiao rather join forces with this man and woman to go against him? He gritted his teeth and said, "You and I have been friends for hundreds of years, yet you can't beat a single person who had no choice?" Li Jiao scratched his cheek and said, "Friendship is not as important as life, right?" Hua Xing could not help but become absent-minded. Who are they? He knew who Li Jiao was. He was a descendant of the dragon race, a third-layer emperor realm master, and a palace master in the Northern Territory. Now that he could say such words, it was clear that his previous guess was correct. This man and woman really had great backgrounds and could even threaten Li Jiao's life. If not for this, Li Jiao would not have said such words. His expression suddenly became gloomy. Li Jiao's betrayal had already upset him, and although the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was not ordinary, there was still a comparison. If this man, woman, and Li Jiao really caused trouble here, it was likely that half of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion would be destroyed. Even if the Wind and Cloud Pavilion won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. When he thought up to here, the intention to retreat arose in his heart, and he sent a voice transmission silently. "Brother Li, tell me the truth. Are these two people related to the Emperor?" If this was really the case, even if he had to lose face today, he could not let the conflict worsen. Wind and Cloud Pavilion could not afford to provoke people related to the great emperors. Li Jiao glanced at him, then at Yang Kai, and seeing that he had no intention of stopping him, he casually replied, "No. No." Hua Xing could not help being stunned. Chapter 3001. He had nothing to do with the great emperors, yet he dared to be so arrogant and despotic? Hua Xing's expression instantly turned cold. While the two were talking, Yang Kai was lecturing Lin Yun. Didn't we agree to launch a sneak attack together? Why did you attack so quickly?" Lin Yun scratched her head. "I forgot." Yang Kai sighed. "Now that we've alerted the enemy, it won't be so easy to take him down." "Then what do we do now?" Lin Yun looked at Yang Kai innocently. She had exchanged a few blows with Hua Xing just now and had also realized how difficult this guy was to deal with. Ever since she came to the star boundary, she had been cultivating in seclusion with her master and had never really fought with anyone. Until this time, when she left home, the people outside seemed to be unable to resist killing and would often be killed by her with a few punches and kicks. She had thought that everyone was like this. Hua Xing's performance had broadened her horizons and made her realize that there were still strong people in this world. "What else can we do? We'll just have to force ourselves." Yang Kai shrugged. Lin Yun understood tacitly and nodded. "So it's like this, then we'll kill him together later." She said it as if it was only natural, as if she had absolute confidence in winning. When Hua Xing heard this, his nose became crooked from anger. "Impudent juniors. I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but you just had to walk right into my trap. Good, today this place will be your burial ground." Since these two people had nothing to do with the great emperors, he suddenly felt emboldened and felt that he had been too cautious. Young people were always hot-blooded. Wasn't he also like this when he was young? Every time he was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. Even if there were thorns in front of him, he would still press forward and forge ahead. But now that he was old, he had to be cautious. Not every young person had a deep background. He secretly swore in his heart that he would teach these two juniors a lesson today. Gritting his teeth and looking at Li Jiao, Hua Xing said, "Brother Li, if you leave now, we can still be good friends." He was not afraid of these two juniors, but he was afraid of Li Jiao. After all, this guy had a dragon bloodline and was a bit stronger than him. "Is there such a deceitful friend like you?" Li Jiao bluntly replied, full of resentment. Hua Xing sighed. "If that's the case, then I have nothing else to say." He raised his hands and roared, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to attack. The green ruler once again transformed into a sky full of ruler shadows, smashing down on Yang Kai and the other two. At the same time, the surrounding cultivator of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion also attacked simultaneously. Secret treasures danced in the air, and the brilliance of secret techniques bloomed, instantly enveloping the three of them. Palace Master Yang, this Li will keep this old man busy. Come help me after you've dealt with these small fries. Li Jiao roared and grabbed at the void with one hand. An ancient scroll appeared in his hand. The scroll quickly unfolded and shot out rays of mysterious light to protect the surroundings. The defense was watertight. With a rumble, all the attacks were blocked by Li Jiao. His figure flashed and he pounced towards Huaxing. Huaxing angrily shouted, "Old dog Li, you're shameless." He was about to go mad with anger. When Li Jiao came to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion a few days ago, he treated him with courtesy. Not only did he serve him good food and drink, but he also gave him many beauties for his pleasure. He never imagined that Li Jiao would be so ruthless after just one trip. His heart was filled with hatred and he immediately engaged Li Jiao in battle. The two third-layer Emperor Realm Masters fought with their lives on the line, and in the blink of an eye, their battle shook the heavens and earth, shattering the void and causing the world's energy to tremble. While the two of them were fighting, the cultivators of Wind and Cloud Pavilion naturally did not remain idle. Relying on their numbers, they launched a barrage of attacks towards Yang Kai and Lin Yunhe. The effect was minimal. Most of these cultivators were only in the Dao Source realm, so how could they be a match for Yang Kai and Lin Yunhe? When the attacks came, the two of them swayed their bodies and disappeared from their original position, causing the attacks to hit nothing but air. Immediately after, screams rang out as the Wind and Cloud Pavilion cultivator exploded into a mist of blood. In just 10 breaths of time, more than 40 people died on the spot. The remaining people were shocked, and their eyes were filled with horror and fear. They thought that even if Yang Kai and Lin Yunhe were Emperor Realm Masters, they wouldn't be too strong. After all, their auras were still there, but after this fight they realized that they were completely wrong. These two were simply humanoid meat grinders, and wherever they went no one would be able to withstand a single blow. Their fellow brothers and sisters were cut down like straws. How could they fight? The cultivator who was still alive did not have the courage to fight the two at all. He only wanted to run as far away as possible. At this moment, shio 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 sounds came from afar. When the Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples saw this, they were overjoyed. "Great Elder is here. And the other elders. And the other brothers and senior sisters. Save us, elders." Cries rang out one after another. Looking at the Great Elder of Wind and Cloud Pavilion who was flying over, they were like drowning people who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion was one of the top sects in the Western Territory. In addition to Huaxing, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, there were 2 second-order emperors and nearly 10 first-order emperors. This kind of foundation could not be described as weak. The 2 second-order emperors were the Great Elder and the Second Elder respectively. Unfortunately, the Second Elder was killed in Long Cloud City, causing the Wind and Cloud Pavilion to lose a master. At this moment, the Great Elder and the others had clearly received a message from Huaxing, so they led a team here. Behind him were hundreds of people, all of whom were at least in the third-order Dao Source realm. They were obviously the elites of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. It had been a long time since the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had used the power of the entire sect to deal with an enemy, but in this critical situation, there was no hope if they did not do this. The Great Elder's sleeves fluttered as he flew over. When he saw the scene of his own disciples being slaughtered from afar, he immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Junior, stop." As soon as he finished speaking, a simple long sword appeared in his hand. Circulating his emperor chi, he slashed down at Yang Kai. The sword flew through the air, and a sensational sword intent filled the air, causing people's skin to tighten as a chill ran down their spines. The sword light flew over and accurately cut through Yang Kai's body, splitting him in two. When the Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples saw this scene, they immediately cheered. "Great Elder is mighty. Great Elder is so strong. How could a trivial thief resist the might of Great Elder's sword?" In terms of sword Dao cultivation, Great Elder can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Western Territory. "Aha, who told you to be arrogant? Now you know how strong I am." The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who had just been scared witless and were fleeing in all directions had their morale boosted, their hearts filled with joy. Lin Yunhe's pretty face instantly turned pale as she screamed, "Uncle Yang!" Chem? On the other side, the Great Elder did not show the slightest joy. He knew his own sword Dao very well and did not feel like he had cut anything at all. When he looked again, a chill ran down his spine, causing him to shiver all over. The figure that was cut in half was not a real person, not even a drop of blood flowed out. It was clearly an afterimage. It was just that this afterimage was too lifelike, deceiving so many pairs of eyes. Where is he? Since it's just an afterimage, that little brat must be fine. Where did he go? I didn't even notice. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a strange figure suddenly appeared in front of him. See? The great elder sucked in a breath of cold air and stabbed forward with the long sword in his hand without thinking. This long sword was definitely a high-grade Emperor artifact, exuding bursts of Emperor pressure. It had been refined by the great elder for many years and had long since become one with it. The sword stabbed down with incredible precision. No matter the angle or timing, it was perfectly grasped. The sword intent was condensed without dissipating, and the sword intent was hidden but not released. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He had encountered many second-order Emperor Realm Masters and had even killed some of them, but compared to this Wind and Cloud Pavilion's great elder, they were not even slightly inferior. This sword seemed simple, but in fact, it had sealed off all his escape routes. Yang Kai found that he could not avoid it. Since he could not avoid it, he could only take it head-on. Holding the myriad sword in his hand, a shocking sword light bloomed as Yang Kai swung it forward. A series of clanging sounds rang out as the two exchanged countless moves in the blink of an eye. Suddenly Yang Kai retreated and looked at the great elder in surprise. Not far away, the great elder's face was ashen, and the hand holding the sword could not help but tremble. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "What is this?" In terms of sword technique, this young man opposite him was not even worthy to carry his shoes, but with his first-order Emperor Realm cultivation, he was able to block his attacks. He was not relying on his sword Dao cultivation, but his ability to adapt and his terrifying strength, especially the latter, which made the great elder tremble in fear. Every time they exchanged blows, the power of his opponent's sword would cause his blood to boil. If it were not for his profound cultivation, he might not even be able to hold his sword. Too shameless. Absolute strength. Yang Kai raised his brow and smiled, praising, "Great elder's sword technique is extraordinary." As soon as he finished speaking, blood spurted out from his arms and thighs, and even the clothes on his body were torn to pieces. In this exchange he was the one who suffered a loss. Although the great elder was shaken by his strength, he was still injured. If he had not been wearing the flying great ink dragon armor, he would have been injured even more. "Uncle Yang, you're fine," Lin Yun'er's voice came from the side. Wherever her two fists passed, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples would be killed. When she saw Kai Yang split into two halves, she thought he was dead. She was so sad that she almost cried. Fortunately, Kai Yang immediately reappeared, allowing her to understand that it was only her eyes that were playing tricks on her. Only then did she relax. "Of course I'm fine." "Little Yun, be careful," Yang Kai exhorted. Lin Yun nodded repeatedly, "They can't beat me." This arrogant and careless attitude caused the great elder and the other elders to become furious. They could also see that Yang Kai and Lin Yun were extraordinary, and if they were to remain in a state of disunity, they might really end up failing miserably at such an easy task. Turning their heads to look at the other side of the battlefield, Li Jiao and Hua Xing were locked in a fierce battle and would not be able to determine the victor in a short time. Naturally, they could not count on the pavilion master to come and help. A haze flashed across the great elder's eyes, but he made a decision in his heart and shouted, "Set up the spirit array." Chapter 3002. The Tao of formations had a long history and could often turn something rotten into something miraculous. In the entire world, which great sect didn't have their own formations? Not to mention large-scale formations like the Great Sect Protection Formation and the Great Mountain Protection Formation, there were also many formations that were formed by people. Because they were all brother and junior brothers of the same sect, they had plenty of opportunities to practice their teamwork on a daily basis. When they were facing a strong enemy, they would often have a miraculous effect. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion naturally had their own formations. Moreover, it was a powerful sword formation that focused on killing. This sword array was called the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Mystic Sword Art. It was an item passed down from the ancestors of the Wind Cloud Pavilion and had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. In the history of the Wind Cloud Pavilion, there were many times when they relied on this sword array to avert danger and allow Xan Hua to pass down his legacy. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Mysterious Sword diagram could be formed by at least 5 people. The more people there were, the more powerful it would be. Usually, it would only take 10 disciples of the Third Order Dao Source Realm to set up a formation, and they would be able to contend with an ordinary disciple of the Emperor Realm. If there were 20 of them, they could easily kill a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Every disciple of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had to cultivate this spirit array after reaching the Dao Source realm. Every month, there would be a large-scale joint exercise, so every cultivator of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion who was above the Dao Source realm was already familiar with this spirit array. The reason for this was to prevent the Wind and Cloud Pavilion from provoking a powerful opponent, just in case. The last time the Wind and Cloud Pavilion used the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword diagram was over 100 years ago. At that time, Hua Xing had yet to return from his travels. The previous pavilion master of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was already in his twilight years. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion was showing signs of decline. As a result, some of the major forces in the Western Territory coveted the Wind and Cloud Pavilion and joined forces to invade. At that time, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master had broken into the sect defending Grand Array. The Wind Cloud Pavilion's disciples had relied on this formation to repel their enemies. After that battle, the Wind Cloud Pavilion's fame soared. It was only after Hua Xing returned and took over the Wind Cloud Pavilion that the situation gradually stabilized. 100 years later, the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword diagram rose again. And this time, his opponents were only 2 First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. It wasn't that the Great Elder was making a mountain out of a molehill, but he knew how terrifying these 2 people were. During this time, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had sent many masters to hunt them down, and more than one Second-Order Emperor Realm Master had been attracted by the 20 million high-rank source crystals. But what was the result? These 2 juniors were still alive and kicking. They even killed their way into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, while those so-called experts were all defeated. The Great Elder was only a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Learning from his predecessor's mistakes and experiencing Yang Kai's strength after exchanging blows with him, he did not hesitate to use his trump card. The expressions of the Wind Cloud Pavilion's elders and disciples turned solemn when they heard this. "Activate the formation," the Great Elder roared. He raised the long sword in his hand towards the sky. Sword will fill the air. 5 or 6 First-Order Emperor Realm Elders and hundreds of Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples from the Third Order Dao Source Realm also summoned their swords in unison. Forming different hand seals, they waved their swords and unleashed dazzling sword moves as they shouted, "Array!" The voices of hundreds of people converged into a single line, and even their auras seemed to be connected by some mysterious force. The world buzzed and the void trembled. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Although he did not know what kind of spirit array this was, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He turned his gaze towards the densest part of the crowd and whispered, "Million sword waves, moon swallows the wolf." The myriad swords swung down, and an overwhelming number of sword waves appeared, bombarding the Dao Source Realm cultivator like a swarm of locusts. Under normal circumstances, even a First-Order Emperor Realm Master would not be able to easily block such an attack, and a Dao Source Realm cultivator would only be killed. But when the sword wave struck, the Dao Source Realm cultivator did not panic at all. He just watched indifferently, maintaining the circulation of his sword force and sword intent. "Withdraw." The Great Elder waved his sword, creating a sword flower in the air as he shouted. In midair, a strange spirit array appeared. This spirit array slowly rotated and turned into a barrier visible to the naked eye, blocking in front of the Dao Source Realm cultivators. Hong 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 hong. All the sword waves hit the spirit array, but unexpectedly, these sword waves did not have any effect. Instead, they were all absorbed by the spirit array. Yang Kai raised his brow, feeling that this was a little tricky. This spirit array seemed to be extremely extraordinary. Before he could finish his thoughts, the Great Elder shouted again, "Go!" The spirit array suddenly rotated in the opposite direction, and sword waves rushed out from it, attacking Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. "Uncle Yang, be careful." Lin Yun cried out. Yang Kai was already prepared. When he waved his myriad sword, he blocked the sword waves. He raised his brow and said, "Reflected?" He realized that these sword waves were actually the ones he had just sent out. Thinking about the mysteries of the spirit array, he immediately understood. The spirit array that appeared out of thin air could not only absorb his attacks, but also release them back. This spirit array was heaven-defying. "Rotate." The Great Elder on the other side used another set of sword force and shouted. In the next instant, the world changed. Everyone suddenly disappeared, and the whole world seemed to have changed greatly. Looking around, there were long swords with awe-inspiring auras standing in the void. Those long swords were both real and illusory like stars in the sky. There were so many that one could not see the end of them. This was simply a world of swords. Sensational sword intent pressed in from all directions, and invisible sword chi cut everything in this world, causing Yang Kai to feel pain all over his body. A drop of sweat slid down from Yang Kai's forehead. He felt that something was wrong. Although he had not experienced the true power of this spirit array, Yang Kai still had some eyesight. How could he not see the strangeness of this spirit array? Enter the sword diagram. There is no way out. Junior die. The great elder's voice came from the void, ethereal and untraceable, making it impossible to grasp his position. Enter the sword diagram. There is no way out. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, and there seemed to be a shocking sword intent in their words, which turned into invisible sharp swords and rushed towards Yang Kai and Lin Yun'er's minds. This was obviously a spirit attack, and it was a spirit attack that contained sword intent. Its power was unfathomable. Yang Kai only felt a pain in his head, and his knowledge sea was turbulent. His knowledge sea's defense was broken, and in his knowledge sea, a huge sword chi slashed towards his spirit. Yang Kai was shocked, and hurriedly urged the power of the rainbow soul-warming lotus to turn into a shield in front of him. With a boom, the sword chi was blocked by the shield and a rainbow light bloomed. Both sides were in a deadlock for a while before the sword chi dispersed. Yang Kai was shocked and turned his head to look at Lin Yun'er, only to see the little girl staring with wide eyes, clenching her fists, looking around for the four people, and was not affected in the slightest. This little girl is so heaven-defying. It was obvious that the divine soul attack just now could not have been aimed at him alone. Lin Yun'er must have been among the targets of the attack. However, the little girl was actually completely fine and did not even have any reaction. This was somewhat inconceivable. Lin Yun'er's cultivation was the same as his, but Yang Kai felt that in terms of spiritual energy, she could not be stronger than him. His soul had been nourished by the soul-warming lotus for so many years, and it was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so it would be unreasonable for Lin Yun'er to be stronger than him. The reason why she was safe and sound was either because of her physique, or because she was wearing some powerful artifact. Yang Kai was more inclined to the latter. The uniqueness of the tyrant body of strength was mainly reflected in one's flesh and blood, and should have nothing to do with one's soul. Without time to think about it, Yang Kai's figure flickered and arrived beside Lin Yun'er, reaching out and hugging her, and urging his space principles. They disappeared. This spirit array was strange and unpredictable, and if they continued to stay here, they would most likely fail miserably, so it was best to escape from this spirit array as soon as possible. Want to leave? Great Elder coldly snorted, and a long sword suspended in the void suddenly trembled slightly before disappearing like a bolt of lightning, piercing directly into the void. The next moment, the figures of Yang Kai and Lin Yun'er staggered out from a short distance away, Lin Yun'er holding a long sword in one hand, a look of anger on her face. This is not good. Kai Yang's expression changed slightly. The space divine technique was rarely broken, but when such a situation occurred, it meant that the enemy's strength was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Space principles? Great Elder was also a little surprised. Normally, with his cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through Yang Kai's space principles, but inside this sword diagram, he was the array eye and controlled everything inside so he could grasp Yang Kai's movements and traces. It was by relying on this that he was able to force Yang Kai out of the void and ruin his plan. Yun'er, are you afraid? Yang Kai glanced around coldly. Although he pushed his divine sense to the limit, he was still unable to find where the people from Wind and Cloud Pavilion were. There were only swords, sword intent, and sword force here, nothing else. I'm not afraid. Lin Yun'er replied, and with a squeeze of her little hand, the long sword she was holding broke apart and turned into specks of light before disappearing. It was just an illusory sword, but it was lifelike inside this sword diagram. Good, Yang Kai laughed, then let's break this bullshit sword diagram together with Uncle Yang. Shameless boasting. Great Elder shouted, no matter how many tricks you have up your sleeve, don't even think about escaping from this spirit array. As soon as his voice fell, the countless long swords in the surroundings trembled and changed direction, their tips pointing towards Yang Kai and Lin Yun'er. Yang Kai's face sank as he was enveloped by the thick sword intent, causing his emperor chi to stagnate slightly. With an angry roar, the sound of swords breaking through the air rang out incessantly. Looking around, countless long swords attacked Yang Kai and Lin Yun'er from all directions, each sword blooming with astonishing sword chi, as if they could cut through everything in front of them. The entire sword diagram world was filled with such attacks, and Yang Kai and Lin Yun'er had nowhere to hide. Yun'er, squat down. Yang Kai shouted. Lin Yun didn't even think about it and directly squatted down with her head in her hands. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai roared again. When the high-pitched dragon roar sounded, the sword diagram shook slightly, as if it had been impacted by something. With a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's body suddenly swelled, turning into a 4.5-meter tall behemoth with dragon horns on his head, dragon claws on his hands, scales all over his body, and a monstrous aura. He squatted down and curled up his huge body, protecting Lin Yun in his arms. Chapter 3003. Hong Hong Hong. Swords rained down on Yang Kai's body, creating a dazzling splash of sparks. His huge body swayed from side to side from the attacks coming from all directions, as if he could fall at any moment. Chi chi chi. As blood splattered, Yang Kai grimaced in pain, making his already ferocious face even more terrifying. He stayed where he was, not moving at all. His entire body was curled up into a ball, exposing his back, protecting Lin Yun from any harm. Uncle Yang. Xiao Yun raised her head and cried out, shock and surprise flashing in her eyes. She obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to suddenly change so much, but after feeling the attacks Yang Kai was enduring at this moment, her eyes turned red. Yang Kai grinned, I'll avoid them for now. I'll deal with them later. Lin Yun nodded, a fierce look flashing across her face. The endless rain of swords continued for a long time before gradually subsiding. This great elder's voice rang out, obviously extremely surprised. He really didn't expect Yang Kai to survive the sword chart. This was the Yin-Yang 5 Elements profound sword array formed by 100 people, with him, a second-order Emperor Realm Master acting as its array core and 5 or 6 first-order Emperor Realm Masters assisting him. The rest were all from the third-order Dao Source Realm. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would be reduced to ashes after suffering such an attack, right? But not only was this guy alive, he had changed his appearance. There were 2 bulges on his head, his hands had turned into sharp claws, and his exposed skin was covered in scales. What the hell is this? Great Elder was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His mind raced as he urged the power of the sword chart again. Originally, after that round of sword rain, there were not many long swords left in the sword diagram. However, after this moment, sharp swords of different shapes and auras appeared one after another in all directions. It was as if there was no end to them. These swords were illusory and it was unknown whether they were real or fake. In any case, each and every one of them was filled with sword chi. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, his heart filled with anxiety. Both he and Lin Yun were trapped in this sword diagram, so if they did not find a way to break out or escape, sooner or later, their strength would be exhausted. After all, the enemy outnumbered them, so by relying on the might of this spirit array, they could exert their strength to the greatest extent. However, he and Lin Yun were alone, so even if they could hold on for a while, they would not be able to hold on forever. However, when he scanned the area with his divine sense, he did not find any loopholes in this place. He did not have a deep understanding of the Tao of array formations. He thought that if the Southgate army was here, they might be able to provide some advice. Just as he was frowning, Lin Yun said angrily, Uncle Yang, buy me some time. In the past she had killed many people, but she had always been calm and collected, as if she was not killing people, but casually kicking away small stones on the side of the road. Previously she had been targeted and attacked many times, but she was not angry. This time she was really angry. In order to protect her, Uncle Yang had suffered serious injuries. Yang Kai was stunned. You can break the array? Lin Yun said, I have a trump card that should be able to break it. That's good. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Don't worry, Uncle Yang will not let them disturb you. And? After Lin Yun finished speaking, she sat down cross-legged, closed her beautiful eyes, placed one hand flat in front of her lower abdomen, and formed a strange seal with the other, her aura fluctuating. Yang Kai did not know what she was going to do, but since Lin Yun had said so, he could only give her the greatest trust. He probably would not be able to break this spirit array in a short time, so if Lin Yun had a way, he would naturally let her try. He hoped that she could bring him a surprise, and even if she did not succeed, he would think of another way. Juniors want to break the array, what shameless boasting. The great elder's voice came again, apparently having heard the conversation between the two, his tone full of disdain. If the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword diagram was so easy to break, it would not have been able to save Wind and Cloud Pavilion from danger so many times. Even if these two juniors had some attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, they would not be able to pry into the flaws of this spirit array. Saying so, the Great Elder roared again, slash. A huge sword chi slashed down, its target being Lin Yun'er. The sword chi was more than 10 meters long, like a pillar supporting the sky. When it slashed down from above, even the void cracked. The power of this attack was comparable to the full strength of a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so its power was naturally extraordinary. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, his huge body standing between Lin Yun'er and the sword chi. His window-sized fist punched forward, hitting the sword chi right in the middle. With a loud bang, the sword wave collapsed and Yang Kai was forced back 2 steps. His fist had been split open and blood flowed freely from it. Good skill. Great Elder's expression changed. Although he didn't know what kind of secret technique Yang Kai had used to allow his body to become so large, being able to withstand a blow from the great changed profound sword picture with just his flesh and blood was already an incredible feat. Coldly snorting, he said, "This old master wants to see how long you can last." Slash. 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 One after another, huge sword chi slashed down, intending to kill Yang Kai and Lin Yun'er. Unlike the endless rain of sword chi just now, each of these sword chi was infinitely powerful. Although there were fewer of them, their power had increased by hundreds or thousands of times. Yang Kai took a big step forward, his huge body moving with indescribable agility and elegance. His fists danced as he blocked one sword chi after another. Every time he blocked a sword chi, he had to take a few steps back. Every time he blocked a sword chi, a wound would appear on his fists. Blood dripped onto the ground, making a dripping sound. With the last sword chi, his fists were badly mangled and the dragon scales covering them cracked. Steeling his heart, he met the sword chi head-on. With a bang, the sword chi struck Yang Kai's head, embedding itself more than an inch deep. His entire body was hit so hard that his body bent down, blood dripping down his cheeks. See. The Great Elder sucked in a breath of cold air, extremely shocked. He can't die. What is this guy's background? Why is his defense so strong? Even after taking so many sword chi attacks, he still hasn't fallen. If it was any other third-layer Emperor Realm Master, they wouldn't be standing here, right? This little brat is going to turn the heavens upside down. A fierce light flashed in the Great Elder's eyes as he sent another sword chi towards Yang Kai, but this time, another sword chi silently attacked Lin Yun'er. Even if I can't kill you, I can at least kill that little girl, right? As soon as the sword chi was sent out, the Great Elder suddenly shivered, feeling like he was being locked onto by a powerful divine sense. Under this terrifying divine sense, it felt like the other party could kill him with a single thought. "Who is it?" the Great Elder exclaimed. No one answered. Strangely enough, that feeling just now had strangely disappeared, as if it was just an illusion. The First Elder frowned, not knowing what was going on. He secretly wondered if he was too nervous. He was now the eye of the formation of the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Mysterious Sword Diagram. He had merged with the hundreds of disciples and was integrated into the sword diagram. If someone really wanted to harm him, they would have to break the sword diagram to find his real body. That inexplicable killing intent couldn't have directly locked onto him, so it was probably just an illusion. The sword chi had already arrived in front of Lin Yun'er, but Lin Yun'er remained motionless, as if she didn't notice the approaching danger, silently casting her technique, preparing to use her trump card. He didn't know why this trump card of hers took so long to prepare. This made Yang Kai secretly curse little Yun'er's master for being unreliable. With such a long preparation time, so what if this trump card was powerful? In a real life or death battle, who would give you time to prepare? Although he was dealing with the Great Elder and the others, he didn't relax his attention on Lin Yun'er, so as soon as the sword chi appeared, Yang Kai noticed it. As a last resort, he could only summon the Mountains and Rivers Bell. The small Mountains and Rivers Bell was held in his big hand like a child's toy. As it spun, the Mountains and Rivers Bell had already enveloped Lin Yun'er. The sword chi arrived as expected, but hit the bell. This is... The Great Elder was shocked again, his gaze piercing through the void and biting the Mountains and Rivers Bell like a leech, a strange light flashing in his eyes. With his eyesight, how could he not see the mysteries of this artifact? The aura it gave off seemed to come from ancient times, giving people the illusion that they had entered an ancient world. An ancient exotic artifact. The Great Elder exclaimed, his eyes suddenly becoming greedy. He couldn't help but want to laugh. He didn't expect that this young man would have such a precious artifact. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had his own Emperor artifact, but Emperor artifacts and ancient exotic artifacts were two different concepts. At the later stages, Emperor artifacts were rare, but their power was unpredictable. If he could get his hands on one, it would be of great benefit to his strength. Looking at the bell again, it was extraordinary. Obviously, even among ancient exotic artifacts, this bell was a high-grade one, not something ordinary ancient exotic artifacts could compare to. Greed immediately rose in his heart, and he secretly decided that he must snatch this ancient exotic artifact. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master possess such a treasure? It would be a waste for him to have it. If he could get his hands on this ancient exotic artifact, the Great Elder was confident that he could even exchange blows with a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. This was simply too attractive to him. As the Great Elder's mind was filled with distracting thoughts, Yang Kai wiped the blood off his face and took a deep breath, a cold light flashing in his eyes. If he had any other choice, he wouldn't have used the Mountains and Rivers Bell. The suppressive power of this ancient exotic artifact was too strong. Although it could provide a strong protection for Xiao Yun, she was currently preparing her trump card, so the suppressive power would interfere with her. But now that things had gotten to this point, there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that Xiao Yun wouldn't be disturbed too much. For this reason, he had weakened the power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell as much as possible. Now we can go all out and fight. Old dog, you better hide well and don't let this young master find you. If I find you, I'll skin you alive. Yang Kai looked around coldly and sneered. Junior, how dare you be so arrogant? The Great Elder shouted angrily, flustered and exasperated. He was also a little embarrassed. After all, they had even summoned the spirit array, and with over 100 people working together, they should have been able to quickly get rid of Yang Kai, but this guy was not only alive and kicking, he even dared to threaten them. This was simply intolerable. Chapter 3004. Inside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, heaven and earth shook as the world energy surged. When the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Changing Profound Sword Diagram was activated, the world energy of the entire Wind and Cloud Pavilion seemed to be drawn over to support the operation of the Spirit Array. The sword intent within the sword diagram tumbled and blurred, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Countless Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples heard the commotion and gasped. What kind of powerful enemy had come to the pavilion to actually use the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Changing Profound Sword Diagram? Although they wanted to help, the Spirit Array had already been activated. Even if they were Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples, they couldn't break in. If they overestimated themselves, they would only be turned to dust by the boundless sword intent. They couldn't see the situation inside the profound sword diagram, so they could only look at the other battlefield. It was a battle between two third-layer Emperor Realm Masters. Every move was earth-shattering, and every move seemed to be able to dim the sun and moon. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples were dazzled and shocked. Li Jiao, those two juniors have already entered the sword diagram and will definitely die without a burial place. Why do you still want to risk your life for them? Hua Xing asked as he fought with Li Jiao. His cultivation was comparable to Li Jiao's, but Li Jiao wasn't human. He was a flood dragon, a descendant of the dragon clan. If they really fought, Hua Xing knew he wasn't his opponent. The reason he could fight with him until now was because he had the advantage of time and place. After all, he was the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's pavilion master and was connected to the fortune of this land. Inside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, he could display a little more than usual. Even so, he was barely able to fight to a draw with Li Jiao. A descendant of the Dragon Clan was indeed worthy of being a descendant of the Dragon Clan. He had only inherited a tiny bit of the Dragon Clan's bloodline, yet he could display such powerful strength. If he fought with Li Jiao outside, Hua Xing estimated he would have lost long ago. He hated Li Jiao's double dealing, but he also knew that if he continued to fight, it wouldn't do him or the Wind and Cloud Pavilion any good. Two third-layer Emperor Realm Masters attacking with all their strength would destroy the foundation of Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Therefore he wanted to make peace with Li Jiao. There were no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal benefits. In any case, those two juniors were definitely not injured, so there was no point in him continuing to fight with Li Jiao. So what if there was a winner were decided? Li Jiao frowned when he heard this. Although he didn't say anything, Hua Xing could clearly feel that he had withdrawn some of his power. Hua Xing's Li Jiao was his Lord Realm Master, wasn't as if he had no choice but to become enemies with him. Li Jiao so, and Li Jiao sect, Wuxia Yang Realm Cultivator? Li Jiao's Yang Wu sects. If and Yang are sects, Dragon Sword sects Earth would be Redicto Realm Cultivators to become a? Heavens sect. Yang sect great sect. Li Yang Realm sect Li Realm Great Young True sect. Li Jiao didn't say anything, but he wasn't as aggressive as before. Hua Xing knew that Li Jiao sect leader was losing face. After all, Li Jiao sect leader was a bit capricious. Li Jiao sect leader didn't stop because he was worried that those two juniors would come out of the profound sword diagram and see him slacking off. Sneering in his heart, Hua Xing didn't try to persuade him. As long as he didn't destroy the Wind Cloud Pavilion's foundation, Hua Xing would follow him. As long as he killed those two juniors, Great Elder and the others would be free, and Li Jiao would know the consequences of offending the Wind Cloud Pavilion. The fight here was like a game. Neither of them used their full strength, but on the surface, it was still fiery, making the Wind Cloud Pavilion's disciples who had gathered around watch with great interest. Inside the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword Diagram, Yang Kai's days weren't so good. After all, it was a sword array set up by 100 people. Even if he used the Dragon Transformation secret technique, he still couldn't break it. Facing the waves of sword light, he could only passively defend. The more Great Elder fought, the more shocked he became. Using the power of the spirit array to attack continuously, it actually didn't have any effect. Was this guy still human? Although the young man's giant form was in an extremely sorry state, covered in blood, his monstrous aura didn't diminish in the slightest. Instead, he became braver and braver as he fought, often bursting out with great power, causing the profound sword diagram to shake. Although they didn't have to worry about him breaking the spirit array, Great Elder and the others would need to consume their strength to neutralize his attacks. In the long run, he might really be able to escape from this predicament. Thinking of this, Great Elder's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he sent a voice transmission. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the Wind Cloud Pavilion's third elder, one of the people who had set up the spirit array with him. Main spirit array. Great Elder ordered. Hearing this, third elder was shocked and asked in shock, "Great Elder, are you going to use that move?" Great Elder solemnly said, "Apart from this, there is no other way." Third elder pondered for a moment before nodding, then Great Elder, "Be careful. This boy is a bit unusual." The Great Elder nodded and handed over the formation eye to the third elder. He took a step forward and waved his hand. Not far away, a stream of light flew over and was caught by him. It was his Emperor artifact sword. Not only did the profound sword diagram need a person to set up the spirit array, but it also needed a sword as the base. The cultivator who set up the spirit array had to be someone who cultivated the sword Dao. Great Elder's Emperor artifact had been fused with the spirit array, so it was obvious that he was going to use some powerful secret technique to summon it back. Holding the sword in front of him, Great Elder formed a few seals with one hand and suddenly wiped the sword with his finger. Blood flowed out, but not a single drop fell. Instead, it was completely absorbed by the sword. In an instant, the sword turned blood red. The surrounding world energy was like a flock of cats that had smelled blood, flocking over and pouring into the sword. Great Elder's second-order Emperor realm aura rose steadily, his clothes fluttering in the wind. In an instant, he erupted with the aura of a third-order Emperor realm master, and it showed no signs of stopping. It wasn't until Great Elder's face turned red as if he would explode at any moment, that the rising aura finally stopped. At this moment, Great Elder's aura was so terrifying that even Hua Xing and Li Jiao couldn't compare to him. It wasn't that he had such a strong foundation, but rather that he had borrowed the power of the spirit array to support himself with the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword Diagram. Great Elder's scarlet eyes locked onto Yang Kai as he suddenly shouted, "Die!" As soon as his words fell, he merged with his sword and turned into a stream of light that slashed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who was inside the sword diagram, also tensed up at the same time as an aura of death enveloped him, causing the Emperor Qi in his body to surge. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately sensed the source of the danger. In the void, a dazzling sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. This sword light was extremely dazzling, and its sword intent was so condensed that it seemed to be able to cut through all barriers in the world. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although such a terrifying blow couldn't compare to the great demon god's attack from afar, it was still not something a third-order Emperor Realm Master could produce. Yang Kai, who had transformed into a half-dragon, felt as if he was unstoppable. Before the sword light even reached him, he felt as if his body would be torn apart. As if facing a great enemy, Yang Kai quickly formed a series of seals with his hands and shouted, "Flowing time Great Emperor, Shuttle Art." Yang Kai thrust his palm forward and the sword light tore through the void. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle art actually exploded, and the sword light continued to slash down without losing any momentum. Yang Kai was startled. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could break through the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle art head-on. Even if he hadn't fully mastered the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle art, it was still a divine technique of the Great Emperor's. How could it be broken so easily? How could it be so fierce? Yang Kai was thinking about whether he should hide inside the sealed world bead and temporarily avoid the brunt of this attack when he suddenly heard a tender shout, "Uncle Yang!" However, Lin Yun'er was already prepared, and her words were filled with confidence. Yang Kai's heart stirred and the mountains and rivers bell, which had been protecting Lin Yun'er, turned into a stream of light that descended from the sky and enveloped him, disappearing without a trace. Damn you! Even though Great Elder had a good temperament and cultivation, he couldn't help cursing at this moment. He had already experienced just how strong the defensive power of this primeval exotic treasure was. Although he could use the power of the entire spirit array to display a blow far beyond his own cultivation, he wasn't confident that he could break through the protection of this ancient exotic treasure. In other words, he had used this move in vain. Encountering such an opponent was simply a stroke of bad luck. If it were his own sword technique, he could have changed his target and taken the opportunity to kill Lin Yun'er, but this power was beyond the scope of his control, so he could only release it, not withdraw it. Yang Kai watched helplessly as the mountains and rivers bell blocked his way and slammed into it. Hong, with a loud explosion and a burst of light, the mountains and rivers bell shook violently and Great Elder's figure was revealed. At this moment, Great Elder no longer had his previous demeanor. Although the force of the collision didn't kill him, it made him bleed from his 7 orifices and made him dizzy. He felt that his strength had dissipated and he couldn't summon any Emperor Qi at all. Withdraw. Lin Yun'er didn't take the opportunity to attack and instead called out tenderly. In the next moment, the dizzy Great Elder's face changed drastically because he suddenly felt that the Emperor artifact in his hand was pulled by a huge force and flew out of his hand uncontrollably. His face was filled with horror and he hurriedly urged his divine sense to recall his Emperor artifact. For those who cultivated the sword Dao, the sword in their hand was their lifeblood, let alone the Emperor artifact that Great Elder had cultivated with his life. If this sword fell into someone else's hands, it was equivalent to giving away half of his life. However, to Great Elder's horror, no matter how he urged his secret technique, the Emperor artifact that had followed him for thousands of years did not react at all, as if its 1,000-year bond had been directly cut off by an inexplicable force. Great Elder stared at Lin Yun'er with wide eyes and was dumbfounded at a glance. Before he could react, Yang Kai's huge body suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the light in front of him like a small mountain. Not good. Great Elder felt a chill run down his spine and his figure flickered. Just as he was about to hide inside the sword diagram, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed him, grinning, "You came out and you still want to go back?" Great Elder was frightened out of his wits in an instant. Cries of alarm rang out from the void, obviously from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who were setting up the spirit array. Chapter 3005. Bastard. How dare you, Junior? Release Great Elder immediately, or I'll make sure you die without a burial. A burst of shouts came from all around as Yang Kai grabbed the Great Elder with one hand, his eyes sweeping across the void as he sneered softly. Ever since the formation was activated, he had been in a passive situation where he could not even find the shadow of the enemy. He had been suppressing his anger for a long time and had nowhere to vent it. Now that he had finally found a flaw and captured one of the enemy's masterminds, how could he give up so easily? More than 100 people had set up a spirit array to deal with him, including several Emperor Realm Masters and even a second-order Emperor Realm Master. They were chasing after him relentlessly, trying to kill him. Now that he had taken the initiative, he was so angry that he was threatening him? He even wanted him to release Great Elder? How could there be such an easy thing in this world? Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully as he glared at Great Elder and coldly spat out a single word, "Die." No. Great Elder's face changed drastically as he screamed. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of that big hand. A violent force squeezed in from all directions, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The Great Elder's eyes widened, and blood began to flow out of his 7 orifices. He could clearly feel his bones breaking, and his internal organs being squeezed out of shape and exploding. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Great Elder is dead. The disciples of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion exclaimed, unable to accept what they had just seen. What kind of character was Great Elder? In the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, besides Pavilion Master Huaxing, he was the strongest. However, such a powerful being was crushed by that monster with a single hand. Impudent Junior. Avenge Great Elder. After a moment of shocked silence, the clamoring grew louder. The sword diagram began to revolve again as sharp swords appeared in all directions, and the murderous intent suddenly soared. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword diagram was based on the sword and the cultivator who cultivated the sword Dao as the foundation. It was originally a killing array, and the death of Great Elder made everyone's murderous intent surge, greatly increasing the power of the spirit array. Unfortunately, even so, the power of the entire formation was weakening. The Great Elder who was supposed to be the array core had died, and the third Elder who replaced him was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. With the array core's strength reduced by one realm, the power of the entire sword array weakened as well. The increase in power was not enough to make up for this loss. Yang Kai laughed wildly. If this young master can kill one of you, then I can kill all of you. Wash your necks and wait for me. I will drag you out one by one and kill you. You still dare to boast shamelessly. The third Elder, who was in charge of the array, shouted. He didn't hesitate any longer. With a thought, the overwhelming sword light once again attacked Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could do anything, Lin Yun shouted again, "Withdraw." As soon as he finished speaking, the countless sword beams seemed to have been summoned by something. They all changed directions and rushed towards a certain place, then disappeared into a certain location. Yang Kai turned his head and raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. "Huh." At that moment, Lin Yun'er's hands were raised high. In her hands was an item the size of a wash basin. She placed it on top of her head. That item was pitch black in color and appeared very ordinary. It resembled an iron pot that ordinary people used to cook. However, an unimaginable devouring power was being emitted from the cauldron, and all of the sword chi unleashed by the Yin-Yang 5 Elements sword diagram was sucked into the cauldron before vanishing. The iron pot was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many sword beams came, it absorbed them all without showing any signs of saturation. What surprised Yang Kai was not the power it displayed, but the aura it emitted. It was an extremely pure, ancient and desolate aura, exactly the same as his mountains and rivers bell, as if it came from the great desolate era. An ancient exotic treasure. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He did not expect Lin Yun'er to have an ancient exotic treasure. After all, ancient exotic treasures had been passed down since ancient times and were extremely rare. So far, Yang Kai knew of only one ancient exotic treasure besides his mountains and rivers bell was Hua Yulu's small flower drum. Moreover, he did not know what Hua Yulu's small flower drum looked like or what kind of power it had. But this iron pot was incredible. Just looking at its suction force, it was not something an ordinary treasure could compare to. It was just that its appearance was a little ugly. At first glance, it looked like it was used for cooking. "This is your trump card?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Little Yun'er, with the iron pot on her head, rushed to Yang Kai's side with a grin, lightly standing on his shoulder, and gave an irrelevant answer. "Uncle, you look so handsome like this." Yang Kai laughed heartily. "I also think he's handsome to the point of dregs. Little Yun'er really has good eyes." When Third Elder heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a battle of life and death, a battle where everything was on the line, yet the enemy was actually chatting over there, clearly not putting them in their eyes at all. Although he did not know what the iron pot was or why it could display such a miraculous effect, he was still angered by Yang Kai and Lin Yun'er's indifference. Just as he was about to stimulate the power of the spirit array again, a burst of exclamations suddenly came from all directions. "Ah! What's going on? My sword! Brother, help me! My sword is about to be sucked away. Help your ass, my sword is the same. I can't even protect myself now." Hearing this voice, Third Elder's face changed greatly, and when he remembered the strange scene that Great Elder had encountered before, he suddenly understood something and his face filled with horror. At this moment, he suddenly felt the long sword in his hand being pulled by a force, uncontrollably jumping in a certain direction, as if it was about to rush over, and that direction was where the little girl holding the iron pot was. Shio shio shio. Streaks of light broke through the air. This time it wasn't an illusory sword wave, but a genuine artifact sword. Those who had formed the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword diagram were all cultivators in the Third Order Dao Source realm and above, so naturally the quality of their artifacts would not be too bad, at least Dao Source grade mid-rank, and many of them were Emperor artifacts. However, at this moment, whether it was Dao Source grade artifacts or Emperor artifact swords, they all flew over one after another, disappearing into the iron pot. In the blink of an eye, the iron pot had absorbed dozens of long swords and more were flying over. What the hell is this? Third Elder was extremely shocked. This iron pot actually had the magical effect of absorbing other people's artifacts. How was he supposed to fight against it? He had never heard of such a strange artifact in this world. The suction force coming from the long sword in his hand was getting stronger and stronger, making it difficult for him to control it. Third Elder did not dare to take it lightly and quickly immersed himself in controlling his Emperor artifact. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk in less than 10 breaths of time, more than 90 long swords were absorbed by the iron pot. After a while, even the long swords in the hands of Third Elder and the others could no longer be controlled and flew out of their hands. Ah! Third Elder exclaimed and frantically urged his secret technique, trying to recall his Emperor artifact, but what use was there? If even the Great Elder couldn't do it, he naturally couldn't do it either. When the last long sword fell into the iron pot, there seemed to be a collapse in the void. Figures suddenly appeared and gathered around Yang Kai and Lin Yun, all of them looking inexplicably shocked. These people were all disciples and elders of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion who participated in the arrangement of the Profound Sword Diagram. The Great Yin-Yang Profound Sword Diagram was based on the sword and the people. Now that all the long swords had been taken away, even if there were still people, the spirit array would break by itself, making it impossible for them to conceal themselves. Hiss, how is this possible? On the other side of the sky, Hua Xing sucked in a breath of cold air and looked over in disbelief. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Profound Sword Diagram had been broken. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Mysterious Sword Diagram, which had saved the Wind Cloud Pavilion countless times, had actually been broken. Hua Xing almost thought that he was dreaming. This was impossible. 10,000 years ago, only 5 people were needed to arrange this spirit array. The more people there were, the more powerful it would be. This time there were more than 100 people who were arranging this spirit array. This was already a huge scale, and the person in charge of the spirit array was their Great Elder, a second-order Emperor Realm Master. With such a lineup, even if he fell into it, he would die without a doubt. How could it be broken by 2 unknown juniors? Where was Great Elder? Was he gone? He glanced around but did not see Great Elder among those people. His heart thumped as he knew that things were not good. Great Elder was obviously the array core in charge of the spirit array, but now he was nowhere to be seen. There could only be one possibility: Great Elder was dead. How did he die? Who killed him? Hua Xing could not figure it out. He did not know what happened in the Profound Sword Diagram, so he was naturally puzzled. At this moment, Hua Xing's skin suddenly tightened as he instinctively felt a trace of danger. Not good. Only then did he remember that he was in the middle of a battle, and his opponent's strength was stronger than his. Normally, he would not have made such a low-level mistake, but the scene just now had shocked him too much, so it was inevitable that he would be distracted. This distraction gave Li Jiao an opportunity to make a move. A ferocious Emperor Qi squeezed him from the front and exploded on his chest. Hua Xing's body shook as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Old dog Hua, you dare to make an enemy of Palace Master Yang? Today this Li will not rest until you die. As soon as he said this, Hua Xing coughed up another mouthful of blood and shouted in grief and indignation, Li Jiao, I'll fuck your mother. Just now, the two of them were fighting as if they were playing a game. It seemed lively, but in fact they did not even use 10% of their strength. Suddenly they began to go all out, catching Hua Xing off guard. He also knew why Li Jiao was like this. He was obviously going with the wind, but he could not help but be angry. The boat of 100 years of friendship was capsized at this moment. Hua Xing gritted his teeth and shouted, Do you think you've won? Today no one can leave. After a pause he shouted, Summon the Saint Beast. Chapter 3006. Inside the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword Diagram was broken, revealing the figures of the 100 people who had set up the spirit array, causing the surrounding disciples to cry out in alarm. Especially Yang Kai's ferocious appearance and huge body, they were horrified. What kind of monster was this? You take the left, I'll take the right. Yang Kai coldly glanced around and ordered Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't say a word and rushed out with the iron pot on her head. 3 Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples gathered in one place didn't even have time to react before they were blown apart by her fist. Yang Kai also moved, reaching out and grabbing the air. The third elder, who was several dozen meters away, was strangely caught in his palm. No one knew how he did it. A chill ran from head to toe. Before the third elder could say anything, he was crushed by a strong force and followed in the footsteps of the great elder. Yang Kai waved his hand again, and another elder standing near the third elder was directly swept away, vomiting blood mid-air. By the time he fell to the ground, he was already dead. In his dragon transformation, Yang Kai's dragon race bloodline was stimulated, giving him extraordinary strength. How could a few trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Masters be his opponent? Like cutting melons and vegetables, Yang Kai and Lin Yun left a trail of chaos in their wake. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples and elders suffered heavy casualties, with no one able to resist even half a move from them. In just 3 breaths of time, more than half of the 100 people had died. Only then did the rest wake up from their daze and flee in all directions. Facing these 2 monster-level opponents and with their artifacts taken away, they didn't even have the courage to fight. Naturally, running for their lives was more important. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk crescent blades shot out from all directions. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who had participated in setting up the spirit array all screamed miserably as they fell to the ground. Lin Yun circled around and killed a dozen people, but when she turned around there was no one left. Blood rained down from the sky. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples watching from afar kept quiet out of fear, their faces ashen. What kind of enemy did the sect provoke? All the elites of the sect were annihilated just like that. From the great elder to the senior sister and brother of the Third Order Dao Source realm, they were all dead. At the level of the Emperor realm, only the Pavilion Master was left. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion had existed for tens of thousands of years and had never suffered such a heavy blow. After this battle, it would be difficult for the Wind and Cloud Pavilion to recover its Yuan Qi even if they could expel the enemy. Moreover, how could these 2 monsters be so easily removed? This was clearly the rhythm of their sect being exterminated. At this moment, Hua Xing's roar of grief and indignation resounded through the clouds. Summon the Saint Beast. As soon as these words came out, the faces of many Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples changed drastically. They were even more frightened than when they saw Yang Kai and Lin Yun slaughter their fellow disciples. What did Pavilion Master say? He actually wants to release the Saint Beast? Run? What are you still standing there for? If you don't run now, you'll be dead for sure. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who were watching from afar fled in all directions as if they were facing a great enemy, as if the Saint Beast was some kind of plague. There were also some disciples who had just joined the sect who were at a loss. Although they knew that the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had a mountain guardian Saint Beast, no one had ever seen it, nor did they know what the hell the Saint Beast was. They only knew that the Saint Beast was extremely powerful and was on par with Pavilion Master Hua Xing. Seeing their brother, senior sister, and brother who had joined the sect earlier flee in all directions, they also panicked. No matter what the Saint Beast was, it was definitely not a kind creature. And just after Hua Xing's roar, a terrifying evil aura suddenly came from somewhere in the depths of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. It was as if a sleeping dragon had awoken, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Yang Kai turned his head to look in the direction of the source of the aura. His blood faintly felt a burning sensation, as if it was being drawn by some kind of power, making him eager to fight. Xiao Yun also flew to his side, still carrying the black iron pot on her head. Her beautiful eyes looked in that direction and her nose gently sniffed, her beautiful eyes brightening. Asterisk roar. Asterisk another roar rang out, followed by a huge figure that seemed to be a ferocious beast. That ferocious beast stepped on the air, its entire body emitting flames, and its aura was monstrous. This was the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's mountain guardian Saint Beast? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and his fighting spirit grew stronger. He could not help but feel a trace of the aura of a divine spirit from this Saint Beast. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion's mountain guardian Saint Beast was actually a divine spirit. This inevitably made people feel a little incredulous. But soon a scene that shocked Yang Kai appeared. That Saint Beast did not fly straight towards them, but instead rushed towards some of the fleeing Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples. Like a bolt of lightning, it directly rushed into the crowd. In the next moment, a series of miserable screams rang out. Obviously they were bitten to death by the Saint Beast. Hua Xing's heart bled. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion had raised a mountain guardian Saint Beast for several thousand years, but this Saint Beast was a vicious beast that was captured by the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's 10th generation old ancestor. When the 10th generation old ancestor was alive, the Saint Beast was still obedient, but after the 10th generation old ancestor fell, the Saint Beast's vicious nature was exposed. Although it did not leave the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, it was not under anyone's control. Only the pavilion master of each generation could communicate with it. Every time they asked it to come out, they had to pay a great price. If they were prepared, they would prepare a large amount of food in advance, and they could reluctantly ask it to come out once to defend against a strong enemy. But this time they were not prepared, and the price they had to pay was the tragic death of their disciples. Even 100 years ago, when the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was in danger, the previous pavilion master did not ask the Saint Beast to come out because of this reason. But this time, with such a disaster, Huaxing could not care less. Miserable screams rang out continuously as one Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciple after another was pounced on by the Saint Beast and devoured. What the hell is that? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked over, but unfortunately he was too far away to see clearly. He only knew that this so-called Saint Beast had not done anything to them, but had slaughtered many of their enemies. It looked so delicious. Lin Yun'er's nose twitched even more. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in sweat. Why did this little girl only know how to eat? After a cup of tea's time, perhaps because the Saint Beast had eaten its fill, it flew over, its 4 feet stepping on fire, its 2 eyes burning like flames. After getting closer, Yang Kai was finally able to see the appearance of this Saint Beast. Dragon head, antlers, lion's eyes, tiger's back, bear's waist, snake's scales, horse's hooves and ox's tail. It was a powerful and domineering creature. Fire Qilin? Yang Kai's eyelids twitched. No wonder it had the aura of a saint spirit, it was a fire Qilin. There were many types of Qilins, but no matter which type, they were all ancient saint spirits. His dragon race bloodline was also the power of a saint spirit, and he was one of the best among saint spirits, so he was naturally attracted by the other party's aura. It's not a fire Qilin. Lin Yun'er seemed to be very knowledgeable about saint spirits, her eyes shining as she said, "It just has some Qilin bloodline, it's not pure." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, his face changing. "Girl, you're drooling." Lin Yun'er raised her hand and wiped the corner of her mouth, saying excitedly, "Leave this to me." As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward. "Don't be careless," Yang Kai hurriedly warned. Although Lin Yun'er's performance was not bad, facing such a vicious beast with a saint spirit bloodline, Yang Kai could not help but be a little worried, not knowing if she was a match for it. But Lin Yun'er's performance was so positive that Yang Kai did not want to pour cold water on her, and could only make up his mind to be ready at any time. One person and one beast quickly approached. The fire Qilin's descendant clearly understood human nature. Seeing Lin Yun'er boldly rushing over, it roared in anger, the flames on its body becoming more and more fierce. Lin Yun'er ignored it and directly rushed over. The fire Qilin opened its mouth and a huge fireball blasted over, its power terrifying. Lin Yun'er did not dodge, and instead pushed the iron pot on her head forward. That iron pot was clearly not big, only the size of a wash basin, countless times smaller than the fireball, but with such a simple push, it actually made the fireball disappear completely. Yang Kai's body that was just about to move stabilized again, his eyes burning as he looked at the dark iron pot, only one question in his mind. What the hell is this thing? At this time Lin Yun'er had already rushed in front of the fire Qilin, her feet tapping the air, and in an instant she rushed to the top of the fire Qilin's head, and put down the iron pot. The fire Qilin raised its claws to grab the iron pot, and wherever the claw passed, the surrounding space was squeezed out into irregular lines. Lin Yun'er twisted her body, barely avoiding it, but her lower abdomen was still cut, and blood immediately flowed out. But she completely ignored it, and directly put the iron pot on the fire Qilin's head. In the next moment, a sensational scene appeared. The fire Qilin, a vicious beast that was comparable to a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and possessed a divine spirit bloodline, let out a mournful cry as its body swayed. The small iron pot on its head seemed to have grown out of its body as a terrifying suction force emanated from it. The huge vicious beast's body was pulled in by an inexplicable force, twisting and changing, and soon like a stream of water, it was sucked into the iron pot, disappearing from sight. Yang Kai was stunned. Li Jiao was stunned. Huaxing was also stunned. Lin Yun'er also seemed to be stunned, scratching her head foolishly, a blank look on her face. She was very clear about the power of her treasure, and although she was confident that she could use this treasure to subdue the fire Qilin, it was absolutely impossible to do so easily. She was prepared to have a big fight with this guy. She never thought that she would succeed as soon as she made a move. The little girl's mind was simple and pure, so she didn't think too much about it. She excitedly caught the iron pot, and a lid appeared out of nowhere. With a bang, she closed the iron pot and looked around with a smile. The more she looked, the happier she became. Li Jiao's expression changed. Even though he had seen great winds and waves at this moment, he still felt a little creeped out. When Hua Xing had invited out the Saint Beast of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, he had also taken the time to pay attention to it. He had sensed the strength of that Saint Beast and knew that even if he were to attack, he might not necessarily be able to win. However, such a terrifying existence had actually been subdued by a dark and swarthy iron pot. It had been subdued in a single move. This was simply inexplicable. Chapter 3007. Wait a minute, iron pot? Li Jiao's eyes narrowed as he suddenly thought of something. His dusty memories were opened, and a thought that made him tremble with fear appeared in his mind. This treasure. Hua Xing clearly recognized the origin of the iron pot, and his face was filled with horror. Could it be? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a pain in his arm. Li Jiao had taken advantage of his distraction to launch a sneak attack, directly blasting his arm into pieces. Old dog Li, you tricked me. Hua Xing roared in grief and indignation. He hurriedly retreated, increasing the distance between him and Li Jiao. Blood spurted out from the wound on his arm like a fountain. Li Jiao chased after him, not showing any mercy as he said, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. When did this Li trick you? Who told this Hua that these two people had nothing to do with the great emperors?" Hua Xing's face was distorted. On one hand he was angry and on the other hand he was anxious. If he had known that this little girl was related to the great emperors, he wouldn't have dared to make her an enemy. Li Jiao sweated. If this Li said that I didn't know it would be like this, would you believe me? This was the truth. He knew Yang Kai's situation very well, and he had no relationship with the great emperors. He originally thought that this little girl wouldn't have any great background, but after seeing that black iron pot that could even capture a divine spirit descendant, he knew that he was wrong. This little girl wasn't just related to the great emperors, she was related to them greatly. Moreover, this great emperors was the most warlike and the most savage of the 10 great emperors. Ordinary great emperors didn't want to easily provoke them. That little girl was related to this master, so how could he easily offend her? I don't believe you. Hua Xing roared, his entire body erupting like a volcano. Under the attack of his blood and qi, his defense was full of flaws, and he was beaten by Li Jiao to the point where he couldn't even fight back. He could still contend with Li Jiao for a while, but after suffering so many unforeseen events, he couldn't maintain his state of mind. Adding on the fact that he had lost an arm, the gap between the two was immediately revealed. After being hit again, Hua Xing flew backwards, spitting out countless amounts of blood. Before he could stabilize himself, a huge figure suddenly descended from the sky, and a huge shadow enveloped him. Hua Xing was startled. When he looked up, he saw Yang Kai smashing his fist down with a ferocious expression. He did not dare to be careless and hurriedly defended himself. However, all his defenses were like paper in front of this punch. The violent force smashed him down, creating a deep pit in the ground. Yang Kai chased after him and stepped on his body. Hua Xing couldn't move in an instant, his eyes filled with fear. "Spare me." Yang Kai looked down at him from above and said indifferently, "It's not up to me to decide whether to spare his life." He looked up at Lin Yuner and shouted, "How should we deal with this person?" Lin Yuner said, "Master said to cut the weeds but not dig up the roots." Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Kai's strength had already surged out. Hua Xing Yun. Li Jiao broke out in a cold sweat. This was a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator and the sect master of a top sect, yet Yang Kai had killed him without any hesitation. Palace Master Yang was too fierce. However, on second thought, this was not the first time Yang Kai had done something like this. Back in the Northern Territory he had already wiped out the Seeking Passion sect, so what was the big deal about killing Hua Xing? He turned his head to look at the chaotic Wind Cloud Pavilion and sighed in his heart. He knew that the Wind Cloud Pavilion was completely finished this time. This great sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years had scattered overnight. From the pavilion master to the sect's elites, not a single one was left. Everyone was dead. Palace Master Yang really knows how to stir up trouble. Back in the Northern Territory, Palace Master Yang had already turned the world upside down, yet in the Western Territory he didn't hold back at all. However, looking at the girl over there, Li Jiao knew that even if Yang Kai pierced through the heavens, nothing would happen to him. This girl, her background was not small. With a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai returned to his original appearance. The flying great ink dragon armor had excellent elasticity, and if not for this artifact armor he would have been naked again. Woof woof woof. The little black dog leisurely ran over. Just now, when the battle was turning the world upside down, it had hidden somewhere, but now that the dust had settled, it immediately appeared. Its ability to seek fortune and avoid disaster was top-notch. Yang Kai glanced at it in annoyance but didn't pay it any more attention. There were many wounds on his body, all of them caused by the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Changing Profound Sword Diagram. There were too many to count, and some of them were so deep that bones could be seen. However, he didn't care and directly took out a new set of clothes and put them on. He glanced at Li Jiao and said, "Look after that girl and clean up the battlefield. I'll be right back." Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Rest assured, Palace Master Yang, this Li will do his best to protect that girl." Yang Kai nodded and his figure flickered before disappearing. The Wind Cloud Pavilion was in chaos as countless disciples scrambled to escape. The Pavilion Master was dead. The Great Elder was dead. Everyone in the Elder class was dead. Even the elites of the Third Order Dao Source realm were all dead. The Wind Cloud Pavilion was destined to be destroyed. No one was a fool. If they didn't escape now, would they be waiting to be killed? In less than a quarter of an hour, most of the thousands of disciples in the huge sect had fled. Every moment, there would be someone flying away without even looking back. Yang Kai searched for a while before he found the Wind Cloud Pavilion's storehouse. Such a big sect would definitely have many good things in its storehouse, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't miss out on this opportunity. Although he was now extremely rich, he still couldn't afford the consumption of the entire sect. Yang Kai also wanted to save up more cultivation resources for when his friends and family from Shadowed Star arrived. Those people were not a small number after all. After busying himself for half a day, Yang Kai finally returned with a full load. For a top sect like the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, the amount of treasures in their storehouses was astonishing, not much less than that of the Seeking Passion sect. Just the number of high-rank source crystals alone was close to 1 billion, not to mention the countless cultivation resources. These were all indispensable treasures for High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai wandered around the Wind Cloud Pavilion again, collecting all the good things he could find. Only in the evening did he return. Lin Yun'er and Li Jiao moved to a nearby small mountain peak. When Yang Kai arrived, he first smelled a tantalizing aroma. This aroma smelled like meat, but it was also rich in spiritual energy. As soon as it entered his nose, it aroused his appetite and gave birth to a feeling of hunger. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if little Yun'er was cooking. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai walked over and asked curiously, but after glancing around he was dumbfounded. On the peak, Lin Yun'er had already started a fire and placed the black iron pot on top of the fire. A series of gurgling sounds came from the iron pot, as if something was being boiled. The aroma was actually coming from this iron pot. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. Was she really cooking? And she was cooking with that iron pot. Yang Kai felt a little dizzy. "Palace Master Yang, you're back." Li Jiao greeted him and handed over a bag of space rings. "These are the spoils this Li collected from the battlefield just now. Palace Master Yang, please check them." Whether it was Hua Xing or the elders of the Wind Cloud Pavilion, they definitely had some stock in their space rings, especially Hua Xing. As the Pavilion Master of the Wind Cloud Pavilion, how could his space ring not have any good things? Not to mention the hundreds of elites from the Third Order Dao Source realm. This was a huge amount of wealth. Li Jiao had collected everything and didn't dare to keep it for himself, so he handed it all over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai casually accepted it and didn't count it, nor did he check the contents of the space rings. He simply looked at Lin Yun'er, who was squatting in front of the iron pot, his mouth twitching as he asked, "What's going on?" At this moment Lin Yun'er was staring at her iron pot with sparkling eyes, the corners of her mouth slightly moist, obviously drooling. Noticing that Yang Kai had returned, she only greeted him casually, sucked in her saliva, and returned her attention to the iron pot in front of her. "This young lady probably wants to make something to eat," Li Jiao braced himself and replied. "Make something to eat? With what?" Yang Kai asked casually, but his face soon darkened as he looked at Li Jiao and said, "Could it be?" Li Jiao nodded with a cold expression. Yang Kai was shocked. "Is that possible?" Li Jiao hesitated. "Palace Master Yang doesn't know the origin of this exotic treasure? Do you?" Li Jiao said, "I've heard of it before. If this Li isn't wrong, this pot is called Return to One." Return to One. Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of this name before, but he was only concerned about one thing right now. He walked over and whispered, "Little Yun." Lin Yun didn't even raise her head. "It's almost done. Uncle Yang, wait a moment." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Did you really cook that fire chilin?" "Yes, that's a descendant of a divine spirit. I haven't eaten one yet, so it must be delicious." When Li Jiao heard this, his whole body trembled. He was also a descendant of a divine spirit, and a descendant of a dragon. He didn't want to be cooked by this little girl one day. In an instant he looked at Lin Yun with shock and fear, as if he had seen his natural enemy. Sure enough, there were no good days with Palace Master Yang. The dragon race was fine. At worst, it would just be bloodline suppression. However, this little girl was too terrifying. She took the pot, returned to one, and cooked a descendant of a divine spirit. Li Jiao felt that his heart couldn't take it anymore. If he stayed with Yang Kai, he would sooner or later be scared to death. Cherish your life and stay away from Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face turned green. "Little Yun, you have to think carefully. This thing can't be eaten carelessly. That guy just swallowed a lot of Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples." Speaking of this, his face couldn't help but turn pale. If it was just a descendant of a divine spirit, it would be fine to cook it. With such a fragrant smell, it definitely wouldn't be bad. However, Yang Kai had seen that Fire Qilin eat a lot of Wind Cloud Pavilion disciples with his own eyes. At this moment it was all in the pot. Thinking of this, how could he still have the mood to eat? It would be good enough if he didn't vomit it out. Lin Yun smiled and waved her hand. "Don't worry, Uncle Yang. I've taken care of it." Yang Kai was stunned and turned his head to look at Li Jiao. Li Jiao nodded and said, "I've indeed taken care of it. I've also put the long swords and artifacts that this girl took away in a ring." Obviously, Lin Yun had taken care of the Fire Qilin while he was away. Chapter 3008. Understanding this, Yang Kai didn't resist as much. After thinking for a moment, he also sat beside Lin Yun listening to the sound of the iron pot while smelling the aroma. Waiting to eat. After a while, "Delicious, delicious." Lin Yun held a large bone in her hand and praised as she chewed on it. "Eat slowly." Yang Kai reached out and wiped the oil stains on his face. "No one will fight with you for it." Although he said this, his speed wasn't slow. There was a pile of bones beside him, and there were even more on Lin Yun's side, almost forming a small mountain. As expected of a divine spirit descendant, the flesh and blood contained an extremely rich energy essence. Eating a mouthful, his mouth was full of saliva and his stomach was burning. Although there weren't any seasonings, this was definitely the most delicious food Kai Yang had ever eaten. The iron pot seemed to have some kind of magical power. Just by casually cooking it, it was able to make people swallow their own tongues. After eating a few mouthfuls of meat, Yang Kai picked up a large bowl and drank a mouthful of soup. He glanced at Li Jiao standing to the side and said, "Brother Li, do you want to try it?" "No," Li Jiao said politely. "Then why are you swallowing your saliva? Don't talk nonsense." Li Jiao smiled and said, "Then this Li won't be polite." Although he still felt a little repulsed in his heart, after all, they were all divine spirit descendants. Suddenly being cooked in a pot, although it smelled good, he would definitely feel a little conflicted if he really ate it. However, he couldn't refuse Yang Kai's invitation. Moreover, he really did want to take a bite and see what it tasted like. Walking to the side of the pot, Li Jiao stretched out his hand and grabbed a piece of pork rib. He apologized and took a small bite. Then his eyes widened and his speed increased a lot. It was like a gust of wind sweeping away the clouds. "Delicious, right?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. Not bad, it's really not bad. Following Palace Master Yang is really a blessing." Lin Yun didn't make a sound. While Yang Kai and Li Jiao were talking, she had already wolfed down the food for a while. Immediately, a few more bones appeared beside her. The little black dog was not to be outdone either. It leaned over the pot and bit off a large piece of meat with its mouth, eating it with relish. 2 hours later, Xiaoyan was lying on the ground rubbing her stomach. The huge Holy Spirit descendant was devoured cleanly by the three of them, not even leaving behind a single drop of soup. Lin Yun had a satisfied expression on her face. She had finally eaten to her heart's content. Ever since she had sneaked out, she had never had a full day. In the past, when she was by her master's side, she did not have to worry about food and drink. Everything was taken care of by her master. Only after leaving her master's side did she know that life was not easy. Even eating a full meal was so difficult. Now that he thought about it, he began to miss his master. "Little Yun, why didn't you use this trump card earlier? Yang Kai asked as he picked his teeth with a piece of grass. He didn't know where this iron pot unification came from. If Xiaoyuner had taken it out from the beginning, that bullshit sword formation would have been broken long ago, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble later on. Lin Yuner narrowed her eyes and said, Master said that the trump card cannot be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Master again. The little girl seemed to really take her master's words as a golden rule. I'll take you to eat something better next time, Yang Kai said casually. Lin Yuner was pleasantly surprised. Really? And there is a savage, desolate ancient ground in the Eastern Territory. There is a lot of good food there. Li Jiao broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. He had heard that there was a divine spirit guarding that place. Palace Master Yang's courage was too big. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Xiaoyuner was very happy. After lying down for a while, Yang Kai said, Where do you plan to go next? The Wind and Cloud Pavilion was destroyed, and the little girl's goal was achieved. It could be said that she had vented her anger. I don't know. Lin Yuner shook her head. She was just feeling annoyed and had run away from home. She did not have any plans or plans. It was a coincidence that she had met Yang Kai. I see. Yang Kai thought for a while and said, Why don't you come with me to the Northern Territory? I've built a High Heaven Palace there. High Heaven Palace? Lin Yuner was immediately interested. After all, she had stayed in Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect for a while. Hearing this name made her feel very familiar. She nodded and said, Okay, then we'll go back tomorrow. Yang Kai immediately made a decision. The matter with the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was a little big. A top sect was destroyed just like that. If he and Lin Yuner were cultivator in the Western Territory, it would be fine, but the problem was that neither of them was from the Western Territory. If they continued to stay here, they might attract the attention of the Great Emperors. The Great Emperors of Night Shadow and Shadow Killer Hall were not easy to provoke. Li Jiao was also shocked when he heard this. It was not easy. After running out with Yang Kai, he finally saw hope of returning home. The night passed without a word. Early the next morning, Yang Kai began to arrange the space array. He originally wanted to find a hidden location in the Western Territory to set it up so that it would be convenient for him to travel in the future. If he wanted to come to the Western Territory again, he could just use the space array directly. However, he was not familiar with the Western Territory, so it would not be easy to find such a place. It might take him 1 to 2 months or even more. So, after careful consideration, he gave up on his original plan. It was better to go back first. If he really needed to come to the Western Territory one day, it would not be a big deal to make another trip. He directly set up the space array on the mountain peak of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Li Jiao meditated quietly to the side, but in fact he was secretly paying attention to Yang Kai's actions. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. He was also a palace master and had good eyesight, so he could naturally see the extraordinariness of this territory space array. Lin Yuner had nothing to do playing with the little black dog. Half a day later, the space array was ready. Yang Kai called out and Lin Yuner immediately ran over with the little black dog in her arms. Li Jiao also walked into the array base. The space principles fluctuated, enveloping the 3 people and the dog. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and when his emperor chi surged, the array lit up. Rise! Yang Kai shouted, and a dazzling light enveloped everyone, causing them to instantly disappear. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a strange power attack him. This power was not too strong, but it was extremely clever and actually interfered with his teleportation. Yang Kai was shocked, but before he could figure out what had gone wrong, a voice suddenly rang out in his knowledge sea. Boy, you've got guts, daring to kidnap this king's beloved disciple. Seeing that you have no ill intentions, I'll let you go this time, but if there's a next time, this king will kill you. The voice rang directly in his knowledge sea, clearly breaking through its defenses, but what shocked Yang Kai was that he did not notice anything strange at all. This was simply unbelievable. His divine sense was extremely powerful, comparable to that of a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so who could quietly break through his knowledge sea's defenses and send a voice into his head. Before Yang Kai could finish his thoughts, his vision blurred and he found himself back in the Northern Territory's High Heaven Palace. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Li Jiao standing beside him, his brow furrowed. Obviously, he had not yet recovered from the aftereffects of teleporting across territory, and the little black dog stood at his feet with a dull expression. Only Lin Yuner was missing. Yang Kai's expression changed and he hurriedly wanted to teleport back to check on the situation, but when he poured his divine sense into the space array beneath his feet, he found that the connection with the Western Territory array had been cut off. Impossible. He and Li Jiao had just teleported here, so it was impossible for the connection to be cut off so suddenly. The space arrays he had arranged could all be connected to one another, so as long as he adjusted them properly, he could freely travel between them. After teleporting so many times, Yang Kai was certain that there was no problem with the array he had arranged. It was definitely not the kind of thing that would malfunction so easily. Thinking back to the words that had just echoed in his mind, Yang Kai's expression changed again. Little Yun should have been left behind by her master. Had little Yun's master been following her all this time? If not, how could little Yun have been left behind so quickly? The reason the connection to the array was cut off was clearly because someone had destroyed it. Needless to say, the one who had destroyed it was little Yun's master. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. This was the second time he had encountered such a thing. The first time was in the ancient land, where the array he had left behind had been destroyed by the Huanfeng, and now he was encountering it again. Just who was little Yun's master? She had been following him for so many days without him noticing. Thinking of this, Yang Kai could not help breaking out in cold sweat. No. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that some time ago in that city, he had inexplicably felt a sense of hostility. That hostility had come and gone as quickly as it had appeared. At that time he had thought it was some kind of illusion, but now that he thought about it, it wasn't an illusion at all. That hostility had clearly come from little Yun's master. Why is she so hostile towards me? The words that had entered his mind just now clearly carried some prejudice, and the tone was very unkind. Yang Kai was baffled, thinking that he had not done anything to little Yun, but after understanding this, Yang Kai felt relieved. As long as there was no problem with the array that had prevented little Yun from following him, it did not matter. Her master was definitely a master, and she probably had her own considerations for leaving her behind. Inferring from the words just now, this master was still very concerned about Lin Yun, Wind and Cloud Pavilion on a mountain peak. Lin Yun stood alone on the array, a blank expression on her face. Looking around, she could not find anyone, so she immediately called out, "Uncle Yang, Uncle Yang." No one responded. She shouted a few more times, but it was still quiet all around. "Stop shouting," a voice suddenly sounded, and as soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. Lin Yun looked over and was pleasantly surprised. "Master, why are you here?" She ran over in a few steps and looked at the middle-aged man with a smile. The middle-aged man sighed, "If I didn't come, you would have been abducted. How could I not come?" Originally, he did not intend to show himself so early. It was not easy for him to find a successor, and he was extremely concerned about Lin Yun. After getting along with her for so many years, Lin Yun did not disappoint him, and her cultivation progressed extremely quickly. Therefore he doted on this little girl in every possible way. Running away from home and secretly escaping was just Lin Yun's wishful thinking. Under his watch, if not for his indulgence, how could Lin Yun escape? Chapter 3009. Lin Yun stuck out her tongue, not realizing that she had been caught running away from home, and pouted, "Master, you've been following me all this time." That person said, "The world is dangerous, but you are innocent, so Master naturally has to keep an eye on you and protect you." Lin Yun snorted angrily and said, "No wonder I was able to subdue that big guy so easily yesterday, so it was you who secretly helped." Although she was innocent, she was not a fool. Yesterday she was a little surprised that her skills had suddenly improved, but now she understood. It was not that she had improved, but because her master had secretly helped her, otherwise she would not have been able to subdue that divine spirit descendant so easily. Being exposed by her, that person smiled slightly and did not deny it. "Where did Uncle Yang go?" Lin Yun asked. That person said, "He is hundreds of millions of kilometers away." As he spoke, he glanced at the territory-crossing space array and was secretly shocked. He was well aware of Yang Kai's cultivation. Yang Kai's space divine ability was extremely profound, and he was even able to arrange such a powerful spirit array. No matter how picky he was, he felt that this boy's future achievements would be limitless. But so what? He actually dared to try to abduct his disciple, and he was already giving face to Lin Yun by not breaking his legs. I want to find Uncle Yang." Lin Yun was anxious. "Nonsense." That person's face darkened. "You have been out for a long time, so you should go back with Master. Don't waste your cultivation." I want to find Uncle Yang. Saying so, she walked into the space array and activated her Emperor's Chi, trying to activate the array with a red face, but there was no reaction at all. When that person saw this, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, thinking, Master has taught you so hard for so many years, raising you up and giving you the cultivation of the Emperor realm, but you can't even compare to this strange Uncle Yang. Girls are said to be extroverted, but isn't this too much? He did not have a good impression of Yang Kai to begin with, and now he felt even worse. He could not wait to grab this boy from the other side of the space array and torture him to vent his anger. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the bitterness in his heart, that person smiled and said, Disciple, let's discuss something. What? Lin Yun looked at him angrily. You like that kid surnamed Yang very much? Uncle Yang is Xiaoyun's relative. You want to find him? And then, Master, please come and help me. I don't know why this thing is useless. Of course it was useless. Master had used a hidden force to sever the connection in the void. It would be strange if it was useful. Of course he couldn't say that out loud. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to live in the future. I heard what your Uncle Yang said before. He has a sect in the Northern Territory called the High Heaven Palace, right? After a pause he continued, Disciple, when you reach the Third Order Emperor realm, Master will take you to the Northern Territory's High Heaven Palace to find your Uncle Yang. At that time you can stay there for as long as you want. Hearing this, Lin Yun's beautiful eyes lit up. Really? Her heart hurt even more. That person forced a smile and gently nodded. When has Master ever lied to you? Lin Yun didn't even think about it and immediately rushed over from the space array, grabbed his arm and flew forward. What are you doing? That person was stunned. Let's go back and cultivate. Master, don't worry, Xiaoyun will definitely reach the Third Order Emperor realm soon. And it's rare for you to be so proactive. Master's very pleased. This is Master's precious disciple. That person said with a smile, but the bitterness in his mouth was worse than eating Chinese medicine. Damn, why do I feel like I've lost? Why is this? Brat, you're called Yang Kai, right? Just you wait. Greetings, Palace Master. Palace Master is back. Quick, inform the head chief. Beside the High Heaven Palace's transmission array, several disciples who were guarding the array were overjoyed when they saw Yang Kai and shouted one after another. They were originally disciples of Thousand Leaves sect and were brought to the High Heaven Palace by Yang Kai after the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect. Although they still wore the Thousand Leaves sect symbol, as time passed, they became more and more attached to the High Heaven Palace. Today, not a single Thousand Leaves sect disciple felt that they weren't part of the High Heaven Palace. Cultivating here was too comfortable. Not only was the world energy many times denser than in Thousand Leaves sect, they also didn't have to worry about cultivation resources. The head chief didn't treat them differently just because they were disciples of Thousand Leaves sect. In just a short period of time, the cultivations of all the original disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had greatly increased. The original sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, had even entered seclusion to break through to the Emperor realm. This was something they didn't even dare to imagine before. But everything changed after coming to the High Heaven Palace. Now, if anyone dared to say that they weren't disciples of the High Heaven Palace, they would definitely fight them to the death. Yang Kai was Thousand Leaves sect's benefactor and the master of the High Heaven Palace. However, this master was somewhat elusive. He rarely stayed in the High Heaven Palace. Most of the time he was running around outside. Occasionally he would come back, but he wouldn't stay for long. Chief Steward Hua Qingxi had already instructed that if Yang Kai returned, he must be notified immediately. That was why these disciples were so excited. Li Jiao recovered from the aftereffects of teleporting across territory. He looked around and asked in surprise, "Where's that girl? That young lady was standing beside him just now. How did she disappear in the blink of an eye?" Yang Kai said, "She was asked to stay by her master. She couldn't come with us." Her master. Li Jiao's expression changed when he heard this and he said in shock, "That master has appeared." Yang Kai glanced at him and asked curiously, "Why does it sound like you know who little Yun'er's master is?" Li Jiao's expression changed for a moment before he honestly said, "I have a guess." Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. "Who is that master? Tell me about it." Although he could guess that Lin Yun'er's master was definitely not an ordinary person and was most likely one of the great emperors, he didn't know who it was. There were only a few great emperors he had come into contact with, so it was unlikely that they were related to little Yun'er. However, Li Jiao being able to guess was beyond his expectations. Li Jiao pondered for a moment before asking, "Does Palace Master Yang know anything about that girl's iron pot?" "This is the first time I've seen it. I've never heard of it before." "That's right." Li Jiao nodded. "Since Palace Master Yang doesn't know the origins of that iron pot, it's understandable that you can't guess it." "What is that iron pot called?" Li Jiao solemnly said, "That pot is called Return to One. Palace Master Yang should have also sensed it. That pot is an ancient rare treasure. Once this pot appears, it can collect all the treasures in the world." Yang Kai gently nodded. He had seen the power of Return to One before. In the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Great Change Profound Sword Diagram, Lin Yun'er had collected the artifacts of over 100 people, relying on this strange divine power. It could even be said that the divine spirit descendant being collected wasn't because of little Yun'er's ability, but rather because of this ancient rare treasure called Return to One. As far as this Li knows, the previous owner of this pot was the famous Iron Blood Great Emperor. Iron Blood Great Emperor. Yang Kai's expression brightened. That's right, it was the Iron Blood Master. No one knows how the Iron Blood Master obtained this ancient rare treasure. Everyone only knows that it was in his hands, but that was a matter from 1,000 years ago. How powerful was the Iron Blood Master? Even among all the great emperors, he was one of the top existences. There was almost no one in the world who could be his opponent, so why would he need to use such a treasure? That's why Return to One has never appeared in the past 1,000 years. However, the older generation in the Emperor realm is no stranger to this ancient rare treasure. This Li is certain that the iron pot in the girl's hands is definitely Returned to One. A strange light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. In other words, little Yun'er's master is the Iron Blood Master. There's a 90% chance. Li Jiao nodded and said, "Lord Iron Blood is elusive. There are only a few people who know him, but his cultivation path is very similar to that lady's. They both pay attention to the strength of the physical body." Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then said, "What you said makes a lot of sense. Little Yun'er's master was the Iron Blood Great Emperor. This was both expected and unexpected. It seemed that when Yang Yen left and took little Yun'er away, he wanted to entrust the little girl to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. And with the personal guidance of the great emperors, there was a reasonable explanation for little Yun'er's rapid growth and cultivation. The Iron Blood Great Emperor had taught her everything, and with little Yun'er's tyrant body of strength, it would be strange if her cultivation speed was not fast. Yang Kai suddenly remembered another matter. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, before the battle between the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and Duan Hongqin, the great emperors of the secular world had casually said that the Iron Blood Great Emperor had accepted a good disciple. Now it seemed that the good disciple was Lin Yun'er. Yang Kai was very happy for her. This little girl had found a good master. With such great emperors protecting her, who in this world would dare to provoke her? From the words of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, it seemed that he also valued Lin Yun'er very much. It could even be said that he doted on her, causing him to have some prejudice against Yang Kai. Touching his nose, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by an unexpected calamity. Li Jiao, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in fear, "The Iron Blood Master has been following us all this time?" "Probably," Yang Kai replied casually. Li Jiao's cold sweat became even more severe. Previously in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, when Yang Kai and Lin Yun'er were trapped by the Spirit Array, he had played tricks for a while. It was only after Yang Kai and Lin Yun'er broke the Spirit Array that he went all out. This matter could deceive the disciples of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, but it definitely could not deceive the great emperors. Fortunately, the great emperors did not lower themselves to his level, otherwise how could he have returned alive? For some reason he felt as if he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. He felt a little uncomfortable. "Palace Master Yang, this matter is over, so this Li will take his leave. This trip has been quite a while, and I don't know if anything has happened in the palace. This Li is anxious to return, so, go." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Then this Li will take his leave." Li Jiao felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream and quickly flew out. He secretly made up his mind to guard against fire, theft, and Yang Kai. In the future, no matter what, he would go out with Palace Master Yang. Chapter 30:10. The Iron Blood Great Emperor. Xiao Yun'er's master was actually the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Yang Kai stood in place and pondered for a while before smiling. Although he regretted not being able to bring Xiao Yun'er back, there was still plenty of time in the future. There was always a chance for them to meet again. Now that Xiao Yuner had a good master, her future path would not be as thorny as his. Hua Qingxi flew over and smiled from afar. "Palace Master, you're back." She had rushed over as soon as she received the news, and Bian Yuqing had come with her. Bian Yuqing was a little reserved when she landed, cupping her fists and "Greetings, Palace Master." If not for Yang Kai's righteous help in the Spirit Lake Palace, she might not have had the chance to break through to the Emperor realm. Things had changed with the passage of time. The guy who had been just a little brat in front of her back then was now her immediate superior, and had even provided her with shelter and a place to cultivate. Bian Yuqing couldn't help but sigh. However, she had adjusted her mentality well and knew how to be grateful. These days she had integrated well into the High Heaven Palace and had become sisters with Hua Qingxi. Yang Kai nodded gently and looked at Hua Qingxi. "Long time no see, Sister Hua has become even more beautiful." Hua Qingxi glared at him, but her eyes couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. "You're the Palace Master, so don't be so frivolous. If someone who doesn't know heard you, who knows what they would think." "I'm just speaking the truth." Yang Kai turned to Bian Yuqing and said, "Have you gotten used to living in the palace?" Bian Yuqing hurriedly said, "Many thanks for Palace Master's concern. This mistress has to thank Palace Master for being able to settle down in this place." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Now that you've entered the High Heaven Palace, you're a member of the High Heaven Palace. There's no need to be so polite, this will be your home from now on." Bian Yuqing pondered for a moment and then smiled. Hua Qingxi said, "Palace Lord, you've been running around outside all this time. There are many things in the palace that little sister Qing has helped out with. When it comes to managing the sect, little sister Qing is more experienced than me. I didn't have a chance to tell you, but I've already let little sister Qing be the deputy chief of the High Heaven Palace." "Sure." Yang Kai nodded. "From now on, Protector Bian will be our deputy general manager." He made the final decision. With his words, the title of Bian Yuqing's deputy director was confirmed. Although Bian Yuqing came from a small sect and her foundation was not as strong as Hua Qingxi's, she was still a protector. When Blue Feather Sect's sect master Wu Mengchuan was imprisoned, she and the other 3 protectors were in charge of managing Blue Feather Sect, so naturally they had accumulated a lot of experience. Hua Qingxi had indeed learned a lot from her during this time. Although there weren't many people in the High Heaven Palace right now, and most of them were disciples of Thousand Leaves sect, the High Heaven Palace had a strong foundation and would become a top sect sooner or later. When that time came, there would be hundreds of thousands of disciples, so they would need someone to manage them. Now was the time to familiarize themselves with the situation so that they wouldn't be in a rush in the future. Bian Yuqing said in a panic, "Palace Lord, I haven't been of much help. Being able to enter the High Heaven Palace is the greatest fortune of this mistress' life. This mistress was born in the High Heaven Palace and will die in the High Heaven Palace. If there is a need in the palace, this mistress will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire, but this mistress really can't take up the position of deputy general manager." This wasn't modesty but the truth. When she first came to the High Heaven Palace, she didn't pay much attention to it, only thinking that it would be a good choice to live here in the future. Not to mention that she owed Yang Kai a debt of gratitude. This precious land was something that the Blue Feather Sect of the past couldn't compare to. Cultivating and living here was something that any cultivator yearned for. But as time passed and she learned more about the heritage of the High Heaven Palace, she discovered that she had underestimated this incomplete sect. There were 3 monster kings, each of whom was comparable to a 3rd-stage Emperor Realm Master. The 5th disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors was the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace, as well as an Emperor Array Master and an Emperor Artifact Master. There was also the Heavenly Sound Palace and the Thousand Illusionary Dream Realm. It had a close relationship with the top sect in the Northern Territory, Iceheart Valley, almost like a family. The other 2 top sects, the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect, still owed a huge debt to the High Heaven Palace. In the Southern Territory, there was a cross-territory space array connected to the Southern Territory, and it had a close cooperative relationship with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Its annual income was several times that of the other top sects. It was said that Yang Kai had an unclear relationship with a member of the dragon race. It was hard to imagine that a newly established sect could have such a heritage. And all of this was built by Yang Kai alone. The more she understood, the more shocked she was. In such a sect, what right did she have to assume the position of vice chief? Not to mention that she had just advanced to the Emperor Realm. Even if she was a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master, she still wasn't qualified. So when she heard that Yang Kai really wanted to take her position as vice chief, she quickly refused. She wasn't being modest, but she really didn't have the confidence. Hua Qingxi knew what she was worried about, so she smiled and said, "In our sect, the status doesn't depend on cultivation, it only depends on whether you can help or not. Our palace master is a hands-off shopkeeper. Elder sister Hua understands your ability, so you really can't refuse the vice chief position." Bian Yuqing still wanted to say something, but Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's settled." He turned to Hua Qingxi and asked, "Is Zhu Qing back?" Hua Qingxi shook her head and said, "No, didn't she go to the frozen earth?" Although Yang Kai came back once last time, he immediately left in a hurry, so Hua Qingxi didn't know that he also went to the frozen earth and experienced many things. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. He had wasted a lot of time in the Western Territory. After all, it would take some time for him to kill his way to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion with Lin Yan. According to his calculations, Zhu Qing should have come back, but Hua Qingxi didn't see her. Could it be that she was delayed on the way? Thinking about it, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. In his opinion, if Zhu Qing left the Western Territory, she should go back to the High Heaven Palace first. No matter what, he had an inseparable intimate relationship with her. She should at least come back to inquire about his news. He decided to wait a little longer. Maybe Zhu Qing would come over in a few days. "Palace Master, did something happen?" Hua Qingxi keenly noticed Yang Kai's strange look and asked. "Nothing." Yang Kai shook his head. "Then Palace Master, how long will you stay this time?" "I can't say." "Do you want to gather everyone to meet you?" "That's fine." Yang Kai nodded. He also felt that he was a bit too much of a hands-off boss. It was rare for him to come back, so he naturally wanted to get in touch with everyone. After a while, figures appeared one after another in the High Heaven Palace's conference hall. Yang Kai sat at the top, and to his left was Pill Emperor Jianghu. Although his cultivation wasn't the highest, his identity was special. As the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, he was much higher than everyone else. Naturally, no one wanted to sit there. On the right was Monster King Shilei. The three Monster Kings had similar cultivation, but Shilei was stronger. Among the 32 Monster Kings in the savage desolate ancient land, his ranking was very high. Below him were Ying Fei Xia Wuwei, Chief Array Master Nan Men Dejun, and Weapon Master Hou Yu. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing, who were the head steward and deputy head steward, sat below. In the conference hall, there were a total of 9 people from the Emperor Realm. 3 of them were level 3 Emperor Realm Masters. Such a lineup could be said to be luxurious. The number of people from the Emperor Realm might be slightly less than other top sects, but in terms of quality, no top sects could compete with them. Qi Yu and the others weren't present. According to Hua Qingxi, they had been training in the Dream Realm Thousand Illusions. The Dream Realm Thousand Illusions' uniqueness and irreplaceable space-time distortion allowed them to grow rapidly. Everyone recognized the power of the Dream Realm Thousand Illusions. It was definitely the foundation of the High Heaven Palace's future. He didn't call everyone over to discuss anything. Although the High Heaven Palace was huge, there weren't many people, so naturally there weren't many things to discuss. Yang Kai didn't need to ask too much. Jiang had been refining pills all this time. Yang Kai had given him countless rare flowers and herbs. Most of them came from the savage wilderness ancient lands in the Eastern Territory. Many of them were spirit herbs that Jiang had only heard about. He had accumulated a lot of Emperor-level spirit pills, enough for him to squander for a while. Nan Men Dejun had also finished setting up the High Heaven Palace's array and refined the High Heaven Palace's mountain ripple diagram. Once the mountain ripple diagram was released, the entire High Heaven Palace's situation could be seen at a glance. Recently there was almost nothing to do. Only Hou Yu was busy all day. She wasn't a law-abiding person and wanted to escape every 2 or 3 days. Unfortunately, the 3 Monster Kings took turns to guard her, so she had no hope of escaping. This caused her to have deep resentment towards the Monster Kings. After chatting for half a day, everyone dispersed. Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Peak and calmed his mind for a while before raising his hand. Countless high-rank source crystals filled the room. High Heaven Peak was the best spirit peak in the entire High Heaven Palace. The world energy here was extremely rich, so with so many high-rank source crystals, the density of the world energy increased by another level. Chapter 30:11. Inside the room, the world energy aura was as thick as a mist. Yang Kai sat cross-legged and began circulating his secret art. The surrounding world energy flowed like 10,000 streams into the sea, flowing into his body and into his meridians. Gradually, the place where Yang Kai was sitting seemed to have turned into a vortex that could devour everything, pulling in the surrounding world energy before disappearing. The First Order Emperor realm was slowly accumulating and strengthening, gradually showing signs of a qualitative change. The qi in his body fluctuated, his meridians swelled, and his physique squirmed. This was clearly a sign that he was about to break through. Yang Kai guarded his mind, not allowing anything to disturb him. The expression on his face was neither sad nor happy. As time passed, his aura grew stronger and stronger. The shackles of the First Order Emperor realm were like a mountain in front of him, and the beautiful scenery around him was the trials and tribulations on the road to advancement. If he was attracted by this scenery and stopped, his path of martial Tao would come to an end. The strong winds, thunder, and lightning at the top of the mountain were all obstacles to his growth. Countless cultivators were stopped in front of their own bottlenecks, regretting it for the rest of their lives. When they grew old, they would beat their chest and stamp their feet, but they would never have the chance to choose again. Yang Kai climbed up the mountain, ignoring the beautiful scenery around him. The wind and thunder couldn't stop him in the slightest. There was only one thought lingering in his mind. He wanted to climb over the mountain in front of him and experience the wider world. He wanted to stand at a higher position and look down on all living beings. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's calm face suddenly changed. His brows furrowed slightly, and the change became more and more obvious. Finally, with a "pu" sound, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura, which had risen to its peak, suddenly withered like a punctured balloon. If the path of advancement was compared to climbing a mountain, then in that instant he felt as if he was rolling down the mountain peak. His goal was clearly within reach, and he only needed to put in a little more effort to overcome the obstacles in front of him. However, he was unable to take the final step. Instead, it caused him to fail at the last step and fall off the cliff. Due to the shock of his qi, he actually suffered a small injury. His expression was a little ugly as he opened his eyes and looked at the source crystals around him. He found that 70 to 80% of the source crystals he had prepared were gone. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he took out a few emperor pills and swallowed them. Yang Kai waved his hand and the room was immediately filled with countless high-rank source crystals. Again. This time Yang Kai was even more cautious. In the Emperor realm, every small breakthrough was extremely difficult, and every breakthrough was a great leap in strength. He was stuck at the peak of the First Order Emperor realm and was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the Second Order Emperor realm. Naturally, he couldn't swallow this anger. First, he spent some time recuperating and adjusting his condition. When everything was ready, he tried to break through again. The spirit qi in the room began to stir again. Under his guidance, the origin crystals in the room began to vaporize and flow into his body. His aura rose steadily. It was not fast, but it was very stable. In less than half a day, the aura of a First Order Emperor Realm Master reached its peak again. Yang Kai quickly formed a few hand seals, guiding his strength to break through the shackles. Kong, a shock from his soul rang directly in his mind. Yang Kai's vision blurred and he felt dizzy. A sweet taste surged up his throat uncontrollably, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura withered again. Just a little bit more. A fierce look flashed across Yang Kai's face. Again. Since he stepped onto the martial Tao, his experience could be described as rich and varied. He had experienced countless trials and tribulations. How many times had he escaped from death? How many times had he created miracles? Compared to all the previous obstacles, what was this obstacle in front of him? He didn't believe that he couldn't even break through the barrier of the First Order Emperor realm. Another day later, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. When he opened his eyes, a fierce look flashed across them. Just a little bit more. Again. Just a little bit more. Again. The stubbornness in his bones was completely aroused. He held back a fierce determination in his heart. If he failed, he would try again. As long as he didn't die, there would always be a chance. After an unknown number of days, Yang Kai tried again and again but failed again and again. Finally, he recognized the reality. He had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. After understanding this, Yang Kai took a few deep breaths to calm the churning blood in his chest. He didn't try to break through again. He just sat there cross-legged, motionless. His expression was indifferent and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad. Although he had faced many dangers along the way and had almost lost his life many times, he had never encountered such a situation. Every breakthrough had been smooth and steady. This was the first time he had encountered a bottleneck. He clearly felt that he was just a little bit away from breaking through, as if there was a thin film in front of him that was blocking him from prying into the mysteries of the higher martial Tao. It seemed like he could reach out and break through it, but he just couldn't. This situation wasn't something that could be solved by brute force and determination. He had already tried dozens of times. If he could succeed, he would have done it long ago. Was this the Emperor realm? Sure enough, the obstacles here were much greater than those in other realms. Yang Kai guessed that this had something to do with the smoothness of his cultivation in the past. He had never encountered a bottleneck when breaking through in the past, so he didn't know what this feeling of wanting but not having the strength was like. After accumulating for a long time, it finally broke out in the Emperor realm, allowing him to try the path that an ordinary cultivator had to cross. This was fair. After the storm there would be a rainbow. Only after setbacks could one taste the joy of success. And only after experiencing such setbacks could one's path as a cultivator be considered complete. Yang Kai wasn't discouraged. Instead, he felt a little lucky. Fortunately, this bottleneck broke out when he was in the First Order Emperor realm. Although it seemed difficult to break through now, it didn't mean that there was no hope. If it broke out when he was in the Third Order Emperor realm, it might be even more terrifying. After understanding this point, he calmed down. He knew that as long as he could break through this shackle, his future path of martial Tao would definitely be smoother than before. He stretched out his hand, collected the remaining source crystals in the room, got up and walked out. Since he couldn't break through even if he tried, it meant that it wasn't a matter of effort, but that the opportunity hadn't come yet. Yang Kai naturally couldn't force it. Pushing open the door, the black puppy raised its head and looked at him. The black puppy didn't know how many days it had been waiting here, but it hadn't changed much. When it saw him come out, it just glanced at him, then closed its eyes again and went back to sleep. Yang Kai kicked it, but the black puppy didn't move at all and pretended to be dead. With a sneer, Yang Kai's figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was on a mountain peak. Immediately, he heard a series of shouts, da-da-da-da, da-da-da. Yang Kai glanced around and saw the three monster kings shouting non-stop, their faces red as they stared fixedly at a dice cup. The dice cup was being held in Ho Yu's hand and was shaking vigorously, a series of tinkling sounds coming from it. Not only was it clear and pleasing to the ear, it even had a calming effect. As the dice cup was shaken, ripples appeared in the air and spread to the surroundings. Towering Palace's chief emperor weapon master, the Star Boundary's master monkey Ho Yu, had already rolled up his sleeves to his arms, revealing his white and tender arms. He stepped on a stone bench with one foot. Although his long skirt fluttered, his calves were exposed, and his posture was extremely indecent. But she didn't care at all, her beautiful eyes smiling as she stared at the three monster king in front of her, her hands moving faster and faster, an expression of victory on her face. When Yang Kai arrived, the three monster kings didn't notice him at all of their attention was on the dice cup. Yang Kai's expression darkened. He knew that Ho Yu liked to gamble. In the past, because of gambling, she owed an unknown amount of source crystals. In the end, she was trapped on an island and had to rely on the array refined by the Southern Gate Army to avoid being tracked down. Until Yang Kai came to her rescue, she would definitely still be trapped on that island. She was recruited into the High Heaven Palace because of her identity as an Emperor Armament Master. Facts proved that she didn't disappoint, as the flowing cloud shuttle was easily refined by her. Ever since she entered the High Heaven Palace, there wasn't a day where she didn't think of escaping. Unfortunately, with the three monster kings taking turns to guard her, where could she escape to? Often, before she could even leave the High Heaven Palace, she would be captured and brought back. But now, it seemed that this woman was just a piece of rat shit. What kind of status did the three monster kings have? She actually pulled them together to gamble. Moreover, looking at the expressions of the monster kings, they were clearly very engrossed and excited. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little worried about his High Heaven Palace. He had a feeling that the future was uncertain. Was it right or wrong to recruit Ho Yu? Taking a closer look at the dice cup, Yang Kai's expression darkened even more. This was actually an Emperor-grade artifact. And it was an Emperor-grade artifact that could isolate divine sense. Thinking about it, the monster kings were all very powerful. If they couldn't isolate divine sense, then what was the point of gambling? With a sweep of his divine sense, the result came out. Place your bets. Ho Yu shook his dice for a long time before slamming the dice cup on the stone table in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he glanced at the three demon kings with an attitude that said, "Who else but me can do it?" Open it, Shilei urged. Little Ho, if you lose, you have to refine this king's eagle claw properly. Ying Fei smiled slightly. I'll lose? I Ho Yu will lose? Are you kidding me? Ho Yu sneered. Xia Wuwei said, there's still me. Ho Yu snorted, don't worry, if you really lose, give me your crab shell. Then let's open it. Are you sure? I'm sure. Then let's see. Ho Yu seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Her eyes glowed as she opened the dice cup, revealing 3 carefully refined dice. Looking at it, the 3 monster kings smiled. Ho Yu's expression changed, and soon it was covered with a layer of frost, as if her parents had died. Little Ho, you have to keep your word. Shilei smiled slightly. Ho Yu turned her head with a face full of resentment. Just as she was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed and she smiled. Palace? Palace Master, you're here. Why didn't you say anything? Chapter 30:12. When she said this, the 3 monster king finally noticed Yang Kai's figure. They hurriedly cupped their fists and saluted him, their expressions extremely awkward. Ying Fei's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He quickly put away the dice cup and dice on the stone table. 3 monster kings and an emperor weapon master. Instead of doing proper work, they actually gathered here to gamble. They were even caught red-handed by Yang Kai. It was truly outrageous. And I sensed you guys here, so I came to take a look, Yang Kai said casually. Shilei hurriedly said, Young Master Yang, do you have any orders? No orders. Yang Kai didn't mention anything about their gambling. He reached out and grabbed Ho Yu, who was trying to escape, and pulled her back. Palace Master. I won't dare next time. Ho Yu squeezed out a flattering smile as she was held in Yang Kai's hand. Please let us go this time. I'll go refine for you. Didn't you bring back a lot of things a few days ago? Don't worry, leave them all to me. Yang Kai released her and asked, what do you do when you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation? What? Bottleneck? What bottleneck? The 3 monster kings looked at him in astonishment. They didn't expect him to suddenly ask such an irrelevant question. Ying Fei said, we've never encountered a bottleneck. Yang Kai stared at him, not even once? Shilei laughed, Young Master Yang, we monster clan pay attention to bloodline and birth. It's a little different from you humans. Bloodline and birth basically determine the highest achievement in a lifetime. Of course, there are some accidents and opportunities, but generally speaking, there are no bottlenecks in the monster clan's cultivation. Yes. Xia Wuwei also nodded. We monster clan's cultivation is innate talent. We don't have thousands of cultivation methods like humans, so the concept of bottlenecks is meaningless to us. I forgot your monster clan. Yang Kai nodded and looked at Ho Yu. What about you? Me. Ho Yu hadn't recovered from his shock yet, so when he saw Yang Kai looking at him, he smiled awkwardly and said, Palace Master, I am an artifact refiner and don't pay much attention to cultivation. I don't know how I managed to break through to the Emperor realm, but for you to ask me this question is a bit too profound. You've never encountered a bottleneck? Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief. I think so. Ho Yu recalled for a moment and nodded. Yes. Then how did you break through? I'll just wait. I'll refine my weapons and gamble. When the time comes, I'll naturally break through. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and gently nodded. Young Master Yang, you. Ying Fei looked at him, hesitating to speak. It's nothing. You guys can continue. Yang Kai smiled faintly. His figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. Just like how he had come without a trace, he also left without a trace. Has young Master Yang encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation? Shilei asked thoughtfully. It should be. Xia Wuwei nodded and said, I heard that he has been in retreat these days, but seeing that his cultivation hasn't increased today, he may have indeed encountered a bottleneck. Ying Fei said, humans have the help of secret arts and secret techniques, so their cultivation may generally improve faster than the monster race, but if they encounter an insurmountable bottleneck, they may be unable to advance any further. I hope young Master Yang doesn't stop at the First Order Emperor realm. Shilei said, he's still young. Even if he encounters a bottleneck, it's not a big deal. Who doesn't encounter setbacks? Young Master Yang doesn't seem like someone who can be easily defeated. Don't worry, he will cross this hurdle. I hope so. Do you still want to gamble? Ho Yu looked at the 3 monster king eagerly, her hands itching for a bet. Shilei glanced at her and said, what else do you have to lose? Ho Yu thought about it and was speechless. Medicine Pill Peak, one of the main peaks of the High Heaven Palace. Whether it was in terms of scenery or world energy, it was not inferior to High Heaven Peak. It was also where the fifth disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, Jianghu, the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace, lived. When Yang Kai arrived, he heard a gentle voice as if someone was explaining the alchemic Tao. When he looked over, he saw a person sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain, and his mouth was like a torrent that flowed without end. Below him, more than a dozen cultivators with varying cultivations were listening attentively with thoughtful looks on their faces. These cultivators were all disciples of Thousand Leaves sect. Presumably they wanted to learn the alchemic Tao, so they came here to be apprenticed to a master. However, with Ji Ying's status, one of the few alchemy masters in the star boundary, it was naturally impossible for him to teach them. Even if Ji Ying wanted to, they might not understand. At this moment, the one teaching was one of Ji Ying's disciples. Yang Kai had seen him before and knew that he was a Tao source grade alchemist with a solid foundation. "Brother Yang, you're here. Please come in." Ji Ying's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Obviously he had been discovered. Yang Kai smiled lightly before his figure flickered and he entered one of the halls. Inside the hall, heat waves were rolling and alchemic flames were raging. A pill furnace stood in the center of the hall, with Ji Ying standing to the side with a smile. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, he said happily, "Brother Yang, you came at the right time. I wanted to look for you before, but General Manager Hua told me that you were in retreat, so it wasn't convenient to disturb you." "Is something the matter, Brother Ji?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "It's like this. This Ji is preparing to refine a furnace of 9 heavens nature pills. There are a few obscure areas in condensing medicinal liquid and inscribing pill arrays, so I would like to ask Brother Yang for advice." 9 heavens nature pills? Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He naturally knew about emperor-grade pills. They were extremely difficult to refine, and even an emperor-grade spirit master might not be able to successfully refine them. Although Jiang was the 5th disciple of the wondrous pill-grade emperors, he was not at the level of the great emperors, so he was not confident that he could successfully refine such a pill. And in the entire High Heaven Palace, only Yang Kai could discuss this with him. "I wouldn't dare to ask for advice. It just so happens that I have nothing to do, so let's study it together," Yang Kai said modestly. "That was my intention. With Brother Yang's help, this furnace of spirit pills should not be a problem." Jiang was overjoyed. 3 days later, Yang Kai walked out of Medicine Pill Peak. Indeed, as she said, all the disciples of Ice Heart Valley recognized Yang Kai, and most of them immediately saluted him after seeing him. As for those who were further away, they gathered together and began whispering and pointing at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about, but from their demeanors, it wasn't anything bad. Ice Heart Valley was an all-female sect, and all of its disciples were women. Basically, men were not allowed to set foot here. Only Yang Kai could receive such treatment. If it were any other man, they would have been torn to pieces long ago. The scenery in the valley was beautiful and the world energy was rich. Coupled with the countless beautiful women, it was likely that any man who came here would linger and forget to leave. The female disciple leading the way seemed to be very proud. Along the way, she chatted with Yang Kai from time to time, causing many senior sisters to be envious. After walking for a short while, they arrived at a palace. The female disciple stopped and said, "Palace Master Yang, please? Ancestral founder is inside." "Many thanks." The female disciple quickly waved her hand. "Palace Master Yang is too polite. This is disciple's duty." "Senior, how have you been recently?" Yang Kai had nothing to say. Bing Yun smiled slightly. "Thanks to you, everything is good." These words were not polite but the truth. Since Yang Kai helped Ice Heart Valley out of a crisis, Ice Heart Valley's development could be said to be 1,000 miles a day. Now that they had a close relationship with High Heaven Palace, who in the Northern Territory dared to not give them face. In the past, although Ice Heart Valley was considered one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, because Bing Yun had been missing for many years, only a group of disciples managed it. Coupled with the fact that they were all women, they were always looked down upon. This so-called top sect was somewhat unworthy of its name. Otherwise, Seeking Passion sect wouldn't have attacked them. But now it was different. In the Northern Territory, in addition to Medicine Pill Valley, High Heaven Palace's prestige was like the sun at noon. Even Ice Heart Valley had benefited greatly. No one dared to provoke them when their disciples went out. Bing Yun said, I heard that the wondrous pill great emperors wanted to invite you to Medicine Pill Valley. Did you go? Yang Kai shook his head and said, Not yet. I've been busy with trivial matters recently, so I haven't had much time. Bing Yun said, The great emperor's invitation can't be taken lightly. If you have time you must go. If you can get a few pointers from the great emperors, you will benefit greatly in your life. Senior is right, Yang Kai nodded gently. The two chatted for a while and not long after the tea was ready. Ji Yao poured a cup for each of them and then sat there quietly. Yang Kai took a sip and praised, Good tea. Junior sister's cooking is also good. His flattery didn't have any effect as Ji Yao didn't respond. Yang Kai coughed dryly and continued to drink his tea. Bing Yun chuckled and said, Did you run into some kind of trouble? Yang Kai was startled and said with a wry smile, Senior's eyes are like torches. Bing Yun smiled and said, You're absent-minded and have a lot on your mind. If I can't even see that, then I'm really blind. Yang Kai nodded and said, I did encounter some problems. Ji Yao looked up at him and stared at him without blinking. Bing Yun said, If it's convenient, tell me. Although I may not be able to help you, I can listen. Yang Kai said seriously, Junior's cultivation seems to have encountered a bottleneck. Bing Yun looked at him in surprise. I've been in seclusion all this time. I clearly feel that I'm only a little bit away from a breakthrough, but I can't grasp that faint opportunity. And then? Bing Yun asked. And then? Yang Kai spread his hands. Bing Yun laughed involuntarily. What is this? Yang Kai was speechless and thought to himself, This is a big deal. Bing Yun smiled and said, Although I don't know how old you are, in my opinion, you should be less than 100 years old. Yang Kai nodded and said, Pretty much. He didn't remember how old he was. Chapter 30:14. Fire Dragon Palace. At the back of the mountain, the scenery was beautiful, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. Li Jiao was strolling leisurely in a flower bed. Beside him was a young woman in a palace dress. Their fingers were intertwined and they looked very intimate. The young woman gently snuggled up to Li Jiao with a satisfied smile on her face. The young woman was dressed in red, and her face was like a peach blossom. Her skin was white and tender, and there was an unconcealable charm between her eyebrows. Her beautiful eyes were watery. Dragon race were lustful. Although Li Jiao was not a pure dragon race, he still had the bloodline of the dragon race, so he had a great demand for the matters between men and women. The number of wives and concubines in the Fire Dragon Palace was also not small. Although he had many wives and concubines, Li Jiao doted on Madame Hong the most. In the past, whenever he had free time, he would do something very intimate with Madame Hong. Madame Hong also knew that her happiness in life was tied to Li Jiao, so she naturally treated him warmly and served him wholeheartedly. It could be said that among Li Jiao's many wives and concubines, no one could compete with Madame Hong. This was the case in the past and it was even more so now. Ever since Li Jiao returned to the Fire Dragon Palace 2 months ago, Madame Hong felt that he doted on her even more. Although Li Jiao treated her well in the past, there was clearly a big change this time. For a full 2 months, Li Jiao had not been separated from her. He stayed with her every day, which showed how important she was in Li Jiao's heart. Madame Hong also keenly felt the change in Li Jiao, but she was smart enough not to ask anything. She just tried her best to show her gentleness and charm, using this to tie down Li Jiao's body and mind. Palace Master, that flower is so beautiful. Madame Hong suddenly pointed at a big red flower with a look of affection on her face. Do you like it? Li Jiao's tone was also very gentle as he looked at her with a smile. And I like it. Madame Hong nodded gently, looking like a little bird. Li Jiao smiled slightly, reached out his hand and pinched the flower in his hand, then beckoned to Madame Hong. Madame Hong glanced at him happily, then lowered her head slightly, allowing Li Jiao to insert the flower into her hair. When she raised her head, Madame Hong swayed left and right, then pursed her lips and smiled. Is it beautiful? Li Jiao reached out and pinched her delicate face, nodding repeatedly. You're beautiful, you're even more beautiful than flowers. Hearing him say that, Madame Hong's heart felt as if it was filled with honey. She felt her whole body was as light as a feather. She said unhappily, Palace Master is used to making fun of me. She didn't know what he had experienced outside. In any case, after returning from this trip, he was even nicer and gentler to her. In the past, he would still go into seclusion to cultivate. However, in the past 2 months, she didn't see Li Jiao having any intention of cultivating at all. All he did was bring her on a scenic tour, causing the other sisters to be envious and jealous. They all said that she had snatched away all the favor of the palace master. How about I accompany you like this from now on? Li Jiao asked gently. His eyes were filled with her reflection as he looked at her. There was nothing else in his eyes. Madame Hong's delicate body trembled. When their eyes met, the rims of her eyes turned slightly red. She said emotionally, you can't delay the palace master like this. The palace master still has to cultivate. What are you training for? Li Jiao sneered. My cultivation has already reached its limit. I won't cultivate in the future. I'll accompany you to look at the flowers and the sea every day until the end of time. These words were like a sharp sword piercing into Madame Hong's heart, causing her to be extremely moved. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore as they flowed down. Why are you still crying? Li Jiao raised his hand to wipe away the pearl-like tears and said with a light smile, They all say that women are made of water. It seems that it's not false at all. Palace Master, you're too good to Honger. Honger is so happy. Madame Hong gently snuggled into Li Jiao's arms, quickly drenching his clothes. Although Li Jiao treated her quite well in the past, it wasn't to this extent. She immediately felt that she had entrusted her life to the right person and had no regrets in this life. This is nothing. The days in the future are still long. Li Jiao smiled slightly and patted Madame Hong's back rhythmically. Madame Hong squeezed into Li Jiao's arms and said softly, Palace Master, I miss. Hearing this, Li Jiao immediately became spirited. He raised his eyebrows and asked, What are you thinking about? Madame Hong didn't give up. She punched him and said coquettishly, Palace Master, you're so naughty. Li Jiao laughed loudly. As he laughed and laughed, Li Jiao couldn't laugh anymore. His face darkened and he turned his head and shouted, Who is it? When he looked over, he saw that there was an extra person on the rockery over there. He was squatting there quietly, watching him and Madame Hong being lovey-dovey with relish. After seeing this person's face clearly, Li Jiao was frightened out of his wits. He cried out involuntarily, Hey! Yang Kai smiled and raised his hand to greet him. We haven't seen each other for 2 months and Brother Li is still as elegant as ever. Ah! Madame Hong was shocked. She quickly jumped out of Li Jiao's arms and looked in the direction of the voice. Her face turned red. This person must have heard what she said just now. Thinking about her licentious behavior just now, Madame Hong wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She stomped her feet angrily and said, Who are you? How can you be so unruly? As soon as she finished speaking, she was pulled behind Li Jiao. Madame Hong had never seen Yang Kai before, so she didn't recognize him, but Li Jiao did. Palace Master Yang? Li Jiao was about to cry. When did you come? Say something. If there was someone he didn't want to see the most in his life, it would be Yang Kai. Even the dragon race had to be put aside. This person was simply a nightmare in Li Jiao's heart. He was his natural enemy. As long as he had anything to do with him, he would definitely suffer. The experience from a few days ago was the best proof. It was simply a memory that he couldn't bear to look back on. I've been here for a while. I don't want to disturb you. Brother Li, please don't blame me. Yang Kai chuckled. Sorry to disturb you. Then you have the nerve to watch the show. Li Jiao cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Chapter 30:15. Li Jiao didn't answer as if he didn't hear her at all. His expression kept changing as he struggled. Madame Hong glanced at him and walked forward. She straightened Li Jiao's clothes and said softly, I remember that Palace Master said something to me a few years ago. What? Li Jiao asked subconsciously. Palace Master said that his greatest wish in this life was to set foot on Dragon Island and see the place where his bloodline was born. Palace Master said that if he could take a look, he would have no regrets even if he died. Hong, are you? Li Jiao turned his head and looked at her. He didn't expect that she would remember his casual words when he was drunk back then so clearly. Go, Honger will wait for you at home. Madame Hong looked at him. Although her beautiful eyes were full of reluctance, her face was full of smiles. The struggle in Li Jiao's eyes became more and more obvious. Suddenly he reached out and hugged Madame Hong's waist. He held her waist with one hand and her back with the other. He lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Oh! Madame Hong moaned and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Li Jiao kissed her very attentively and hugged her very hard. It was as if he wanted to rub Madame Hong's charming body into his body and never separate them again. After a while their lips parted. Li Jiao turned around and said in a low voice, "If I don't come back you should remarry early." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed into the sky and chased after Yang Kai. He was so aggressive that even if there were thousands of people around he would still go. Madame Hong gazed at the direction he left with tearful eyes. She put her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Hong will wait for you to come back. If you don't come back Hong will go to hell to find you." Li Jiao paused for a moment. The next moment he sped up and disappeared from Madame Hong's sight. Yang Kai set off alone. His mind was full of how to enter Dragon Island. Dragon Island was an extremely mysterious existence. Although it was famous and many rumors said that there was a dragon race on Dragon Island, no one knew where it was. They only knew that Dragon Island was located in the eastern sea of the Eastern Territory. Yang Kai naturally didn't know either. Yang Kai had come to the Fire Dragon Palace to ask Li Jiao just to try his luck. After all, Li Jiao was a dragon descendant and a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he might know something. But after asking, Yang Kai was greatly disappointed. If Li Jiao didn't know, then he could only think of other ways. Fortunately, he had another plan, so he wasn't completely unprepared. Just as he was thinking this, his heart suddenly jolted and he turned around to look. A figure quickly chased after them. Before the person arrived, Yang Kai's divine sense had already detected the familiar aura. Yang Kai furrowed his brows, revealing a strange expression as he waited quietly in place. A moment later, Li Jiao appeared in front of Yang Kai with a complicated expression. Yang Kai sneered, "Brother Li, why are you here? Are you really going to Dragon Island?" Li Jiao frowned and didn't answer the question. "Okay." Yang Kai nodded. "For Miss Zhu?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Li Jiao smiled bitterly and cupped his fists. "This Li admires Palace Master Yang's courage." "Enough nonsense. Why are you chasing after me?" Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Li Jiao scratched his face and said somewhat embarrassedly, "This Li came here to help Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai raised his brow. Li Jiao said, "I know the approximate location of Dragon Island." Yang Kai's eyes drooped. Li Jiao observed Yang Kai's expression and knew the situation wasn't good. He had flatly denied it before, and now he had walked right into Yang Kai's trap. Perhaps he had angered Yang Kai, so he hurriedly explained, "I really only know the approximate location. This Li doesn't know the exact location, so I didn't dare to say it before to avoid delaying Palace Master Yang's important matter." "Is that so?" Yang Kai walked over with a smile. Li Jiao's face turned slightly pale. He thought to himself that he had angered this guy. He shouldn't have chased after him. Wasn't it good enough to live a peaceful life with Hong in the Fire Dragon Palace? Why did he come here to seek trouble? Now that he was riding a tiger, he didn't know what to do. Seeing Yang Kai walk to his side and raise his hand, Li Jiao's heart jumped to his throat. He definitely couldn't win. Even if he resisted, he would be crushed. He simply closed his eyes and let him do whatever he wanted. He believed that Yang Kai wouldn't really kill him. At most, he would just beat him up to vent his anger. But Li Jiao was shocked. Li Jiao shuddered. The attack that he imagined did not appear. Instead, an arm was placed on his shoulder. When he opened his eyes and looked over, he saw Yang Kai hugging his shoulder and laughing. "Ha, I knew Brother Li had his ways. Sure enough, I didn't find the wrong person. Fine. Let us brothers go to Dragon Island and see what kind of dragon's pool and tiger's den that place is." Li Jiao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "I'm just going to take a look. Don't worry, with this young master here, I definitely won't let you suffer." The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched and said, "Then I will have to rely on Palace Master Yang's care." He didn't believe this. Yang Kai was indeed outstanding, but once he entered Dragon Island, that damned place, he would still have to lie down. What kind of waves could he make? "Leave it to me. There's no time to lose, let's set off now." While talking, Yang Kai summoned the flowing cloud shuttle. The two of them entered the shuttle one after another. The flowing cloud shuttle turned into a stream of light and left this place at an even faster speed. Inside the flowing cloud shuttle, Li Jiao hesitated for a long time before carefully saying, "Palace Master Yang, you see, this Li has helped you again this time. That debt. A debt is a debt and a favor is a favor. These are two different things. How can you mix them up?" Li Jiao suddenly sighed. He didn't know if he would be able to come back alive after this trip. What was the point of worrying about other things? As long as he could come back alive, he would have profited greatly. Palace Master Yang, if this Li didn't come, how were you going to enter Dragon Island? Did Lady Zhu tell you the location of Dragon Island before she left? No. Yang Kai shook his head. While controlling the flowing cloud shuttle, he replied, I was going to make a trip to Spirit Beast Island and ask the Martial Beast to point me in the right direction. Dragon Island's location is mysterious, but the Martial Beast would definitely know. Spirit Beast Island. Chapter 30:16. Just you wait, I will settle this account with you sooner or later. Yang Kai's complexion was gloomy. Li Jiao was hiding at the side and keeping quiet out of fear. Don't know what happened. After a month since they departed from the Northern Territory, Yang Kai's temper suddenly became a lot worse. His face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. He was also cursing someone under his breath. Li Jiao was anxious and frightened. He didn't provoke him these past few days. How did he suddenly become like this? Fortunately, although Yang Kai was in a bad mood, he didn't raise his eyebrows at him. Li Jiao was very careful every day. He was afraid that he would ignite the volcano in his heart. Yang Kai's mood was naturally bad. It wasn't because of Li Jiao, but because of Luan Feng. That stinking woman destroyed the space formation he arranged in the savage desolate land. If not for that, he could have directly entered the savage desolate land from the High Heaven Palace, then go to the Eastern Sea. Although the distance wasn't close, this kind of journey was undoubtedly better than the current one. It was precisely because Luan Feng destroyed his space formation that he had to fly to the Eastern Territory. Even if the journey was smooth, it would still take a lot of time. This made him extremely unhappy. He secretly made up his mind to settle the score with Luan Feng when he met her. She was too infuriating. The flowing cloud shuttle's speed was very fast. Yang Kai and Li Jiao took turns to control it. They cooperated seamlessly. When there was nothing to do, Yang Kai would meditate and cultivate. Although his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, it didn't matter if he cultivated the dragon transformation secret art. He was now 4.5 meters tall after dragon transformation. Cultivating the dragon transformation secret art would allow him to fuse with the golden divine dragon's origin power to a greater extent, increasing his strength after dragon transformation. Occasionally he would also study the spatial law. The spatial divine technique he grasped so far were all comprehended by himself. Every divine technique had unfathomable power. If he could comprehend one or two more, it would be of great help to him. This trip to the Dragon Island was admittedly a little hot-headed, but it was also the result of careful consideration. Yang Kai also knew that this trip would be full of troubles. He might have a conflict with the Dragon Island. With his current strength, entering the Dragon Island was a 90% chance of death, but Zhu Qing was on the Dragon Island. He couldn't just sit and watch. The words that Zhu Qing said in the reincarnation world was still echoing in his mind. He didn't know what would happen after she returned to the Dragon Island, but he knew that she wouldn't. The leader of all living creatures, the leader of the divine spirits, having an intimate relationship with a human, Yang Kai didn't need to think about it to know that Dragon Island wouldn't allow such a thing. If Zhu Qing could not bear the pressure and was willing to cut ties with him, it would be fine. If she was unwilling, she would have to suffer. Would Zhu Qing be willing? This question had never crossed Yang Kai's mind, because he didn't need to think about it to know Zhu Qing's choice. Time flowed by, the days passed by peacefully. There wasn't much progress in the dragon transformation art. Yang Kai hadn't been cultivating for long after all. He was able to reach a height of 45 meters, all thanks to the help of the dragon blood pill and Zhu Qing's pure yin qi. If he wanted to make any progress in the future, he would need the accumulation of time, and it would take a very long time. They arrived at the Eastern Sea. Above the sea, it was vast and boundless. There were no clouds in the sky for 10,000 miles. After he finished speaking, he went in the opposite direction to search. His divine perception spread out like the tide, carefully exploring every inch of space. Yang Kai didn't fly very fast because he was afraid he would miss out on some details. In his opinion, the reason why the Dragon Island was so mysterious and no one knew where it was because some shocking formation was set up to conceal its traces. Since it was a concealment formation, then there would be traces to follow. As long as he found the location of the formation, then it would definitely be the location of the Dragon Island. He didn't know much about formations, but as long as it was a formation, there would definitely be a fluctuation of spiritual energy. As long as he grasped that trace of spiritual energy fluctuation, he would definitely be able to follow the vine to the melon. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days? Yang Kai expanded the scope of his search bit by bit. He turned this 100,000 miles of sea territory upside down, but he still didn't find anything. During this period he met with Li Jiao a few times, but he also didn't find anything. 10 days later the scope of his search had already doubled. 1 month later it doubled again. Yang Kai's expression gradually became unsightly. Could it be that he couldn't even find the location of the Dragon Island on this trip and had to go back home? That would really be a huge joke. After meeting with Li Jiao again, he frowned and asked, "Are you sure the Dragon Island is in this sea territory?" "Of course I'm sure." Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. After a while he reacted, "Palace Master Yang, you can't be doubting me, right? Then I'm really wronged. What good would it do me to lie to you? I'm not doubting you, but after all, so many years have passed, and the scenery of the sea is the same. It's inevitable that you remembered wrongly." "Impossible," Li Jiao said agitatedly. "It's impossible for me to remember wrongly. It's definitely here." Seeing him like this, Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He nodded lightly and looked into the distance, wondering if he should go to the Spiritual Beast Island. Although the Martial Beast Island didn't have a good relationship with the Dragon Island, it shouldn't be a problem to ask him for directions, right? "Sai, the Dragon Island is so mysterious and hard to find. If only we had the Dragon Island medallion." Li Jiao sighed. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at him. "What's wrong?" Li Jiao asked in astonishment. Yang Kai said, "Can the Dragon Island medallion find the location of the Dragon Island?" Li Jiao said, "It should be possible. The Dragon Island medallion is something issued by the Dragon Island. The holder of the Dragon Island medallion can make a request that the Dragon Island can fulfill. The dragon race hasn't appeared for a long time. If someone obtained the Dragon Island medallion, they would definitely go to the Dragon Island to fulfill their wish. How would they enter the Dragon Island? Naturally, they would have to rely on the Dragon Island medallion." As he spoke, he sighed dejectedly. However, there were only a few Dragon Island medallions in history. Furthermore, they were all taken back by the Dragon Island. It is harder than ascending to heaven to find the Dragon Island medallion now. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. He raised his head and patted Li Jiao's shoulder with a grief-stricken expression. Li Jiao was shocked. "Palace Master Yang, what happened to you?" Yang Kai raised his head and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He clenched his teeth and said, "Why didn't you tell me such important information earlier?" Li Jiao felt an intense pain coming from his shoulder as if his shoulder was about to be crushed. He didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai as he said, "You didn't ask." He just said it casually. He didn't expect Yang Kai to have such a strong reaction. Yang Kai said, "If that's the case, then it's not strange that the Dragon Island is so mysterious. Everyone thought that the Dragon Island was above the sea. No one thought that the Dragon Island was under the sea. This unknowingly increased the Dragon Island's concealment. Let's go and take a look." Yang Kai said and dived down. With a bang, seawater splashed everywhere. Yang Kai had already disappeared. When he circulated his Emperor Qi, a protective barrier formed around his body, squeezing the surrounding seawater away. At the beginning there was still plenty of light, but as Yang Kai dived deeper, the light under the sea became darker and darker. There were also huge sea beasts shuttling past. Those gigantic shadows gave people a strong sense of oppression and palpitations. Sea beasts had always been huge and their strength was astonishing. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Li Jiao weren't weak. When they circulated their emperor pressure, the nearby sea beasts didn't dare to approach, so they were unimpeded. After an unknown amount of time, the bottom of the sea had already become pitch black. The pressure around them had also become extremely terrifying. Even a Dao Source Realm cultivator would be crushed by such immense pressure. Only an Emperor Realm Master could barely continue to dive deeper. Their Emperor Qi was quickly draining away like a flood. Li Jiao's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, but when he saw that Yang Kai didn't stop, he could only grit his teeth and follow. In front of them, a powerful aura quickly approached. It was a sea beast that was pouncing towards them. Although the two's emperor pressure could scare away most sea beasts, there were still some overlords who weren't afraid of anything. When the black shadow passed by, the two of them were swallowed before they could even react. A foul stench enveloped the two of them. Yang Kai's face darkened. He raised his hand and sent out several moon blades. Puff 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 sounds rang out as Yang Kai rushed past the moon blades and pierced through the sea beast's abdomen. When they looked back, they saw that the huge black shadow was constantly churning. The pitch-black seawater seemed to be dyed red, and Li Jiao successfully broke through from the wound. Sea beasts had strong vitality and wouldn't die even if they were injured like this. However, after suffering a loss, they immediately understood that they had provoked an enemy they shouldn't have and fled in a sorry state. Follow. Yang Kai sent a message to Li Jiao. Li Jiao nodded and sped up to follow behind him. Another quarter of an hour passed, and there was still no sight of the bottom of the sea. However, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. He didn't know how many kilometers they were under the sea. There was no light or sound in the surroundings. It was extremely quiet, as if the world had never been born and was in chaos. What's wrong? Li Jiao stood beside Yang Kai. Chapter 30:18. Dragon race secret techniques were extremely powerful, but only those with the bloodline of the dragon race could use them. These phantoms were clearly secret techniques left behind by the masters of the dragon race. It was impossible for such a secret technique to appear in the void corridor for no reason, and Yang Kai did not believe that the dragon race's defenses would be so tight. After all, the other end of the void corridor was Dragon Island, so who would risk their lives to sneak in? Looking at the dragon race secret techniques left behind here, Yang Kai could tell that they were all life-threatening existences. If he had not used his dragon transformation, it would be impossible for him to still be standing here. This is a fucking trap. It was definitely a trap targeted at someone. This kind of trap was enough to instantly kill an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Is this trap targeting me? A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but he could not confirm it. Just as he was lost in thought, cryptic dragon language suddenly sounded from the direction of the dragon phantoms. The dragon language was the foundation of the dragon race secret techniques. At first glance, it sounded similar to the incantations of the ancient wizard spells, but it was even more difficult to pronounce and difficult to understand. As the dragon language continued, the several dragon phantoms suddenly collapsed, but the voice did not stop. Li Jiao trembled, instinctively feeling fear and regret in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have just turned around and returned home. The scattered dragon phantoms regrouped and suddenly turned into a giant ancient character, covering Yang Kai and Li Jiao like a giant net. The two of them quickly retreated, but were shocked to discover that no matter how they retreated, they could not avoid the ancient character. The ancient character was extremely mysterious and looked like a square superimposed on top of each other. In the blink of an eye, the ancient characters enveloped the two of them, and a strange principal strength began to fluctuate. Li Jiao's face paled and his heart sank. Yang Kai, on the other hand, let out a soft cry of surprise. In the next instant, their vision blurred and the two of them appeared in a world of nothingness. There was no light or sound here, and it was even more disturbing than the seabed from before. Yang Kai swept out with his divine sense and found that Li Jiao was not far from him, so he reached out and grabbed him. "Palace Master Yang, what is this place?" Li Jiao gulped and asked. "Void Crevice." Yang Kai replied. He withdrew the dragonization art and returned to his original form. The dragon shadow from before had already disappeared. When the ancient text appeared, it actually threw the two of them into the void crack. Ah! Li Jiao turned pale with fright. He was no stranger to the void crevice. It was an extremely dangerous place for an expert like him. If he was not careful, he would lose his way and never be able to find his way out. Yang Kai took out new clothes from his space ring and put them on while carefully looking around. He had entered and exited the void crevice countless times, but this place gave him a very strange feeling, as if there were mysteries hidden everywhere. Yang Kai tried to stimulate the law of space. Fortunately, there were no restrictions. He felt that if he used his full strength, he should be able to break through this void crack and return to the outside world. However, he did not know where exactly he would appear. So he was not in a hurry to make a move because he needed to enter Dragon Island. This void crevice would not appear for no reason. Combined with the previous encounter, Yang Kai faintly felt that this place should be inside the void corridor. In other words, as long as he could find the exit of this void crevice, he would be able to enter Dragon Island smoothly. "We've been here before," Yang Kai let out a light breath. Li Jiao scratched his head and released his divine sense to observe his surroundings. He thought that this damn place was the same everywhere. In his opinion, there was no difference at all, so Yang Kai actually recognized it. This was simply unbelievable. This is a labyrinth. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that there was actually an extremely mysterious labyrinth in this void crevice. The entire labyrinth was incomparably huge. With those void undercurrents as the path and the void crevices as the screen, such a large area was cut into a labyrinth that no one could find the way out. What made Yang Kai even more shocked was that this labyrinth was not unchanging. Instead, it was constantly changing. The surging undercurrents, the flowing crevices, any little change could affect the entire labyrinth. Who arranged this? Who had such great ability? Was it Dragon Island? If it was Dragon Island, why would they arrange such a labyrinth here? Who were they trying to trap? Suddenly, a sentence that Li Jiao said before appeared in Yang Kai's mind. 20 years ago, the martial beast had once caused havoc on Dragon Island. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This labyrinth was probably aimed at the martial beast. Only such a huge layout could trap a great emperor's. And only great emperors had the qualifications to make Dragon Island arrange such a labyrinth. As for himself, he had merely suffered an undeserved calamity. Thinking up to here, Yang Kai suddenly became excited again. It seemed like his previous guess was correct. As long as he could decipher this labyrinth, he should be able to enter Dragon Island. Because this void labyrinth existed with the tunnel as its foundation, the exit of the labyrinth should be the same as the exit of the tunnel. Yang Kai started moving again. He carefully paid attention to the changes in his surroundings. A blueprint gradually formed in his mind, a blueprint of the entire labyrinth. He believed that as long as he could complete this blueprint, he should be able to find the way out of the labyrinth. Li Jiao did not know what Yang Kai was thinking of. He only knew that his speed suddenly increased by a lot. He could only clench his teeth and keep up. Time passed by slowly. Although there was no sun, moon, or stars in this place and there was no way to tell how much time had passed, Li Jiao felt that at least a month had passed. After a month of time, Yang Kai had been walking around aimlessly. He would stop to observe his surroundings from time to time. His mouth would mutter a few words and then he would set off again. Although there was no battle during this month, Li Jiao had narrowly escaped death several times. The void undercurrent appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Once, he was sucked into an undercurrent and was almost teleported to another place. Fortunately, Yang Kai reacted quickly and pulled him back. Otherwise, he might have been trapped here for the rest of his life. He did not have the confidence to walk out of here. During this month, Yang Kai's expression gradually became dignified. He found that he had still underestimated this void labyrinth. The blueprint in his mind was overturned again and again, but there was not much progress. With his attainments in the Tao of space, it would not be difficult for him to leave here. As long as he could tear open space here, he could return to the star boundary. But if he did that, it would mean that he had given up on entering Dragon Island. This was not his plan. On this day, Yang Kai and Li Jiao were still walking through the void labyrinth, looking for an exit. Li Jiao's heart was already dead. He felt that he could never hope to set foot on Dragon Island in this lifetime. He could only follow behind Yang Kai mechanically, stepping on the places he had stepped on. Li Jiao was also slightly stunned. It couldn't be helped, the three large words were, Half-Dragon City. The two looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. On the city gate, there was a lifelike giant dragon carving. At first glance, the giant dragon seemed to be alive, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced forward. Li Jiao's face paled slightly and he couldn't help but speed up. After entering the city, the two were shocked again. Although they had guessed that the city's population would be large, the scene they saw still exceeded their expectations. There were people coming and going in the city, as many as carps crossing the river. There were many shops in the surroundings and there were noises, shouts and haggling sounds. The human race, monster race and dragon race were mixed in. The human race had the most people, about half of the population, followed by the monster race. Although there were fewer of them than the human race, it wasn't that small. Then there were the dragon race. What the fuck was going on? The two were a little stunned. While the two were silent, a loud noise suddenly came from a shop across the street, as if someone was arguing about something. Immediately after, the world energy surged and principles appeared. A loud bang rang out, followed by a cry of surprise. A figure flew out of the shop and landed heavily on the ground. It was a woman wearing a light yellow palace dress. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her back was slender and graceful. Although her face couldn't be seen clearly, her aura wasn't weak. She was actually a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. It was unknown who she had a conflict with in the shop, but she was actually beaten out of the shop. From the looks of it, her injuries weren't light. When the pedestrians on the street saw this, they all moved aside. Without knowing the cause and effect, no one was willing to meddle in other people's business, lest they get into trouble. "Mother!" A tender voice called out, with a hint of sobbing. The woman lying on the ground got up with difficulty, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked forward with a fiery gaze. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or because she was beaten, but her tender body was trembling. Umph! As the cold snort sounded, a man walked out of the shop. This man had a malicious expression on his face, and his pace was neither fast nor slow. He raised his hand slightly and grabbed the hair of a young girl, pulling her back. Caught in this position, the young girl could only bow her body and follow him out. The young girl's face was delicate and pretty. She didn't look very old and her body was still young. There were 2 small bulges on her chest and she was extremely petite. Judging from her appearance, she was at most 15 to 16 years old. Her eyes were red and tears slid down her cheeks. She seemed to have suffered a great shock and her face was full of panic. She looked forward and said, "Mother, save me." From the way she called out, this young girl and the woman who was beaten out of the shop before were obviously mother and daughter. "Let her go." The woman gritted her teeth and shouted, her emperor chi surging violently. She looked like she was about to fight to the death, but her daughter had been captured, so she was very cautious. No matter how angry she was, she didn't dare to act rashly. What's more, this malicious-looking man's cultivation was not only higher than hers, but he was also a dragon descendant. Even if she went all out, she was definitely not his opponent. "Let her go." The malicious-looking man looked at the woman and sneered, "Do you think I'll let her go just because you say so? Who do you think you are?" The disdain in his words was obvious, and it was obvious he didn't put this woman in his eyes. Saying so, he even lowered his head and gently sniffed the young girl's hair. Suddenly, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. "She smells so good. This king likes this little girl." The young girl had never experienced such a situation before, and feeling the hot breath on her back, she suddenly stiffened and cried even harder, whispering, "Mother, how dare you?" The woman was furious when she saw this and gritted her teeth. "Do you know whose daughter she is? How dare you treat her like this?" The malicious-looking man sneered, "Of course I know whose daughter she is." The woman was stunned, as if she hadn't expected the other party to give such an answer. She originally thought that the other party was just taking advantage of his power to bully her, and as long as she mentioned her daughter's father's identity, the other party would hesitate to act and she and her daughter would be safe. Who would have thought that it wouldn't have any effect at all? Her heart couldn't help but sink, knowing that the situation wasn't good. The other party had targeted her, and they must have already investigated her before, so her identity might not be useful. The malicious-looking man said, "Do you think they would care about a mortal's body? If they really cared, they wouldn't have driven you and your daughter out." As soon as this was said, not only did the woman's face darken, but many of the surrounding onlookers also looked disappointed, as if they had encountered a similar situation as the woman. "Do you believe that even if this king were to strip her naked right now, no one would care whether you lived or died?" The malicious-looking man said as he reached out and put his hand on the young girl's shoulder. The young girl's body suddenly stiffened, and she couldn't stop her tears from falling, like a broken string of pearls. The woman opposite him was even more shocked and shouted, "Don't." If he really stripped her daughter of her clothes, her daughter would be too ashamed to see others in the future and might even commit suicide immediately. Her daughter was her only hope in life, so how could she be willing to see such a thing happen? The malicious man's words made many people frown. They felt that this guy was going too far. Someone immediately said, "Friend, killing people is just a matter of nodding your head. Even if they have offended you in some way, you don't have to humiliate them like this, right?" As soon as this person spoke, the complexion of one of his companions changed, and he quickly pulled him back and whispered something in his ear. The face of the person who spoke couldn't help but change, becoming somewhat pale. The malicious-looking man turned his head and looked at him, sneering, "What did you just say?" This king didn't hear it clearly. "Say it again." The man's complexion changed a few times before he cupped his fists and said in a low voice, "Master, please forgive this one for speaking carelessly and offending you. I hope that Master will not take it to heart." The malicious-looking man stared at him coldly, and after a while, he shouted in a low voice, "Scram!" Hearing this, the man felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream and quickly turned around and left. He was willing to stand up for the injustice if it was within his power, but if it involved his own life, he didn't have the courage. When the others saw this scene, how could they not know that this second-order Emperor Realm Dragon descendant had a great background? Perhaps he had a great backer, otherwise how could he have such a great deterrent force? Some people recognized the malicious-looking man and naturally knew where his confidence came from. They all shook their heads and sighed, feeling that the mother and daughter pair were most likely doomed. They could have provoked anyone, but they had to provoke this guy. Their future days would be difficult. About 300 years ago, Thisly was traveling outside when he encountered a group of evil people committing a crime. Palace Master Yang should not be a stranger to this kind of thing. Thisly did not know whether it was right or wrong, so it was not convenient for Thisly to intervene. However, at that time, a woman stepped in. Although her cultivation was not bad, she was only in the third-order Dao Source realm at that time. She was surrounded by danger and Thisly saved her. After that, Thisly became acquainted with her, and that woman was Lu Sanyang of Rui sect. Palace Master Yang may laugh at this, but Thisly is also a lustful person. With such a stunning appearance, Thisly was naturally tempted. After interacting with her for some time, Thisly felt that she had a good impression of Thisly, so Thisly personally went to Rui sect to propose marriage. What's more, Li Jiao also had the bloodline of the dragon race. Lu Sanyang's beauty was enough to cause the downfall of nations, so it was normal for Li Jiao to be tempted by her. Chapter 30-25. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Li Jiao also became suspicious. He frowned and said, "That's right, why are you here? Where is the guy who harmed you?" Lu Sanyang lowered her head and was silent for a while. Then she said softly, "After being brought back to the Dragon Island, Sanyang was imprisoned in the Dragon Palace. She lived a life worse than death." Her voice was choked with sobs and her body was trembling non-stop, until 14 years ago. She turned her head to look at her daughter and smiled miserably. "When Qin Air was born, I was driven out." Li Jiao was startled for a moment. He didn't quite understand. But after he came back to his senses, his face immediately became ashen. He slammed the table and said, "Scoundrel!" Yang Kai's face was also unsightly. He felt that the dragon race was really not a good thing. Not only did they capture a woman and bring her to the Dragon Island to harm her for so many years, but when the child was born, they actually drove the mother and child away. Was there still any humanity left in them? Yang Kai didn't have much prejudice against the dragon race before. He only felt that the dragon race was too arrogant. Whether it was Zhu Qing or Zhu Lai, they seemed to be carved from the same mold. However, this didn't matter. If the dragon race wasn't arrogant, then it wouldn't be called the dragon race. But he never thought that the self-proclaimed leader of all spirits, the leader of the holy spirits, the dragon race actually had such a despicable act. This girl is... Yang Kai looked at the young girl and asked. Lu Sanyang didn't say anything, but the meaning was already obvious. Since she is the offspring of the dragon race, why was she driven out of the dragon palace? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. No matter what, Lu Sanyang's daughter still had the bloodline of the dragon race. Why was she driven out along with her mother when she was just born? Lu Sanyang said in a low voice, the rules of the dragon palace are like this. It's fine if she hasn't given birth to a child, but if she gives birth to a child, she will be driven out of the dragon palace if she doesn't have a dragon bloodline. Qin heir doesn't have a dragon bloodline. What kind of bullshit rule is this? Li Jiao was furious. Regardless of whether he had the dragon bloodline or not, he was still his own flesh and blood. How could he sweep him out of the house like he was sweeping away trash? The dragon race was too unreasonable. It's really too much. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad impression of Dragon Palace. Lu Sanyang smiled sadly and shook his head. On Dragon Island, this kind of thing is not uncommon. She turned her head and looked outside. Pointing at the passers-by, she said, where do you think the people of Half-Dragon City come from? Where did it come from? Li Jiao asked. Lu Sanyang said, many of them were driven out of the Dragon Palace. Even if they weren't, their ancestors were. What? Yang Kai and Li Jiao both widened their eyes. The dragon race is very few in number. It's very difficult to give birth. Often there won't be a new member born even after 10,000 years. In addition, the ratio of men to women in the dragon race is very unbalanced. Those adult male dragon race members would often leave Dragon Island and go out to find outstanding women. They would capture them and use them as tools to relieve their lust. After a long time, many women became pregnant. When their children are born, if they have the bloodline of the dragon race, they can stay in the dragon palace and continue to be observed. If they don't have the bloodline of the dragon race or if their bloodline is too low, they will be expelled from the dragon palace. After countless years, there were many humans, monsters, and even some with impure bloodlines on Dragon Island. Who would have thought that the dragon race would actually appear at this time? Before the dragon race even came close, a monstrous power had already attacked from afar. The suppression from the bloodline made Li Jiao's flesh squirm non-stop. Many of the dragon descendants in Half-Dragon City also noticed this and stopped to watch. After a short while, a resounding dragon roar came from afar. Then a huge dragon appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a green dragon more than 10 zhang long. It rolled in the clouds and soon arrived in the sky above Half-Dragon City. The huge dragon coiled up and looked down with its head held high. The whole Half-Dragon City seemed to be trembling. All the residents were in a panic. On Dragon Island, the dragon race was the absolute ruler. The dragon race also rarely came to Half-Dragon City. Now that one suddenly appeared, it naturally made people feel apprehensive. They didn't know why this green dragon came here. The green dragon swaggered in the sky for a while, taking in the whole Half-Dragon City situation. Only then did it slowly transform into its human form. With a flash of light, a young man around 20 to 30 years old appeared. He was wearing gaudy clothes and looked like a butterfly swaggering through the city. All of a sudden, a figure flew up from the Half-Dragon City. Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked at the figure and were surprised. It couldn't be him. The guy flying towards the green dragon was actually the guy who was beaten up by Li Jiao. At this moment, the gloomy man carefully smiled and respectfully landed in front of the green dragon. He was shorter than the green dragon by a whole body. His previous injuries hadn't healed. His cheeks were swollen and a few of his teeth were missing. Combined with his current flattering posture, he looked quite funny. The green dragon glanced at him and slightly wrinkled his brows. The contempt and disgust in his eyes were obvious. Greetings to Master Fuqi. I don't know what orders the master has for me? He didn't immediately complain to this green dragon called Fuqi because he knew that in the eyes of the dragon race, everyone in Half-Dragon City, including himself, was just an ant. Although he could talk to Dragon Island, in the eyes of the dragon race he was no different from an ant. If he complained at this time, Fuqi wouldn't pay attention to him and it would be annoying for no reason. Fuqi didn't look at him and just lightly said, the dragon blood flower needs to be watered. When the gloomy man heard this, he hurriedly nodded and said, understood, understood. This little one will do it. Like before, 200 is enough? Fuqi gently nodded and said, N. Master, please go ahead. This little one will immediately bring people to the dragon palace. Fuqi said, and 500 mortals. When the gloomy man heard this, he was stunned. 500 mortals? He was confused. He didn't know why Fu Qi suddenly made such a request. In the past, when the dragon race came to Dragon Island, it was basically for the dragon blood flower, so they only needed to bring 200 dragon descendants. There was never a time when they wanted to bring mortals. In the eyes of the dragon race, no matter how high your cultivation was, as long as you didn't have the bloodline of the dragon race, you were still a mortal. What was this for? The gloomy man couldn't understand. Are you asking me? Fu Qi turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. The gloomy man was shocked. He knew that he shouldn't have asked this question. No matter what the dragon race did, he only needed to follow orders. He didn't have the qualifications to ask too much. He immediately lowered his head and said, I don't dare. Master Fu Qi, please calm down. This little one misspoke. Scram. Fu Qi spat out a word, then closed his eyes and stood in the void. The gloomy man felt like he had been pardoned. He quickly turned his head and flew towards Half-Dragon City. Chapter 30-28. He was just saying it casually. The main reason was that he was really unwilling to nurture the dragon blood flower. He had done this more than once. Every time he nurtured the dragon blood flower, he would be weak for a year and a half. That kind of experience was too painful. Who would have thought that Fu Qi would actually nod and agree after thinking about it? Alright, then I'll leave them to you, you bastard. If anything happens, you'll be responsible for it. Jianghu was stunned and then was overjoyed. This lowly one will not disappoint, master. Let's go, let's go. On the other side, Fu Ling was already impatiently urging them. The 200 dragon descendants had no choice but to follow behind her, heading towards the spiritual island where the dragon blood flower was nurtured. Before leaving, many people looked at Jianghu with envy, making him feel very proud. Suddenly Yuanwu's eyes flashed and he stared at Li Jiao with a sinister expression. Li Jiao also turned around at this time. When their eyes met, Yuanwu's lips curled, revealing a sinister smile. Previously in Half-Dragon City, he had suffered a great loss at Li Jiao's hands. He had been humiliated in front of so many people, and his face had fallen. Now the tides had turned. Li Jiao was going to be taken to nurture the dragon blood flower, and he had gotten a good job, being in charge of those 500 mortals. Comparing the two, Yuanwu was extremely happy. So what if your bloodline is high? So what if your cultivation is high? You still have to be taken to be drained. And that mother and daughter pair had finally fallen into his hands. He was already thinking about how to torture Lu Sanyang and her daughter to vent his anger. Mother and daughter flowers, although he had played with them before, he had never met such a beautiful mother and daughter pair. This time he had to find a chance to vent his anger. He turned to look at Lu Sanyang and her daughter, and then looked at Li Jiao provocatively. He laughed sinisterly. His meaning was obvious. But unexpectedly, Li Jiao was indifferent. He only glanced at him coldly, and there was even some ridicule and sympathy in his eyes. What did he mean? Yuanwu's expression immediately turned cold. After thinking for a while, he still could not understand what Li Jiao meant. Previously, Li Jiao had stood up for Lu Sanyang and her daughter, so their relationship was not bad. But why was this guy indifferent to his provocation? Yuanwu frowned deeply, his head filled with confusion. Of course, Li Jiao was not worried about Lu Sanyang and her daughter. With Yang Kai by their side, it was fine if Yuanwu did not provoke them. But if he dared to provoke them, his outcome would be terrible. He believed that Yang Kai would not ignore Lu Sanyang and her daughter. The 200 dragonkin gradually disappeared into the distance. Fu Qi turned around and ran in another direction without saying a word. Yuanwu did not have the time to think about Li Jiao's unusual reaction. He hurriedly shouted, "Follow, follow. Do not delay the matter of Fu Qi's master." He was used to using his connections to intimidate others, so his tone was very impolite. No one dared to complain. The 500 people hurriedly galloped forward. When Lu Sanyang and her daughter galloped past, Yuanwu smiled coldly and immediately approached. Lu Sanyang's body shook, her face slightly pale. Li Jiao had left and she had no one to rely on. Yuanwu had a say in the dragon race. If he really bullied her and her daughter, she had no power to resist. She secretly decided that even if she had to fight to the death, she would not let her daughter fall into Yuanwu's hands. While her daughter was the product of the dragon race's lust, she was the flesh and blood she had carried for 10 months. The reason she had been able to survive all these years was because of Lu Yuqin. If not for this, she would have died long ago. How could she have lived until today? Holding Lu Yuqin in her arms, Lu Sanyang moved slightly to the side, increasing the distance between her and Yuanwu. How could Yuanwu let go of this chance? He moved closer to her, clearly wanting to take advantage of her. Lu Sanyang's expression immediately became unnatural. She lowered her head, her face pale. Yuanwu looked forward. Seeing that Fu Qi was flying in front and did not pay much attention to the back, he boldly reached out to grab Lu Sanyang's pretty butt. He had been drooling over Lu Sanyang for a long time. Such a beautiful woman was rare even in Half-Dragon City, not to mention that she had been expelled from the Dragon Palace. She had once had a very close relationship with a member of the dragon race. This gave Yuanwu a perverse sense of anticipation. Now that he could finally satisfy his craving, he naturally would not miss this chance. But what he did not expect was that he would grab empty air. Yuanwu's expression darkened. When he turned his head to look, he found that Lu Sanyang, who had been next to him, had run to the other side at some unknown time. A youth in blue clothing was between him and Lu Sanyang. He had just wanted to take advantage of her, but did not notice when this youth had come over. When he looked up, he saw the youth looking at him with a cold expression. This guy did it on purpose? Yuanwu was instantly annoyed. Because he could speak with the dragon race, his status in Half-Dragon City was very high. Whether it was the human race, the Yao race, or the experts of the dragon race, they would all give him some face. Previously, he had been beaten by Li Jiao in the city, which had already made him furious. He did not expect that at this time, someone would ruin his good fortune. Looking over, Yuanwu's expression turned cold. He transmitted, "It's you." He also recognized Yang Kai. This youth had been sitting at the same table as Li Jiao. The two clearly had a good relationship. What? That dragon descendant has left, and you want to protect this pair of mother and daughter? Do you think you can protect her with your puny cultivation base? Yuanwu really did not put Yang Kai in his eyes. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had a second-order high-rank dragon vein. He could even fight against an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he could not win, it should not be a problem for him to protect himself. Before, he could not detect Yang Kai's cultivation because Yang Kai did not use his Emperor Qi. At this moment, everyone was flying in the air. With his Emperor Qi, Yang Kai's cultivation could be seen clearly. First-order Emperor Realm. Since when could a first-order Emperor Realm Master challenge him? And he was a human. Yuanwu was so angry that his nose became crooked. He felt that this brat was not putting him in his eyes at all. He was crazy. Yuanwu transmitted his voice darkly, "Brat, you have guts. How dare you ruin this king's good fortune?" He was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, just like her, while Li Jiao was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If they were together and something happened, Li Jiao would definitely be the one to take the lead. This was a normal judgment. She took it for granted and Yang Kai was too lazy to explain. After chatting with her like this, Lu Sanyang's mood calmed down a lot. When facing Yang Kai, she did not feel so much pressure. Their cultivations were about the same, so Lu Sanyang could naturally relax. On the other hand, when facing Li Jiao, she felt guilty and was very careful. This is a pitiful person. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. As she spoke, Lu Sanyang suddenly stopped talking. Her body trembled again, and her eyes trembled as she looked forward. Yang Kai looked and was speechless. Because Fu Qi was actually flying straight towards the island in front of them. It seemed that island was his destination. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? There were countless spirit islands in the sea. The dragon race was scattered and far away from each other. No one would have thought that Fu Qi would bring them to the island where Lu Sanyang had stayed before. Since Yang Kai had already guessed it, he naturally would not ignore it. He quietly sent a message, "Big Sister Lu, when we get on the island, follow me closely. Don't be separated from me." He did not know if Lu Sanyang heard it or not. In any case, she did not react at all. As the distance got closer, her expression became worse and worse. Finally, the group landed on the island behind Fuchi. Yang Kai's previous observation was not wrong. Fuchi's target was this island. The dragon race should be living on this island because there were many palaces on the other side of the island. Although it was already late at night, the lights in the palaces flickered. It was unknown what the people inside were doing. When they reached the place, Fuchi waved his hand, and Yuanwu immediately ran over, nodding and bowing. Fuchi's face was cold. He said a few words in a low voice, then took out a space ring and threw it to Yuanwu. Yuanwu's face became bitter. He clearly looked troubled. Fuchi ignored him and charged into the sky. His body flashed and he turned into a green dragon more than 100 feet long. He dove into the sea and disappeared. "Master Fuchi, Master Fuchi!" Yuanwu shouted. "If you cannot complete the 1-month deadline, you will all die." A dragon's roar came from the depths of the sea, causing everyone's expression to change. No one knew what they had been brought here for. How could they calm down when they heard this? 1-month deadline? What was a 1-month deadline? What were they going to do in 1 month? No one knew that after a moment of silence, chattering sounds could be heard. Fuchi had left. Everyone was a resident of Half-Dragon City. At this time, there was nothing to be worried about. A few of the stronger people of the Emperor realm gathered around Yuanwu. "Brother Yuan, why did the dragon race call us here?" "Yes, what do they want us to do?" "Then what is the 1-month deadline?" "Brother Yuan, do you know something? If you know, hurry up and tell us." "Brother Yuan, you can't be selfish. Right now, we're all grasshoppers tied to the same rope. We have to work together. Yes, if we cannot complete the dragon race's task, the consequences will be unthinkable." The group of people kept talking. Yuanwu's head was about to explode. There was no way around it. This matter concerned their own lives. Who dared to not care? Since Fuchi said a 1-month deadline, then a 1-month deadline. If they could not satisfy his request, not to mention 500 people here, even 5,000 people would be killed. The dragon race always kept their word, especially on this kind of matter. Yuanwu's expression was twisted to the extreme. It was too late for regret. But the key is the materials. Yes, where are we going to find these materials? If we can't find the materials, how are we going to build the palace? The dragon race is forcing us to our deaths. Shu, what nonsense are you talking about? This is the dragon palace, be careful that the walls have ears. The crowd began to discuss again. Yuanwu's expression was extremely ugly. After a while he continued to speak. "You are right. The dragon race wants us to build a palace, and an extremely grand one at that." This king just took a look. If this palace is completed, it will occupy an area of over 100 acres. A wave of gasps sounded. Over 100 acres? How big was this island? If it was over 100 acres, it would occupy almost a tenth of this island. They had thought that they had enough people, but when they heard that it was over 100 acres, they were all dumbfounded. Was this still a fucking palace? This was a city, right? Yunwu pointed at the center of the island and said loudly, "The palace is over there. The dragon race has basically been planned. We only need to act according to the plan." Seeing that the crowd was about to become restless again, Yunwu pressed down with his hand and said in a low voice, "This king knows what everyone is worried about. It is nothing more than the materials. The Dragon Island has prepared the materials." He raised the ring on his hand high up. "It is all in here." When these words were said, everyone was stunned. Then a wave of gasps sounded. So the dragon race has already prepared. That really scared me to death. Yes, if we have to find those materials ourselves, I think everyone should just kill themselves. That's more like it. But I have long heard that the dragon race is rich. Only now do I know that the rumors are true. Yes, so many materials are only used to build a palace. This is too exaggerated and wasteful. If they could give me some, keep dreaming? Who dares to embezzle the things in the ring? If they really did that, they wouldn't even know when they died. That's true. Haha, I was just saying. Just as everyone relaxed, Yunwu smiled coldly. It is not that this seed is pouring cold water on everyone, but the materials in the ring are not enough for the temporary residence. There is still a large gap and we need to mine it ourselves. What? This time everyone was shocked. In just a few words, the ups and downs of their mood were too frequent. Everyone was unable to accept it. The materials in the ring were not enough? They had to mine it themselves? So many precious materials, where would they go to mine them? These materials were things that could only be encountered and not sought. Jianghu said, "No need to worry. There are a few spiritual islands in the Dragon Palace that produce these materials, so we only need to mine them." Everyone's tense mood relaxed again. If that was the case, then it was fine. Chapter 30-32. Yuan Wu did not see how Yang Kai had pounced over it all. His speed was too fast. The few masters who had been paying attention to Yang Kai also narrowed their eyes, their faces filled with shock. Because of Yang Kai's casual palm strike, their attention had been on Yang Kai, so they naturally saw it more clearly than the others. Even so, they could not completely grasp Yang Kai's movements. It seemed like an afterimage had flashed by, and Yang Kai had changed his position. Yuan Wu also came back to his senses at this time, and a ruthless look appeared on his face. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and punched straight at Yang Kai's face. This was almost an instinctive reaction. However, when his fist was still in midair, he suddenly cried out in alarm, and his expression turned extremely ugly. Because at that moment, he suddenly discovered that the left eye of the young man opposite him had turned into a golden slit. That golden slit did not have the slightest emotion, but was filled with majesty and shock, as if a god was looking down from above. When their eyes met, his mind went into a trance. He could only faintly see a budding lotus flower rushing into his mind. Intense pain spread from his knowledge sea and spread throughout his body, causing him to scream and tremble. This aggressive punch could no longer go on. But he was still a master, and after such a sudden change he immediately knew that he had been tricked by Yang Kai. The cultivation of the young man opposite him was not high, only the first-order emperor realm, but the power of his spiritual energy made him tremble in fear. The secret technique attack that came from his soul felt like it was going to tear his knowledge sea apart. Yuan Wu bit the tip of his tongue, and the pain caused him to sober up for a moment. He clenched his fists, and two bolts of lightning appeared, turning into thunderbolts that shot towards Yang Kai. The two were very close, and Yuan Wu did not hold back at all in this attack. Its power was immense, and the dazzling lightning almost illuminated half the sky. But an inconceivable scene appeared. The lightning shot through Yang Kai's body, but it did not cause any harm to him. Instead, it passed through his back and hit empty air. See? Yuan Wu sucked in a breath of cold air, almost unable to believe his eyes. How could he dodge such a sudden attack at such a close distance? No, he didn't dodge it. It was as if his attack had no effect at all. But how was that possible? The lightning had clearly hit him. Yuan Wu had seen it clearly. Not only did Yuan Wu not understand this question, the others also did not understand. They were all dumbfounded. Just as everyone was in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed Yuan Wu's neck. His movements were not fast. In the eyes of others, he was as slow as a snail. Yuan Wu could have easily dodged, but Yuan Wu could not and was caught by him. Yuan Wu's eyes bulged. He felt an enormous force come from his neck as though it was going to crush his neck. Not only that, the faint dragon presence he had activated was suppressed in an instant, as though it had encountered Nemesis. The most obvious change was that the dragon scales on his neck had become faint again. Bloodline suppression? Yuan Wu's heart skipped a beat. He had a similar experience when he was attacked by Li Jiao during the day. The suppression from his bloodline caused him to only be able to use 80% of his strength, which was why he was unable to fight back against Li Jiao. Otherwise, with his second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, even if he could not defeat Li Jiao, he could at least exchange a few moves. How could it be so one-sided? But what was going on with this human? Yuan Wu did not feel any dragon race aura from him at all. Chapter 30-33. Yuan Wu's face was ashen. After being helped up by the middle-aged man, he coughed violently for a while before saying bitterly, "I'm fine." He glared at Yang Kai with hatred, but when he met Yang Kai's gaze he quickly dodged. After experiencing what had just happened, he didn't dare to challenge Yang Kai anymore. He could only suppress this resentment in his heart and hope to repay it in the future. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and said with a flattering smile, "It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. We still need Master to oversee the construction of the palace in the future. If something really happened, what would we do? We don't have a backbone." His flattery caused many people to cast sidelong glances at him, wondering how this guy could be so shameless. But like this, Yuan Wu's expression improved a lot, feeling that he had regained some face. The middle-aged man said again, "Master, if there really isn't a candidate, then leave the matter of mining the ice soul snow jade to me. What do you think?" Chem? Yuan Wu was taken aback and turned to look at him, sizing him up seriously for the first time. The rest of the people were also stunned and had strange expressions. Everyone knew how dangerous mining the ice soul snow jade was, so no one was willing to take the initiative to take this job. They all took the initiative to suggest taking on other tasks because they were afraid that Yuan Wu would assign this matter to them. The middle-aged man was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so everyone believed that he was also aware of this. But what was he doing? It was clearly dangerous, so why was he taking the initiative? Was there something wrong with this guy's head? Even if he wanted to flatter, he shouldn't play around with his own life. For a moment, everyone looked at the middle-aged man as if they were looking at a fool. The middle-aged man didn't seem to notice and smiled slightly. "Of course, I'm just saying. As for the specific choice, it's up to Master to decide." As soon as he said this, Yuan Wu had a good impression of this middle-aged man. He had already lost face because of Yang Kai, and the first task assigned to him was thrown out and humiliated. This was a huge blow to his prestige, and it was very likely that it would affect his position in the hearts of these 500 people. But at this time there was still someone supporting him. How could Yuan Wu not be grateful? And this guy's words were very appropriate and gave him a lot of face. Looking at him deeply, Yuan Wu asked, "What's your name?" He didn't recognize the other party and vaguely didn't remember that there was such a guy in Half-Dragon City. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. After all, such a strange appearance, he always left a deep impression. The middle-aged man smiled, "This little Wu Chen." "Good." Yuan Wu reached out and patted Wu Chen's shoulder. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to provide timely assistance. This Wu Chen was undoubtedly here to provide timely assistance. Even though the two had never met before and were not familiar with each other from this moment on, Wu Chen's position in Yuan Wu's heart was already much higher than the others. He nodded and said, "Then I will leave the matter of mining the icy soul snow jade to you. Is 30 people enough?" Wu Chen stilled and had a surprised expression. Then he was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master." When the rest of the people heard this, they all looked towards Wu Chen with incomparable envy, secretly regretting their actions. If they had known earlier, how could they have just stood to the side and watched the show? They would have long rushed up and asked about his well-being. But now, Wu Chen had only said a few words and had obtained Yuan Wu's high regard. Chapter 30-34. Lu Sanyang thought about it and agreed. Things were different now. During the years she lived here, people who were not of the dragon bloodline or the monster race were not allowed to leave the island they lived on. With the construction of the palace, even if Yang Kai went out and encountered the dragon race, there would be a reasonable explanation. However, she was still worried, but Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "If you want to go with me, we will leave now." He did not plan to stay on this island. At this time, no one was paying attention to him, so he could go and inquire about Zhu Qing. Lu Sanyang probably saw his determination and said after a slight hesitation, "Us mother and daughter will not go with you. You must be careful alone." Although her cultivation was good, Lu Yuqing's strength was too low. If she really went with Yang Kai, she would definitely be a burden. It was better for her to stay here. That way, if Yang Kai encountered any danger, it would be easier to escape. Yang Kai frowned and looked in a direction. But that primary martial sect. If he left, it was inevitable that primary martial sect would continue to find trouble with the mother and daughter pair. This was his only worry now. Since Li Jiao entrusted the mother and daughter pair to him, he naturally had to take good care of them. It would be irresponsible to leave them alone like this. He could also send Lu Sanyang and her mother into the small sealed world, but he was not willing to do so unless it was absolutely necessary. Lu Sanyang smiled slightly and said, "Brother Yang, don't worry. I have lived here for hundreds of years. If I really want to hide, he won't be able to find me." As soon as she said this, Yang Kai immediately understood that his previous guess was correct. This spirit island was the dragon nest of the dragon race that harmed Lu Sanyang. If that was the case, he had no worries. Looking at the other side of the island, Yang Kai asked, "What is the name of the owner of this place?" Lu Sanyang was silent for a moment and said softly, "Fu Qi." As he spoke, his body trembled. It was clear that he had recalled something. "What rank of dragon vein?" "8th rank, Lei Long." Yang Kai nodded. "I understand." A rank 8 dragon vein was not low. It was probably one of the top in the entire dragon island. One had to know that Zhu Lai was only rank 8. Zhu Qing was also rank 8 before, but she was already rank 9 now. She was only one rank away from the great elder of the dragon race. "Brother Yang, if you want to leave, you can leave at ease. Don't worry about me, I will take good care of myself." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then you must be careful. I'll be back in a few days." After saying that, he soared into the sky and flew in a certain direction. The commotion on this side clearly did not alarm too many people. Yuanwu and the others were still busy in the center of the island and could not have noticed this side. At this time, the sky was already bright and Yang Kai was moving like a bolt of lightning. He didn't know which direction to go, so he could only take one step at a time, quietly spreading out his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Above the sea, in the land of the Dragon Palace, spirit islands were scattered all over. Each spirit island was full of spirit energy and the environment was good. The islands were full of strange flowers and treasures. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing big scenes, he was also speechless. He also knew that the dragon race was rich, but this was a very vague concept. If he did not see it with his own eyes, it was hard to imagine how rich this was. Many spirit islands did not have the slightest presence of living beings. In other words, the treasures on these islands were in a state where no one was guarding them. If there is a mistake, none of you will have an advantage. Wedding? Yuanwu stilled. He really didn't know about this. A few days ago, after Fu Qi brought the 500 of them here, he only gave them some instructions before leaving. He didn't say what this palace was for. It wasn't until he heard it from Madame Hua that he understood that this palace was actually prepared for the dragon race's wedding. The wedding of the dragon race. This was an incredible matter. The members of the dragon race were rare to begin with, and their maturation period was extremely long. Adding on that the ratio of men and women was not balanced, the chances of them becoming partners were very small. According to what Yuanwu knew, the last time a dragon race wedding was about 10,000 years ago. It could be imagined how important this matter was. Understanding this, Yuanwu immediately said, "Madam, do not worry. This Yuan will do his best in the construction of the palace to satisfy the master of the dragon race." Madame Hua nodded slightly and sighed. She said helplessly, "The master is also about to get married. I don't know how to live in the future. Elder sister is somewhat envious of younger sister. She left this place more than 10 years ago and obtained freedom. It is a pity that elder sister and the others still have to stay here. I don't know which mistress they will serve in the future." "Then you can leave. No one is forcing you to stay." Lu Yuqin suddenly shouted angrily. Although she was still young and inexperienced, she was still able to distinguish between good and bad people. This Madame Hua and those two women had been targeting her mother the moment they arrived. There was an indescribable sense of superiority in their words, and they were constantly ridiculing her. She had long been infuriated, and at this time she finally exploded. Lu Sanyang's expression changed. She pulled Lu Yuqin and said in a low voice, "Do not speak nonsense." Madame Hua's long and narrow eyes stared at Lu Yuqin. She said softly, "Sanyang, this is that little bastard?" When Lu Sanyang had been banished from the island, Lu Yuqin had already been born. Because Lu Yuqin did not have any dragon bloodline, she had implicated her mother and been mercilessly banished. Combined with her age and appearance, how could Madame Hua not know the relationship between Lu Yuqin and Lu Sanyang? After being contradicted by Lu Yuqin, she was too lazy to be polite with Lu Sanyang. She did not have a good impression of Lu Sanyang, so she naturally would not be polite to Lu Yuqin. What's more, this was the child of Lu Sanyang and the master. Even if she did not have a dragon bloodline, she was still the descendant of the master. Lu Yuqin's existence was like a thorn in Madame Hua's heart. She would not be happy until she got rid of her. Lu Sanyang said with a pale face, "The child is not sensible. Elder sister, please do not blame her." The woman holding the fish tank said coldly, "The child is not sensible. Is the master also not sensible?" Lu Sanyang bit her red lips and said, "Elder sister, please be merciful. Sanyang will apologize to you on her behalf." Madame Hua sneered, "Younger sister, what do you mean? You make it sound as if elder sister is unreasonable. Is elder sister so scary?" "Then elder sister means?" Madame Hua waved her hand and said, "I will not bicker with you about this matter." Lu Sanyang was a little surprised but still said gratefully, "Thank you, elder sister." Madame Hua said, "I will not bicker with you about this matter, but I will not let the matter of little Hong go. Younger sister, you don't know. Ever since you left, elder sister has been thinking about you day and night. She can't sleep and eat well. She misses you very much." Lu Sanyang naturally did not believe her. When she was on this island, Madame Hua did not hesitate to make things difficult for her. When she said this, Lu Sanyang's expression changed slightly. Still not getting lost. The woman reached out and grabbed Lu Sanyang to the side. Her cultivation was only at the third-order Dao Source realm. Although she was much weaker than Lu Sanyang obviously didn't dare to resist. When she was grabbed, she immediately staggered to the side. She looked at Lu Yuqin with tears in her eyes. She knew that her daughter couldn't avoid this beating. Now, she only hoped that Madame Hua would stop while she was ahead. "Mother." Lu Yuqin called out softly. The woman raised her hand high, a cold smile on her face. She ruthlessly slapped the face that looked 50 to 60% similar to Lu Sanyang's. Source energy surged in the center of that palm, hiding a killer move. Lu Yuqin's cultivation wasn't high, so how could she block such a blow? If this palm hit, his skin would definitely split open and his flesh would be torn apart. Lu Sanyang clenched her fists tightly. She didn't even notice that her fingernails were digging into her palms. Her eyes were red, and she forced herself to stay where she was and not rush over. She knew that if she rushed over, then both mother and daughter would probably die here today. Madame Hua definitely wouldn't let the two of them go. If she didn't go over, perhaps her daughter would still have a chance at survival. She turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Pa. A crisp sound rang out. It was followed by a scream. The entire world suddenly quieted down. Lu Sanyang's heart was bleeding, and she felt a throbbing pain. Although she didn't want her daughter to be born, she was still the product of 10 months of pregnancy. She and her daughter had depended on each other for survival these past few years. Her daughter was her lifeline. She couldn't bear to hit her, couldn't bear to scold her, and couldn't even bear to let others touch a single strand of her hair. However, she had been slapped today and in front of her. She hated her own incompetence, hated Madame Hua's tyrannical and unreasonable behavior, and felt that she was responsible for all of this. Her tears fell to the ground like pearls from a broken necklace. Lu Sanyang turned her head and nervously looked at Lu Yuqin. She was afraid that she would see a scene that she didn't dare to look directly at. An instant later she suddenly froze. Lu Yuqin was completely unharmed. Although her expression was a little frightened, there were no signs of injury. On the other hand, the woman who had wanted to hit her had a clear handprint on her cheek. Her face was completely red, and a trace of blood was seeping out from the corner of her mouth. This slap was obviously not light, and the woman's cheek quickly swelled up. My daughter is fine? But someone else was hit instead? Lu Sanyang's mind went blank. She didn't know what was going on. The woman who had been hit was obviously stunned as well. Chapter 30-40. Yuan Wu was unconscious, and Madame Hua's face was ashen. The beach was quiet. After a while, Madame Hua shouted at Yuan Wu, "What are you trying to do? Get up for this, madam." How could a second-order Emperor Realm Dragon descendant be knocked unconscious by a first-order Emperor Realm human? She concluded that Yuan Wu was putting on an act. Although she didn't know the reason, Yuan Wu was the only one she could order around right now, so she could only continue to give orders to him. Yuan Wu didn't move, as if he had really fainted. Madame Hua took a few steps forward and kicked him hard, but Yuan Wu still didn't react. "You're revolting." Madame Hua flew into a rage and was about to scold him again when her vision suddenly darkened. Looking up, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shrink. Yang Kai was already standing in front of her, staring at her coldly. Madame Hua's heart tightened and she couldn't help but take a few steps back, asking in horror, "What are you doing?" As soon as she finished speaking, her emperor chi surged, and she raised her hand to slap Yang Kai's chest. This slap seemed to have been planned for a long time, and it came without any warning. Coupled with the expression on Madame Hua's face and her actions just now, no one would have thought that she would suddenly attack. After the slap, Madame Hua's face showed a sinister smile. She was sure that Yang Kai wouldn't be on guard against her. Under the same cultivation level, she was confident that she could severely injure Yang Kai with a single blow. Sinister enough, I've learned something. Yang Kai coldly snorted and also slapped out with his palm. This palm, however, arrived first, landing directly on Madame Hua's shoulder. "Wah!" Madame Hua cried out in surprise as she was sent flying. A bloody taste rushed up her throat and instantly filled her mouth. At the same time, a sharp pain came from her shoulder, as if her bones had been broken. A violent force rushed into her meridians and spread to her 5 viscera and 6 organs, causing her emperor chi to become unstable. How is he so strong? Madame Hua's beautiful eyes widened. Both of them were first-order Emperor Realm Masters, but Madame Hua discovered that her opponent's strength was not something she could compare to. With just a single blow, she realized the huge gap between them. Her beautiful body fell heavily to the ground. Before she could get up, the light in front of her was blocked by a figure. She stared at him and saw Yang Kai looking down at her with a sneer on his face. "You dare to hit me?" Shocked, Madame Hua forgot the pain on her shoulder and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. "Tell me, why don't I dare to hit you?" Yang Kai lifted his foot slightly and stepped on her chest, which immediately changed shape. Madame Hua was in pain, and her beautiful eyebrows were knitted together. Yang Kai's rhetorical question made her a little confused. "Why don't you dare to hit me? I am one of Fu Chi's most favored women. On this spiritual island, who dares to hit me? You're courting death." Madame Hua was completely enraged and frantically condensed her emperor chi, trying to resist, but under the suppression of Yang Kai's foot, even getting up was extremely difficult, let alone resisting. As she struggled, her hair was disheveled, making her look like a bitch who had been wronged. There was no longer any trace of beauty left in her, as her eyes were filled with hatred, and even her expression was extremely twisted. "You're about to die and you still dare to talk big." Yang Kai coldly snorted and exerted a little force on his foot. Madame Hua let out a low cry and her face turned pale. Lu Sanyang also finally came back to her senses. Since Yang Kai killed the golden-backed red carp, the series of events had shocked her greatly. She was completely dumbfounded. Only when she felt Yang Kai's murderous intent did she suddenly come back to her senses. What's more, the mother and daughter had previously apologized, but Madame Hua still did not spare them, and insisted on an eye for an eye. You want to kill me? Madame Hua finally understood the meaning in Yang Kai's eyes. She was shocked, and her previous arrogance withered. She felt her entire body turn cold, and her blood seemed to freeze. She had not thought that on this spiritual island, there was actually someone who wanted to kill her. Yang Kai laughed coldly. You think I am joking with you? If this was any other place, it would not matter if Madame Hua was killed or not. But this was Dragon Island. Since he had already had such a big conflict with Madame Hua, he could not let her leave. As to what the consequences would be after killing her, he could only take one step at a time. Feeling Yang Kai's killing intent enveloping her like a tide, Madame Hua finally panicked. Her face was snow white, and it was too late for regret. She had not known that things would develop like this. If she had known that this person would be so daring, she would have stopped long ago. But speaking of which, she had not expected that even Yuanwu would not be able to help her. Don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me. I will not pursue the matter from before, I really will not pursue it. Let me live. Madame Hua's body trembled, and she begged for mercy. The aura of death came. Right now she only wanted to live. How could she care about her face? Because of her terror, tears flowed down her cheeks. Seeing Yang Kai not move, she hurriedly shouted at Lu Sanyang, Sanyang, you and I have been sisters for hundreds of years. Sister has treated you well in the past. Today sister was wrong. Master, please forgive me and spare sister. Lu Sanyang's heart softened, and she could not bear to hear this. Lv Yuqin, on the other hand, was fuming with anger. Just a moment ago, this stinking woman was still scolding her own mother. She was so arrogant and insufferably arrogant. In the blink of an eye, she was actually so humble and submissive. She had never seen a scene of murder. Only now did she know that a person's pride could not withstand a single blow when their life was threatened. Sanyang? Madame Hua was still begging. Lu Sanyang was in a daze. She did not know if she should plead for mercy on behalf of Madame Hua. She had a gentle personality. Although she had been bullied by Madame Hua many times on this spiritual island, she would still feel uneasy if she saw Madame Hua being killed with her own eyes. In the end, her nature prevailed. She opened her mouth and was about to plead for mercy. Suddenly, she frowned and turned her head to look at the sea. In the next moment, her expression changed. She exclaimed, "Dragon race." A pure dragon's breath was approaching rapidly. It seemed to be a very high-level dragon race. At least, it was much stronger than Fuqi. Lu Sanyang had lived on Dragon Island for so many years. She was naturally sensitive to this. She immediately looked at Yang Kai and said anxiously, "Brother Yang, stop." The dragon race was here. No matter which dragon race was coming, they could not let them see this scene. Otherwise, Yang Kai would definitely die. Yang Kai had obviously noticed it. However, unlike Lu Sanyang's panic, he revealed a strange expression. His gaze was fixed on the direction where the dragon race was coming from. Ah! Madame Hua suddenly laughed. Her previous subservience and humility had completely disappeared. A sinister look once again appeared on her face as she looked at Kai Yang triumphantly and coldly said, "You want to kill me? Do you dare to do it in front of me? You dare to bully me like this? I will settle this score with you later. I will let you taste all the torture in the world." The dragon race was coming. She suddenly became fearless. She stared fiercely at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to imprint this hateful face in the depths of her mind. He had deeply experienced Yang Kai's lawlessness. He knew that if this matter was not handled properly, it would be troublesome for the dragon race. Madame Hua hurriedly said, "Master, it's like this." Her expression suddenly became delicate and pitiful. She explained while sobbing, "The pet that I raised for more than 10 years was injured by this group of people for no reason. I came here to ask for an explanation out of sadness. However, I didn't expect this person to be so unreasonable. Not only did he refuse to admit it, he even attacked me and my two sisters. We sisters have not fought with anyone for many years, how could we be his opponent?" The 3 sisters were all humiliated. I begged for mercy, but he didn't give up. Not only did he not want to leave it at that, he even wanted to kill me. Please uphold justice for us, my sister and the others. While speaking, she burst into tears. It was as if she was a little girl who was bullied. She was as sad as she could be. Zhu Lai looked at Yang Kai with an ugly expression. He thought to himself, what's wrong with this guy? Why is he always causing trouble wherever he goes? He naturally wouldn't believe Madame Hua's words. He more or less understood Yang Kai. He naturally didn't believe that he was the kind of guy who would bully others. Madame Hua observed his expression and added oil to the fire. Master, look at this person. He doesn't put you in his eyes at all. He even dared to be fierce in front of you. He didn't even let go of me. Before you came he was even more. Wu, Lu Sanyang anxiously said, Master, it's not like that. Madame Hua avoided the main point and dwelled on the trivial. She didn't mention her arrogant and despotic attitude at all. Instead she pushed all the blame to Yang Kai. Lu Sanyang was naturally afraid that Zhu Lai would listen to one side of the story, and then do something unfavorable to Yang Kai. At this time only she could stand up and explain a thing or two for Yang Kai. Zhu Lai didn't even turn his head and said, You don't have the right to speak. He seemed to be in a very bad mood. He didn't show any mercy to Lu Sanyang. Lu Sanyang immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Her face was full of panic. Sighing in frustration, Zhu Lai looked at Yang Kai and said, How can you step on people like this? Let her go first. You're a man after all. Yang Kai raised his chin slightly and looked at Zhu Lai arrogantly. His face was cold and indifferent. Zhu Lai suddenly became angry. He and Yang Kai didn't get along well. In addition, Zhu Qing's experience because of Yang Kai added fuel to the fire. He shouted in a low voice, Let her go. Madame Hua saw this and her courage suddenly increased. She gritted her teeth and shouted, Dragon race in front of Master, you dare to be impudent. Do you really think you're someone? Take your smelly foot away. When she finished speaking, she suddenly groaned. It was obvious that Yang Kai used some strength in his foot. Madame Hua's arrogant expression immediately turned into a painful one. Large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Her face was full of shock and her beautiful eyes trembled. He dared to be fierce in front of a dragon race? Is this guy crazy? However, in addition to the pain, she was secretly happy. She knew that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to explain himself no matter what. She was Fuqi's woman after all. Master Zhu Lai would definitely seek justice for her after suffering such humiliation. She seemed to have already seen the scene of Yang Kai kneeling and begging for mercy, and then being brutally killed. A carefree smile immediately appeared on her face. Are you talking to me? Yang Kai picked his ear with an indifferent expression. Lu Sanyang and Madame Hua were both dumbfounded. Although they knew that Yang Kai wasn't timid, wasn't this too much? He actually dared to speak like this in front of a dragon race? Wasn't this seeking his own death? Lu Sanyang kept signaling Yang Kai with her eyes. She was afraid that he didn't know how terrifying and powerful the dragon race was. The dragon race was the head of the holy spirits, and the one in front of them was a rank 8 dragon race. He could take his life with a flick of his finger. She felt that Yang Kai was walking on a tightrope on a cliff. The slightest mistake would cause him to be smashed into pieces. However, what made her even more shocked was that Zhu Lai didn't immediately attack him. He only said angrily, What do you want? Nothing much. I just want to seek justice. Yang Kai laughed coldly. Zhu Lai looked at Madame Hua and said, She is Fuqi's woman, and Fuqi is also a rank 8 dragon vein. If you really kill this woman, Fuqi will definitely not let this go. Then let him come find me. I don't know if he has the guts. Zhu Lai was furious. You are a piece of trash. Yang Kai's face turned cold. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Be careful or I will beat you up. Beat him up. Lu Sanyang's eyes widened and he looked dazed. Madame Hua screamed, Master, don't waste your breath on him. This person doesn't care about the dragon race at all. Master, please kill this person. Zhu Lai's mouth twitched. He looked at Madame Hua as if he was looking at an idiot. If other people dared to be so presumptuous in front of him, he would have already attacked. The pride of the dragon race was not something that could be trampled on. However, the person who said this was Yang Kai. What could he do? What could he do? He couldn't beat him. It wasn't like he hadn't fought with Yang Kai before. Unless he went to the Dragon Palace Hall and asked for protection, he didn't have the time now. Moreover, he was still leaning towards Yang Kai in the depths of his heart. Although he didn't like Yang Kai, Madame Hua was just an ant in his eyes. The reason why he persuaded Yang Kai to let her go was because he didn't want him to make a big deal out of this and make it impossible to resolve. How could he fight with Yang Kai for Madame Hua? Lu Sanyang's heart was also in her mouth. She looked worried. Yang Kai was actually so arrogant when facing a dragon race. This was something that she didn't dare to imagine. However, the dragon race didn't seem to have any signs of fighting. This made her feel even more confused. Since when was the dragon race so easy to talk to? Yang Kai had disrespected him multiple times and even spoke rudely. How could he tolerate this? Zhu Lai's behavior completely overturned Lu Sanyang's understanding of the dragon race. In her impression, the dragon race was never a good-tempered race. Any slight dissatisfaction was enough for them to kill someone. Suddenly, Zhu Lai turned his head and looked in the other direction of the spiritual island. He said with a gloomy face, "Fu Qi is here." This was a pure dragon flame that could not be dissolved by the power of the origin martial technique. He let out a miserable cry and flames wrapped around his body. He fell down and landed heavily on the ground, rolling and struggling. In a short 5 breaths, Yuanwu stopped moving. His flesh and blood had been completely incinerated, leaving behind a charcoal-like existence. Fu Qi finally arrived. This was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He was muscular and had a dignified expression. Lightning wrapped around him and crackled. His gaze swept across Zhu Lai and his gaze darkened. Clearly he did not like him. It seemed that there was some other grudge between them. He glanced at Yang Kai but his gaze did not linger. A mere human was not worth his attention. However, Lu Sanyang's appearance caused him to frown. He naturally could not forget Lu Sanyang. Back then, it was he who had captured Lu Sanyang from the Northern Territory to Dragon Island. He had also personally banished her. After more than a decade he still had this bit of memory. Lu Sanyang did not dare to look at him. She only protected Lu Yuqin behind her. Her delicate body trembled and her face was as white as paper. Fortunately, Fu Qi did not care too much about her. His gaze only paused for a moment before sweeping away. The next moment, Fu Qi was enraged. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Zhu Lai, what did you do?" He saw the corpse of the woman he loved the most lying on the beach. Her beautiful eyes were wide open and she died with a grievance. Her mouth was full of blood, and there was still a faint dragon essence lingering around her body. Obviously, she had died at the hands of the dragon race. At this moment, only Zhu Lai was a dragon race. Fu Qi did not need to ask to know that it was Zhu Lai who killed her. This made him furious. This was his territory and she was his exclusive property. Fu Qi naturally could not tolerate her dying in Zhu Lai's hands for no reason. Fu Qi was furious. Zhu Lai said indifferently, "You have eyes but can't see. I just helped you clean up." Fu Qi's face turned green. What do you mean? He did not know what happened here. After all, this place was not too far from the other side of the island. However, he did not have the time to pay attention to the situation here. He only sensed Zhu Lai's aura, so he specially came to take a look. He did not expect to see such a scene. A mere ant dares to talk back to me. What do you mean? Zhu Lai snorted. She talked back to you? Fu Qi was a little surprised and doubtful. Madame Hua had stayed on Dragon Island for quite some time. How could she talk back to a dragon race? Furthermore, he remembered that Madame Hua had seen Zhu Lai before. There were not many dragon race members and high-level dragon race members were even rarer. Since she had seen him before, she would definitely remember. He did not think that Madame Hua would be so blind as to talk back to Zhu Lai. Was she not seeking her own death? What is she doing? What? Can't bear to. Zhu Lai revealed a sarcastic smile. Fu Qi stared at him deeply. After a while he said, "It's just a few playthings. It's fine to kill them. What's there to be reluctant about?" Indeed, there was nothing to be reluctant about. He did not care about Madame Hua's life or death. He only cared about his own face. Zhu Lai had come to his territory to kill his people. This was clearly not giving him any face. However, it was currently an eventful time, and he was not willing to be entangled with Zhu Lai to avoid any conflict. He picked up a way out and said, "Since she contradicted you, then her death is not to be regretted. At least you know what's good for you." Zhu Lai snorted. Fu Qi said coldly, "Why are you here today?" Zhu Lai said, "I am here to see how the construction of your palace is going." "Just for this?" Fu Qi frowned. "This is a big matter." Zhu Lai's face darkened and his tone became heavier. Fu Qi nodded and said, "That's right. It is indeed a big matter. Since you are here, let's go take a look together. I'm not too sure about the palace. I only took a glance just now. It seems like the progress is not bad. These ants are quite capable. Zhu Lai's face was cold. He took a step and flew towards the palace, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fu Qi's face turned cold. Zhu Lai came over today and did not give him face. Even if he wanted to ease their relationship, Zhu Lai was still so arrogant. This made Fu Qi very unhappy. However, Zhu Lai's strength and bloodline were not inferior to his. Fu Qi could not flare up. Furthermore, he did not have to tolerate Zhu Lai for too long. He only needed 1 month. After 1 month, he would not have to care about Zhu Lai's attitude anymore. His figure flashed and he also disappeared, leaving behind a ground full of corpses and Yang Kai and the others. From beginning to end, Fu Qi did not look at Lu Sanyang, nor did he care about Lu Yuqin's existence. To him, this pair of mother and daughter were like air. They were not worth his attention. Lu Sanyang's expression was gloomy. It was not because of himself but because of Lu Yuqin. Her daughter had half of Fu Qi's blood, but Fu Qi's heart was like stone. This made Lu Sanyang feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lu Yuqin did not understand the situation. However, she was more concerned about another matter. At this time she looked with lingering fear at Yang Kai and said softly, "Brother Yang, little brother Yang, that master?" Yang Kai said coolly, "Let today's matter rot in your stomach." Lu Sanyang's expression turned solemn. She nodded and said, "This concubine understands. Do not worry, we will not speak of today's matter to anyone else." Yang Kai nodded and turned to look towards the palace. If Zhu Lai had not appeared, today's matter would not have been good, especially after Fu Qi had come. Zhu Lai obviously understood this, so he made the first move to gain the upper hand. Not only did he kill Madame Hua and the other two, even Yuan Wu, who was playing dead at the side, was not spared. If Yang Kai had not stopped him, Lu Sanyang and her daughter would have been killed to silence them. However, Yang Kai wasn't too worried. If things really reached an irreconcilable point, he could just fight with Fu Qi. He didn't put an 8th order thunder dragon in his eyes. Because of this confidence, he wasn't afraid at all. This ending was not bad. The only thing Yang Kai did not understand now was why Fu Qi seemed to be tolerating Zhu Lai. Logically speaking, they were all rank 8 dragon veins and did not fear each other. But Fu Qi's attitude today was thought-provoking. He could not understand and was too lazy to think. Yang Kai only cared about Zhu Qing's whereabouts now. He had finally encountered Zhu Lai. He naturally could not miss this chance. He had to find out where Zhu Qing was from him. However, now that Zhu Lai was with Fu Qi, it was not convenient to ask. Yang Kai could only wait silently. He believed that Zhu Lai knew why he had come to Dragon Island. Since he was covering his tracks and identity for him, he should have his own plans. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a red light rose from the palace and flew in a certain direction. Intentionally or not, that red light flew over Yang Kai's head and disappeared into the sea. On the island, Fu Qi looked at Zhu Lai's back and sneered. He also turned and left.